CBS World News brings you the early morning reports from its correspondents at home and abroad. Here are the headlines of the biggest news received to 8 a.m. Eastern Wartime on Friday, June 26th. More than 1,000 RAF bombers raided Bremen and other German cities during the night. The British admit that Axis forces have driven 100 miles beyond the Egyptian border to a point 30 miles west of Moscow. On the Russian front, there's no report of further Nazi advances in the Kharkov sector, but the defenders of Sevastopol continue to hold out against Nazi attacks. Allied airmen from Australia have conducted their heaviest raid to date on Japanese bases in the Southwest Pacific. And now here is Harry Marble, who will call in our reporters from important news centers and give you other news from world battlefronts not covered by direct pickup. Before hearing news more of that heavy British raid on Bremen direct from London, here is the news from the Southwest Pacific. Allied planes have raided Japanese bases at Rabaul on New Britain, Gili on Timor Island, and Salamaua in New Guinea. General MacArthur reports that the raids constituted one of the heaviest blows to date on enemy positions. The Allied bombers smashed an important enemy target, barracks, airdromes, and supply piles, and troop concentrations. At the same time, a Japanese attempt to bomb the Allied base at Fort Moresby was beaten off by Allied planes. No losses at all for our side. And now let's hear from CBS foreign correspondents. For news of last night's heavy RAF raid on Bremen, we take you to London. CBS London, Charles Collingwood reporting. More than 1,000 British bombers attacked Bremen last night. As on the previous 1,000 bomber raids, the Royal Air Force gathered its strength and hurled everything it had at the single target. Every one of the RAF specialized commands sent planes out last night. Fighters, bombers, planes assigned to the Army Cooperation Command and the Coastal Command all took part in the raid. While the main force concentrated on Bremen, other bombers and fighters attacked the German airdromes in the Low Countries. The airdromes which lie within the range of the path the main force was beating towards Bremen. Of all this miscellaneous force, 52 planes have not come back to England. This is the most the RAF has ever lost from a single operation. But proportionally, it's not so bad. About 5% of the total force. The kind of loss the air staff has to count on. The RAF does not encourage speculation on the total weight of bomb drops, but you can be sure that last night's force unloaded at least as many as fell on Cologne. And, like the raid on Cologne, last night's attack must have been concentrated within the space of an hour or two. Quite apart from the terrifying effects of such a short raid, the hours of darkness are now so few that planes striking at Bremen don't have time to linger long over the target. The RAF has been practicing for this mass raid on Bremen. Flying by the hundreds, they have been perfecting the technique of directing thousands over a small target in a short time. On June 3rd, they focused a large force on Bremen itself for half an hour. And just the other night, another large force dropped its bombs on Emden in less than an hour. Bremen is an important target. It's the second largest seaport in the whole of Germany. Besides being a port, it's an important shipbuilding center, particularly for the building of submarines. More than that, there's an oil refinery, big aircraft factories, and other important industries. We don't know yet how much damage was done in this latest 1,000-bomber attack. There hasn't been time for reconnaissance yet, and cloudy weather kept the pilots last night from seeing much more than large fires. But RAF officials in London are confident that great damage was caused. Sharing attention with this latest mass air attack is still the controversy over the defeat in Libya. The indications are that public opinion is settling down to an acceptance of the new situation. Even the House of Commons, which at the beginning of this week was very touchy, is disposed to be calmer. Political experts agree that the anti-Churchill forces in the House are growing less powerful every day. This is Charles Collingwood in London, returning you to Columbia in New York. For the news in our own nation's capital, we take you now to Washington. CBS Washington, John Purcell reporting. There's a bewildering cross-current of optimism and pessimism noticeable here in Washington. Some officials are still suffering from the hangover induced by news of the fall of Tobruk, the battering of Sevastopol, and German infiltration in the Kharkov area. And others are pleased, although not elated, by the general feeling of encouragement that congressional leaders and members of the Pacific War Council took away with them after conferences with President President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill. It is felt in some quarters that Mr. Churchill, in his report to the congressional delegation, minimized the seriousness of the Egyptian situation. There is some criticism, too, that our own Navy is sugarcoating the bad news. Senator Ellender of Louisiana intimates that the Navy is not revealing all the sinkings taking place in the Atlantic. And there is speculation as to why we are not getting fuller reports on the Japanese invasion of the Aleutian Islands. Some people feel that the Navy is deliberately minimizing the strategic importance of Kiska, which has now been occupied by a Jap landing force. The Office of Price Administration announces a new system of gas rationing to become effective July 22nd. A-cards for Eastern motorists will be good for 4 gallons of gasoline instead of 3 each week. On the basis of 15 miles to the gallon, this will mean 2,880 miles of driving annually. But only motorists who drive more than 1,800 miles to and from work will be eligible for supplemental rations. Those who receive C-books will be entitled to 64 gallons of gas for 3 months' use. C-coupons will be good for 384 gallons. Motorists applying for B and C books must, however, prove that their occupational driving exceeds 1,800 miles a year, and also that they have formed car-sharing clubs to take 3 or more persons to and from work. Applications for ration books will extend from July 9th through July 11th. As a supplemental to rubber conservation and gasoline rationing, government agencies are inaugurating a drive for carpooling. The Public Roads Administration predicts that unless this is done, there will be a crisis soon in the transportation of war workers. This is John Purcell in Washington, returning you to CBS in New York.
Now for a report direct from the Russian capital, we take you to Moscow. CBS Moscow, Starless reporting. A message received from the Soviet Far East today accuses Japanese submarines of sinking their Russian merchant ship Angkor under highly suspicious circumstances. The explanation published in Japanese newspapers is that this torpedoing was committed by an American submarine, but the rescued crew of the Soviet ship flatly denies this. First news of the sinking of the Soviet merchant ship was published in the official Soviet press today, although the ship was actually sunk almost 2 months ago, on May 1st. The Kraft agency account says that according to information received from Harbin, capital of Japanese Manchukuo, the crew of the Soviet ship arrived in Daren after being sunk by 2 torpedoes 30 miles off the Japanese coast. It seems that on April 24th, the Soviet vessel was stopped by a Japanese warship and forced to steam to a Japanese port for search. The ship was then allowed to proceed on a course indicated by Japanese naval authorities. But on the night of May 1st, the Soviet ship was hit by 2 torpedoes. The Russian crew took the lifeboat, and 2 Japanese submarines immediately surfaced and escorted the Soviet lifeboat to a Japanese ship. In spite of the fact that the sinking occurred in an area heavily guarded by Japanese naval forces, confirmed by the presence of 2 Japanese submarines on the spot, says the official Soviet news agency, Japanese newspapers allege that the ship was sunk by an American submarine. The rescued Soviet crew says the ship's explanation does not hold water. Over to basketball, the red banner of the Soviet Union still started this morning, but the enemy has thrown in 2 new German and 1 new Romanian divisions against the Black Sea Naval Base. Their attacks are coming from the north and also from the directions of Inkerman and Balaclava.
The Columbia Workshop. that he himself had been a common soldier and knows the horrors of war, but that now Russian communist influence must be driven forever from Europe.
Nur England gegen uns im Fenster. Und England, so wie auch die russischen Bauern hier, in der rechten Zeit von der Macht des Deutschen waren, durchaus es dort werden. Wie Hölle! Wie Hölle! Wie Hölle!
A voice, a disembodied voice reaching out across the land and oceans to the ear and mind of half the world. The voice of a man whose decree is death, whose secret meditations have brought slavery to the millions who have never seen him. A voice that has last moved 130 million Americans to seek the destruction of the thing it stands for and the man behind it, whom they have never seen. A voice speaking to us and threatening us from 3,000 miles away and in a foreign tongue, yet more familiar to us than the voice of Lincoln or of Theodore Roosevelt or Wilson, as well known as of friends or neighbors, thanks to a modern miracle, the radio. During the minutes that follow, the workshop asks you to believe that by this means of radio, we can conjure out of history another voice, a voice that also in its time possessed that fateful power to shape the destinies of men and nations. During these minutes, we ask you to believe that you are living 130 years ago. The year is 1812. You are sitting by your radio on a Friday evening at the close of the year 1812 and tuning in your favorite news program. You hear the familiar fanfare, and the show begins. History is on the march. Today is December 31st, 1812. Today marks the close of a year that has been as momentous as any in human history. A year made memorable by the restless strivings of people and the leadership of strong men. James Madison, fourth President of the United States, let it be known once and for all that the freedom of the seas was a principle his countrymen would fight for. Simon Bolivar in South America, the priest Morales in Mexico, have this year made news and history by openly defying the power and majesty of Spain. Throughout the world, a dozen kings and potentates have led their armies on the battlefield. But far overshadowing all leaders and events in this year of 1812 has been one man, the little corporal who became an emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte. And for him, perhaps for all the civilized world, no year has been more faithful. Let us review this eventful year together now. The year 1812 of History is on the march. Moscow, capital of all the Russias. It is January 6th, according to the calendar of St. Julian. And the bells of Moscow's 40 times 40 churches and cathedrals are ringing out the age-old joy of man in the divinity of their Savior. It is the feast of the Epiphany. But for one man of Moscow, the holiness of this day has little meaning. A lone rider galloping at headlong speed under the great wall of the Kremlin towards the sentry at the White Gate.
Special courier to the Tsar.
Your papers.
Here they are.
All in order. Fast. Down the wide thoroughfare from the gate to the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Up the broad steps, down the long, echoing corridor, through the double doors of the anteroom, to the Kremlin apartments of Alexander, Tsar of all the Russias.
Well, Captain, welcome. You have come far. And fast, Your Highness. And what brings you in such haste? A matter which your ambassador to Paris did not even wish to commit to writing, Your Highness. What is troubling Kurakin? It is the question of Your Majesty's alliance with Napoleon Bonaparte. Prince Kurakin is deeply concerned. An alliance with Bonaparte is always a matter for concern. He is raising an army, Your Highness. A greater army than has ever been seen before under the banners of France. He talks in public of an invasion of England, but he is not building ships. He is training cavalry. Has Kurakin spoken with him lately? Several times. Bonaparte complains that Russia is not conforming to the new order, his continental system, as he calls it. But aside from that, he professes the greatest love for your Highness.
He has overrun every nation in Europe, and he has loved them all, until the day he marched.
A fortnight ago, he was waiting on the Emperor in his study. Through the carelessness of a secretary, he saw what had been left on the Emperor's desk. Books of all kinds, and maps, military maps of Russia.
Maps of Russia.
Yes, sir.
Well, Borodin, thanks for your information. You may tell Korokin not to worry too much. Bonaparte will study his maps a long time before he knows as much about the steppes of Russia as we do.
From the Emperor's headquarters in Dresden, the 2nd, 5th, and 8th Cavalry of the 9th, 12th, 14th Artillery to take up designated stations on the Polish frontier. From the Emperor Napoleon's headquarters in the east, all units of the Bavarian, Westphalian, and Prussian Guard to march at once for Danzig. General order from the headquarters of the Emperor Napoleon, Innsbruck. All units of the Grand Army, including all ammunition trains and transports, to converge on the left bank of the Niemen in the direction of Kovno by the evening of June the 22nd. June the 22nd, General Headquarters. A large and comfortable inn near the frontier. Gathered in a spacious tap room that is doing more trade than ever before in its history, is a gay assembly of officers of the Grand Army, a few civilian notables, and 2 Viennese newspaper men.
Here, sir, another round with these gentlemen.
Yes, Captain.
You're very gay, Captain, for a man going into battle. Gay, why not? The little corporal is in the field again. The campaign will be glorious, brief, and I shall come home a field marshal.
You are very sure.
Why not? With this army, how long do you think it'll take us to trounce this Russian rabble? And then, do you know what then?
Then?
Yes, then we sail for England, eh, gentlemen?
I suppose there's no chance for a couple of journalists following you on this campaign.
What? Into Russia? Oh, no. You may see the start. The Emperor will address the troops. You may see that. But once we've crossed the river, that's where we leave you.
Ach so? It seems a pity.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I keep a diary. I'll give it to you to publish when I return.
Here are your drinks, gentlemen. I just hope you come back as soon as you think you will.
Oh, you will miss me, eh, Cherie?
Miss you? I'll miss the money you owe us.
Money? Why, you're making a fortune here.
Oh,
but
yes.
don't you worry. I'll pay you when I come back.
Uh-huh.
You know what with?
What?
With a Russian crown jewel.
At ease, gentlemen. The Emperor merely wishes me to remind you that all units must be prepared to move at 5 in the morning.
A.m., the left bank of the Niemen River, the morning of June the 23rd. Standing on a gun carriage is the short, stocky figure of Napoleon Bonaparte. And below him, as far as his eye can see, are the legions of the Grand Army, columns of men, of cavalry, artillery, transport, the dust of their march still drifting in a rolling cloud across the plains. It is the greatest army ever assembled in the history of modern warfare. The most powerful military machine the world has ever seen. Quietly, as is his custom, addressing only those nearest him, the Emperor begins to speak.
Soldiers, the officers of the Grand Army, what we begin today is more than a campaign. It's a crusade. We alone, of all nations of the earth, dared to challenge this Russian barbarism which has threatened the peace and security of Europe for so long. The hopes of the Christian world go with us, of all but England. And believe me, her time will come. The sun of Austerlitz is rising in the east today.
Within a month, your victories will have surpassed anything you've ever known. Your rewards will be those of the invincible conquerors you are. Soldiers of the Grand Army, forward to immortality!
Forward to immortality, the flower of Western Europe's youth. And in their knapsacks, rations for 2 weeks. Moscow, the great Uspensky Cathedral in the Kremlin, coronation place of Russian Tsars for more than 300 years. Presiding at an extraordinary mass, which is High Pontiff of his faith, he has himself this day ordained, is the Tsar Alexander. Below him, filling the great cathedral to the doors, are members of the imperial family, foreign emissaries, lords and ladies of the court, and representatives of the people of Russia.
My loyal subjects, I stand before you today, not only as your Tsar, but as your leader on the field of battle. We are not fighting for ourselves alone in this great struggle. With our victory will come the liberation of all Europe from this tyrant's grasp. And come our victory will. There are no armies in the world that are invincible. This day, in a righteous cause, we have been forced to draw the sword. And this day I swear to you most solemnly that we shall not sheathe it until the last enemy has been driven from our soil.
From the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief on the Eastern Front, August 18th, the Grand Army of France has invested Smolensk. The enemy's losses in attempting to defend it were enormous. This large city is the gateway to the interior of Russia. No further serious resistance is to be expected. Bulletin from the Eastern Front, September 7th. A great battle of annihilation has been fought at Borodino in the Mozhaevsk area. The enemy has suffered an incalculable defeat. His armies have been completely destroyed. His power to resist has been utterly broken.
Bulletin, September 14th. Fires of Moscow are in sight. The city will be invested before nightfall. Victory is ours.
The gates of Moscow, standing among his aides, watching his soldiers in parade formation, marching into this great city that he has crossed 500 miles of hostile territory to reach, is the Emperor Napoleon.
Well, Polanco, what's keeping them?
I cannot say, Your Highness.
Surely the prominent citizens of the place will wish to seek my protection.
It would seem so, Your Highness.
Yes, Highness. Send out another call to find a delegation of citizens. Tell them I wish to see them here at once. Representatives of a conquered nation, do they expect me to seek them?
As it occurred to Your Highness, it's just barely possible.
Well, what? Speak up, man. What's barely possible?
That the Russians intend to continue fighting.
Fighting? Now, how can they continue fighting? They've lost the capital, haven't they? And then they've lost the war. They've got to sue for peace. Well, a man of vice?
It would seem so, Your Highness.
Here's Vera. He was close in the city. He should have some word. Well, Vera! Vera, my loyal Muscovite! They're delaying entrance.
I was just coming to inform Your Highness.
What?
If Your Highness will prepare himself for some rather unpleasant news.
Unpleasant news?
Yes, Your Highness. There will be no delegation of citizens. There are no citizens. Moscow is as empty as a tomb.
Midnight, September the 15th. In a suburb of the city, two sentries exchange greetings.
Sergeant.
Ah, Gustav. What's the news?
The same. Nothing.
Oh, it gets a little colder these nights, eh?
They say it gets cold. It's Moscow in winter.
Ladies, we'll be home in a month.
Say,
Huh?
what's that?
Some fellow running out of that house. You! Halt! Halt, I say!
Let him go. Some poor devil trying to steal a loaf of bread.
There'll be plenty of hunger here after the army leaves.
It's been a bad campaign. Not like the others.
Look, that house.
Fire. It must have been that fellow we saw.
The clumsy fool. There's a wind tonight, too. If we hadn't been here, the whole quarter might have caught before anyone noticed.
Maybe he wasn't so clumsy.
Gustav, you don't think. Look over there. And there. Other fire. Come on, we'd better call the guard.
The Kremlin. The apartment taken over by the Emperor. 1 o'clock in the morning. The Marquis de Caulaincourt enters the bedchamber of Napoleon.
Your Highness! Your Highness! What is it? I think you had better get up. What time is it? Still night, isn't it? Yes, Your Highness. But what's the matter? Your Highness will step over to the window. Window? Oh, what ails you, man? Where am I sitting? Right outside. This time of night. Yes, Highness.
How long has this been going on?
For almost an hour, it appears.
The whole city's in flames.
Yes, Highness.
City in flames.
Yes.
Look at it. One of the noblest cities in the world. In flames. Terrible sight. A sublime sight, Caulaincourt. Yes, and terrible. And frightening.
Yes, come in.
We've got one of the arsonists, Your Highness.
Bring him near, where I can see his face.
Down on your knees, dog. It's the Emperor.
How did you do it? Why did you do it? Take him out and shoot him. Shoot every one of them you can lay your hands on.
Yes, Your Highness. Come along, you.
To destroy their finest city. One of the loveliest cities in Europe. It seems so senseless. Why would they do it?
When the cold comes, and the snows, and there's no shelter for our troops, I fear we shall know soon enough why.
Vilna, near the border of the Duchy of Poland. First great city to be occupied by the forces of Napoleon. At the palace of the Duke of Bassano, representative of the Emperor in Vilna, a grand ball is being held, first to usher in the coming holiday season.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop the music, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received word from the Eastern Front. The Grand Army is in retreat. There have been a series of disasters, and the bitter cold and the enemy have taken a very heavy toll of the Emperor's forces. It is not known yet how serious the defeat may be. But it is thought that the Emperor may not be able to rally his forces until he reaches the German frontier. And that the Russians may be here in Vilna within a fortnight.
With half-frozen fingers, I scratch these words in my diary. I can but dimly remember that these are the scenes of our victories only a few short weeks ago. The dead still lie unburied on the ground, covered already with a thin blanket of snow. The march is endless. There is no warmth anywhere in the world. There is no food. On every side, their comrades sink to the ground to rest and fall into the frozen sleep of death. Those who leave the line of march to forage are killed or captured by the swarms of Cossacks who appear and disappear like ghosts and who hunt us down like animals. What horses are left, they've already eaten. We entered this terrible land 500,000 strong. There are less than 50,000 of us alive today. If any of these starving, freezing men are ever to see home again, the merciful God must deliver.
Saxony, an army post. It is an early hour of the morning. A closed carriage on sleigh runners draws up in the yard. Two muffled figures step out, go up to the darkened door.
Open up! Have you no sentries here? Open! What do you want? Who are you?
Tell us, men, we want a change of horses.
No. This is an army post, the property of the Emperor.
I am the Emperor. Hurry, we've no time to talk.
Your Highness, I thought... But where is the army?
Never mind that, we want horses.
But, Your Highness, I should make some provision if the Grand Army should...
Silence! Get us the horses. There is no Grand Army.
A heavy coach clatters through the great main gate of the Tuileries, draws up before the palace steps. It is just midnight, December the 18th, 1812.
Calling, monsieur. Calling, Your Highness.
Where's the Empress? Where is she?
She has retired, Your Highness.
Wait here, Kolenko.
Joshua, what is it? Who's there?
Yes, hello, madame.
Oh, dear. You're back.
Yes.
Oh, it's been so long. But I thought, we all thought, that you were in Russia.
I was in Russia. It's good to be home again, Mary.
The Emperor has come home. But of more than 500,000 men who left their wives and children to follow him 6 months ago, less than 20,000, still struggling through the snows of Poland, will never return.
His Majesty, the Emperor.
This week of December 1812, the Emperor Napoleon stands before his Chamber of Deputies. And even upon these subservient men, a premonition of disaster has thrown a cast of doubt and fear. For this week, for the first time in his career, the Emperor, who has fed and grown on victories, must explain defeat.
Once more, under my personal supervision, the many affairs of state which our campaigns in the East have caused me to neglect. As for the war in Russia, it will long be glorious in our history. My armies have suffered losses, but it was not the forces of the enemy which caused them, but whether of such bitter intensity as has never before been known. There are some malcontents among us who still complain. These are none other than the remnants of those bloody revolutionaries of 1789, exponents of those shaky theories of popular government which we have crushed once, and will, if need be, crush again. Let not these enemies, or the English, or any others, rejoice at any misfortune of ours. In the spring, our armies, redoubled in strength and arms, will again take the field. Again they will surge forward, and they will bring to Europe that security and peace that I have promised. Our peace that will endure unshakable for 1,000 years.
Christmas week of 1812, The bells of Moscow's 40 times 40 churches and cathedrals ring out the hours heralding the birth time of the Prince of Peace. The voice of Russia's people is raised in jubilation for the freedom so dearly bought in blood and courage and scorched earth. And this Christmas week of 1812, for the first time in 6 long years, there is hope again in Europe. For although Europe's master has promised new wars, new offensives, and new bloodshed for the spring, the people of Russia have answered for all the world in this year of 1812 the legend of invincibility, have restored again the lagging confidence of men that liberty, equality, fraternity have not yet vanished from the earth, that over tyranny a united and courageous people may yet triumph, and that men in future times will once more live their lives in dignity, in freedom, and in peace. History is on the march.
This is Konstantin Fedoseev of the Consulate General of the USSR speaking. The Columbia Workshop has brought you a broadcast such as you might have heard if radio had existed in the year 1812. There is this to say as we listen 130 years later. Hitler, posing as a 20th century Napoleon, is nothing but a miserable caricature of Napoleon. The armies of Napoleon were made up of soldiers. Hitler's armies are composed of wild beasts, in comparison with whom even highwaymen seem to be honest people. 1812 is not the year of 1941 or 1942. The mighty Red Army is not the Russian army of 1812. The Russians of 1812 were ruled by the Tsar. The Soviet people are ruled by a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if Napoleon lost both army and throne in Russia, the present invader, accustomed to fight only unarmed people, will correct his sins all the more. I want to say to you tonight that those fighting countrymen of mine salute you with heartfelt warmth for the help you are sending them through Russian war relief. No matter how many thousands of miles divide us, a common aim unites us.
The Columbia Workshop play this evening was broadcast from the year 1812 by Robert L. Richards. Music was by Howard Barlow. John Dietz directed. The production was under the supervision of William Spear. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But if tomorrow's wash day and you homemakers are bound to be hurried getting lunch, let me give you a tip. Serve the folks macaroni and cheese. Do you say you haven't time to bake macaroni and cheese on wash day? Well, of course you don't. But haven't you heard of Kraft Dinner? With Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, you don't bake Kraft Dinner macaroni. You don't fuss with grating cheese, because each package of Kraft Dinner contains an envelope of Kraft grated, all ready to sprinkle in. With Kraft Dinner, you get fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness, and you cook it in 7 minutes flat. See for yourself tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's been long noted for his easygoing disposition. In fact, his disposition was so easygoing it finally went. Uncle Mort's face has been getting longer and his temper shorter, and he's starting to throw his weight around with unpleasant results everywhere it's landed.
Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, I'm late to the office again.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning. All right, am I supposed to starve around here? Where's breakfast? Bertie, breakfast.
Yes, sir. What do you start off with? Grapefruit, cantaloupe, strawberries, orange juice.
What's the trouble? Don't the stores still sell prunes?
Oh, I thought you were sick and tired of prunes.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Oh, yesterday morning you flung yourself out of the house saying you're fed up, and I asked Leroy what the trouble was, and he says you full of prunes.
Excuse me, folks, I gotta hurry to school.
Yeah, come back here, young man. School doesn't begin again until next September.
Just my luck. Oh, what am I saying?
Now, Uncle, why don't you sit down and eat the nice egg Bertie's fried for you?
That's what I'm trying to do. Bertie, what is this, a fried egg or the stopper out of the kitchen sink?
It's an egg, Mr. Gildersleeve, and it was cooked.
It wasn't cooked, Bertie. It was vulcanized. I give up. Just wrap it up, and on my way downtown, I'll drop it on a scrap rubber pile. By George, I'd like to slap a Jap in the map with this scrap. And there's going to be a war in this house, unless I start getting fed properly around here.
My, he's worse today than he was yesterday when he poured the coffee in his lap and then spilled the cream on his vest, thus dissolving the sugar in his pocket.
Gee, I wonder what's wrong with Unc lately. He's been as jumpy as a kangaroo on a pogo stick.
Yes. Poor Uncle Mort.
You mean poor us? We're the one he's doing his jumping on.
You know, I think I have an idea what's troubling him.
Gee, what is it, sis?
Uncle Mort hasn't any love life.
Oh, for corn's sake. Be serious, can't you, Marge?
But I am serious. If he could only get excited about some woman, it might calm him down.
Oh, you mean he ought to gather unto himself a wife?
What does he want a wife for? He's got Marge to sew on his buttons, and you to cook for him, and Judge Hooker to fight with. What more could a guy want?
I don't necessarily mean a wife, Leroy, but some attractive woman he could get interested in. Then he wouldn't have time to be irritable or critical. At least we could experiment.
Okay, but who'll we get to turn on the glamour?
Well, how about Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell?
Nope, her face has had too many retreads.
Well, what do you say to Miss Rosita Callahan?
Oh, she's got a pan like a rabbit.
Now, wait a minute, brother. Who's going to fall in love with this girl, you or Uncle Mort?
Oh, gee, I was just giving you a man's viewpoint.
Well, who would you pick up?
What about Amelia Hooker?
Judge Hooker's sister?
Sure. She's awfully nice and jolly, and she makes the swellest cakes and candy.
Yes. She's a high school teacher.
Is that so? What does she teach?
Oh, she teaches girls domestic silence. Gee, this'll be a cinch.
I don't know about that. You can't make a silk purse in a pig's eye. Now, building up a romance for your Uncle Mort ain't gonna be no picnic.
Picnic? That's it. We'll have a picnic on Sunday and invite Judge Hooker and his sister.
Uh-huh. Now make some of my famous potato salad. That ought to bring Judge Hooker.
And I'll ask Amelia to bake one of her luscious cakes. That should bring Uncle.
Yeah, and it'll probably bring all the aunts, too.
No, Marjorie, this is Sunday. The day I rest my feet. I refuse to go on your picnic.
But why not, Uncle Mort?
Well, you've heard about nature lovers, haven't you?
Of course.
Well, I'm a nature hater. Rocks, skunks, snakes, bees, swamps, mosquitoes. You can take all of them and give them back to the Boy Scouts and tell them to give them back to the Indians.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, think of all the fun we'll have at Underwood Falls.
What fun? Grinding the rubber off our tires?
No, we're saving rubber. We're taking the excursion train.
We? Who all's going on this pickle and potato salad promenade?
Well, there's Leroy and me and Judge Hooker and his sister.
Judge Hooker, yeah. Is Amelia Hooker going too?
Mm-hmm. And she's baked the most delicious devil food cake. For you, incidentally.
For me? But why devil's food?
I guess it's because she thinks you're such a handsome devil.
Handsome devil. Who, me?
Oh, Uncle Mort, that's the first time you've laughed in a week.
Huh?
Now, come on along. You'll have fun.
Marjorie, I told you how I feel about picnics.
No. Strange how Amelia thought you were an outdoor man. She said that you remind her of Gary Cooper.
What's so funny about that? Amelia's entitled to her opinion. Gary Cooper, eh? Gosh, I don't know what to say. Gary Cooper, huh? Well, I don't know.
Oh, why don't you join us, Uncle? We're leaving on the 10 o'clock.
Gary Cooper, huh? Excuse me, partner. Would you mind stepping away from that there mirror? Thanks. Oh, I see what she means by Gary Cooper. Amelia was talking about the wide open spaces.
Oh, my. Isn't this beautiful?
Mighty pretty country hereabouts, ma'am. The air is so fine and clear. Yes. You just say the word, Miss Amelia, and I'll climb that var tree and bring you down some eagle eggs.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, then, can I fetch you some more tater salad?
Oh, no, not another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Miss Amelia, no need to be formal. Just call me Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Throckmorton.
Sounds mighty like music hearing you say it, ma'am. Mind if I sit alongside of you here?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Don't move. Excuse me, Miss Amelia, but whereabouts did you put that devil's food cake?
Well, I put it right where you...
Never mind. Marjorie, have you got a nice wet cloth?
Oh, Throckmorton, what a shame.
Yeah, that was a darn good cake. Why can't you be more careful where you put your circumference, you big pudding punch?
Now, Horace Hooker, stop insulting Throckmorton.
Oh, I don't mind. Come, Miss Amelia, let's wander down to the pond and look at the water lilies.
Be careful, Amelia. Don't let the big bullfrog sit on a lily pad.
Why, that little joker.
Oh, look, aren't they pretty?
Would you like some? I'll wait out and get them for you.
Oh, no, Throckmorton, you'll get your shoes wet.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll just take them off. And my socks and roll up my trousers.
Now, be careful, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry. Ooh, the water's cold, isn't it?
No, Daniel Boone, it's just your feet that are cold.
I'll show you, Hooker. In just a second, Amelia. I'll have your bouquet in just a...
Throckmorton, say something.
Can't. Probably has a frog in his throat.
Look, the Panama hat's come to the surface. It's drifting away.
That's all right. He's probably weaving another one underwater.
Oh, here he comes. Well, thank goodness.
Who put that hole there? Oh, my goodness, I've ruined all my cigars.
We'll help him out, Horace.
Look at the big flounder. Here, Gildy, take my hand.
Yeah, thanks.
Is it very wet in there?
Oh, no, Judge. Come on in. The water's fine.
Hey, let go. Now look what you've done. Now I'm all wet.
You're telling me.
Oh, now, boys, that's enough fun for one day. Come on out.
Yeah, gladly, Amelia.
Sit down here, Uncle. Well, one thing good. Just wash the cake icing off your trousers.
Gee, there must be an easier way of doing it than that.
Here, Leroy, please dry off my watch.
Okay, I'll wring it out.
My goodness, give me a towel, someone.
Why don't you just shake yourself, you little Airedale?
Look at me, I'm a mess.
Yeah, you haven't changed a bit, Judge.
Here's your watch, Unc. Jeepers, look at the time.
Oh, it's almost time for our train.
And the station's a mile away.
Oh, gather up the picnic things, Leroy.
Where's your coat, Throckmorton?
Coat? I hung it on a limb of a tree while we were playing baseball. Oh, yes, there it is.
Well, I'll get it for you. Then we must hurry up. Oh.
What's the matter, Amelia?
Look, a bird. It's building a nest in your coat pocket.
What's that? Let me see. Look, everybody. A bird's building its nest in my coat pocket.
Oh, how sweet. Well, what a pity we have to dispossess her after all her work.
Well, what are we supposed to be, the FHA? Shoo her away and let's get going.
Oh, Horace, you're too cruel.
I am not. Well, what are you going to do? Leave your coat here?
Yes, by George, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Uncle, you'll catch cold.
No, I won't, my dear. The memory of that little mother bird's gratitude will keep me warm.
Gee, Unc, that's the only bird in the country with a double-breasted bungalow.
All right, Sir Walter Galahad, come on or we miss the train. Help me with our stuff, Amelia.
Yes, coming, Horace. That was a very sweet gesture, Throckmorton. I like that very much.
Now, Amelia. It's nothing that Gary Cooper wouldn't have done.
Can you carry the big basket, Unc?
Yeah, sure.
Keepers, Unc, why are you leaving your coat here?
Well, my boy, in the first place, it's made a wonderful impression on Amelia. In the second place, the rest of the suit was ruined anyway. And in the third place, that bird that was building the nest was a woodpecker. And I never argue with woodpeckers in the first place.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, a suggestion about getting your food budget to balance. You're on the lookout for economical main dishes, I know. Well, let me point out the thrifty product called Kraft Dinner. For Kraft Dinner not only gives you grand macaroni and cheese in a jiffy, it's very economical, too. To make this delicious Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese, you simply cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni in boiling water. You cook it not more than 7 minutes and drain off the water. Add a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every package, you sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni. In as little time as it takes the coffee to perk, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will love. Many smart homemakers are never without Kraft Dinner on the pantry shelf. So tomorrow, why don't you get your pantry set for delicious macaroni and cheese that you make in 7 minutes? Get several packages of Kraft Dinner. Love, like mumps and measles, hits awfully hard when it hits late in life, and Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has it bad. For the past week, Uncle Mort has been wooing and wowing Amelia Hooker. It's reached the stage where he's writing poetry. Now we find the Summerfield Shelley reciting a sonnet written especially for the fair Amelia.
If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold, I'd storm your castle, Miss Amelia, and on my charger I would steal you. You like that one?
Oh, indubitably, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thanks, Bertie. Or do you think she'd like this one better? 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk, a neck as graceful as a swan, a step as dainty as a fawn. The girl I mean is quite a looker. Her name is Miss Amelia Hooker.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's hard to choose between the two of them. You sure is some versifier.
Do you mean versifier?
No, it's a fire on account of that hot poetry you write. I bet you could get a job poetizing greeting cards.
Oh, I suppose I could, but I don't want to lose my immature standing. Incidentally, Bertie, don't mention a word about this to anybody, will you please?
Oh, no, sir.
I wanted to get your reaction, because I'm going to take Miss Amelia for a stroll through the park tonight and read her 15 or 20 of the poems I've written. There's going to be a wee fiddle moon.
Oh, there you are, Bertie. I just came over to borrow a pan to put under our sofa on account of the fellow she's calling on me tonight is such a drip. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How's the big romance between you and Amelia coming along?
What are you referring to, Dottie?
Oh, I heard all about your big moment. It's all over town like a newspaper in a high wind.
Where did you hear this rumor?
Well, the operator at the beauty parlor told me, and she had it from one of her customers whose sister-in-law has a maid that works next door to the judge's law clerk, and she got it straight out of Erskine Starr's column in the afternoon paper.
What?
Mm-hmm. It said, what big businessman, size 48 stub, is that way about the charming sister of a prominent jurist? It looks like a romance of April and November.
Oh!
What are you thinking about, Throckmorton?
Those crickets, Amelia. Listen to them. It's hard to believe that they can do that just by rubbing their hind legs together.
Oh, dear. Is that what you were really thinking about?
No, Amelia. I was thinking of your lips, like twin petals of a dewy rose. They... Amelia, there's something I must ask you.
Yes.
Would you give me a...
Yes.
Would you... If you got a match, my cigar's gone out.
Oh, really, Throckmorton, you shouldn't smoke so much.
I know it, but when I look at you, my heart's on fire, and I just can't help smoking a little bit. Incidentally, Amelia, I wrote a poem this afternoon. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
All right. It goes something like this. If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold... Well, what do you want?
Excuse me, buddy, but have you got a dime?
No, beat it. Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were engaged.
We're not engaged. We're just good friends. Go on, scram.
But all I asked for was a dime.
Amelia, do you happen to have change for a quarter?
Oh, no. No, I don't want a dime. I want the dime.
Throckmorton, I think the gentleman has a cold and is asking for the time.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, excuse me. Let's see. It's in 9:42.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. 9:42, huh? That means I got plenty of time. Mind if I sit here for a few minutes?
No, you can have the whole bench. Kind of wet here anyway. Come on, Amelia. Let's stroll across the grass. I still think he's trying to borrow a dime.
Oh, now let's forget everything else. It's a grand night for a walk, and you were starting to recite a poem.
Oh, yes, but I had such bad luck with the last one. I think I'll try another verse. Since I met you, I've lost all care. I feel like I'm walking on the air.
You're not walking on the air, mister. You're walking on the grass.
So what?
So I'm a park policeman, see, and it's against the law to trample on the turf, lounge on the lawn, or gamble on the green.
Who's gambling?
Oh, now, officer, it was purely unintentional.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you, girlie. Well, run along, and from now on, try to keep your father on the straight and narrow path. Bye-bye.
Boy, that flat-headed flatfoot. Why can't people let people alone when people are trying to recite poetry to people?
Oh, come on off the grass, Throckmorton, and do let me hear your poem.
Yeah, all right, Amelia. I'll try another one. Let me see. Oh, yes. 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk.
Well. Fancy meeting you two in the park.
I wonder if Shakespeare had to go through what I have to go through.
Oh, good evening, Horace.
Well, go on with your conversation, Gildy. Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh, what's the use? If you'll excuse me, Amelia, I'll run along home now.
Oh, but Throckmorton, I wanted to hear the rest of the, you know.
I know. I'm going to lock myself in my room and telephone it to you. Goodbye. Never felt better, my dear.
Why are you making those painful noises?
I'm practicing some singing exercises. Don't tell anybody, but tonight I'm going to serenade Honeybun. Miss Hooker.
Oh, you've certainly been in there pitching the woo, Uncle.
Pitching the what?
The woo, stringing a line, making with a heart throb.
If you're referring to my tender passion for Miss Hooker, Marjorie, yes, I've been giving Cupid the jive.
How's everything going?
Not so well. Last night I hit a snag.
You did?
Uh-huh. The snag's name was Judge Hooker.
You didn't actually hit him, did you, Uncle Mort?
If I didn't, then why is my mandolin all caved in? I smacked him right in the middle of his veranda.
But why, Uncle Mort?
Well, he made a big fuss just because I was strumming a few tunes to Amelia. Not that it was very late at night. Couldn't have been much later than 3. And he came barging out of the house in his nightgown, demanding that I hand over my mandolin. He kept yelling, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" So I finally did.
You shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
I know it. Now he's refused to let me visit his sister. Reminds you of Romeo and Juliet, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But if the judge has forbidden you to see Amelia, how are you going to serenade her?
Well, tonight's his lodge night. He belongs to the Summerfield's Nest of the International Order of Hoot Owls. In fact, he's the Grand Screech. So he should be gone by 8 o'clock.
Well, have you phoned to see if Amelia will be home tonight?
No, every time I call up, Hooker answers the phone. I'm going to try it again right now. Maybe he's gone out somewhere.
But suppose he hasn't.
Oh, I've got a scheme. I'll disguise my voice so he won't recognize me.
Hello? Hello. What number is it, please?
Judge Hooker's residence.
Oh, Georgia Hooky President, huh?
No, this is Judge Horace Hooker.
Oh, you Hooker Horsey, huh? No good.
No. This is Judge Hooker. Now, who's this?
You George Hooky. See, me sorry.
No. Who are you?
Oh, me know that long time.
What's your name and what do you want?
Me Lily, only Lily Henley.
Oh, thanks. We wash our own hands.
Oh, for corn's sake. I said very smelly.
What are you calling about?
Missy Hooky, she home, huh?
No, she isn't. Is there any message I can take?
No, Judge, just skip it.
Gildersleeve!
Now what are you going to do, Uncle Mort?
I don't give up very easily, Marjorie. Remember, love laughs at locksmiths and jeers at jugheads like the judge. I'm going to send Amelia a box of candy with a message inside. I read that someplace. That should do the trick. Hey, Bertie!
Was you calling me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Are you finished with the dishes yet?
I've done the dunking, but the wiping is waiting.
I want you to take a package over to Miss Amelia for me. Smuggle it in so her brother doesn't find it, see? Now, do you think you can act as Cupid's messenger in this case?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm the cupidest messenger in town.
Hey, Judge, hurry. We'll be late to the meeting.
I'm coming, Ralph. After all, it can't start until the grand screech arrives.
No, but if you're late, they're liable to elect a new one before you get there.
Oh, they couldn't do that.
Oh, no. If I remember correctly, that's how you were elected.
Yeah, but the first thing I did was to change that rule.
Yeah, well, hop in.
Wait a second. Someone's coming to the house, I think. Oh, hello, Bertie.
Oh, hello, Judge.
What have you got there? Something for me?
No, sir.
That must be for Miss Amelia.
Yeah, that's it. It's for Miss Amelia.
Fine. Just give it to me, and I'll take it into her.
But I've had strict instructions to put it right in her own hands.
Well, she's upstairs, and there's no use making her come down to answer the door. I'll take it.
I don't know whether that's right for me to do it.
Well, just give me one reason why not.
Okay, I'll give you a reason, but I have to go home to get it.
Fine. Now, just a second. There's no use you lugging that package all the way home and then back here again. Just leave it with me until you come back.
All right, so here it is.
Thanks, Bertie. I'll take good care of it.
That's mighty considerate of you, Judge.
Hey, what's the idea?
That's Gildersleeve's cook. I've forbidden him to see my sister, and dollars to donuts, this package is something he sent her.
What are you doing?
Foiling Big Gildersleeve. Well. Chocolates. Have some, Ralph.
Thanks. Oh, look, a note.
Let me see. Listen to this. Dearest darling Moonflower, I've phoned and called to see you all day long. But in vain. And who has so cruelly kept us apart? Your brother, the little tinker. Something's wrong with the S on his typewriter. I'll fool him. Tonight, when old Sourpuss is playing hoot owl, I'll glide beneath your window and let the golden notes of song pour out of my throat. Your fluffums wuffums.
Say, Judge, what are you going to do?
First, we're going to finish eating this candy. Then I'm going to get Amelia out of the house on some pretext or other. Then you and I are going upstairs and fill every pot, pitcher, and bucket in the house with water.
Why?
Well, when Fluffums Wuffums pours the golden notes of song out of his throat, we're going to pour the water out of the window.
If, for goodness sakes, quiet, you musicians. This is supposed to be a serenade, not a stampede.
Yeah, quiet, fellas.
Yeah. Now, you boys hide in the bushes while I tiptoe up in the porch. You get it? And I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, boys.
Now, take it easy and be quiet, boys. Ah, Amelia, light of my life, list to my song of love. Oh, just a little love, a little kiss. Just an hour that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above. And the little the big idea.
It's me, Gildy. I hope you're dripping wet, you great big drip.
Is that so? Well, you never touch me. I was here in the porch swing all the time.
Yeah, but you got the whole band. We're all doused. Yeah, let's turn these fellas right for making all that noise.
Oh, by the way, Hooker, that's the policeman's band.
What?
Fix yourself up pretty, Judge. You're about to have visitors.
I don't care. At least my sister never got to hear you.
Oh, no? Who do you think this is sitting in the porch swing with me? Rudy Valley? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been our last broadcast before our summer vacation. Before we go, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kraft Cheese Company for a most pleasant year. Also, my deep thanks to our writer, Leonard Levinson, and to the members of the cast for their able assistance. Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, my nephew, Lorene Tuttle, my niece, Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, who's Bertie, Earl Ross as Judge Hooker, Paula Winslow as Dottie Dobson, and William Randolph Mills, our musical director, and Cecil Underwood, our producer. I am proud to announce that during the 8 weeks we'll be off the air, the United States government will take over our half hour to bring you the Victory Parade. Each of the top NBC shows is contributing one program to this series, so be sure to listen in. I hope you all have a pleasant summer, and now, good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again August 30th at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Right now, you American homemakers are more nutrition conscious than ever before. You know that wholesome, nourishing food will help make strong Americans. Yes, and you're finding out that the right foods aren't necessarily expensive. Certainly a good example of that is nutritious Parquet margarine, the wholesome, delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food value. Why, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yet, for all its goodness, it's thrifty, too. Now, once you've tasted Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor, you'll agree it deserves a place on your table morning, noon, and night. So tomorrow, order a pound or two of delicious, nutritious Parquet margarine. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Music Hall, starring Bing Crosby and Bob Burns, with Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and the Music Maids. Bing's special guests for this evening include Pat O'Brien of the cinema, Josephine Tumina of the Metropolitan Opera Company, and Captain William Ryder of the 501st Parachute Battalion of the United States Army. And here's Bing Crosby.
Oh, with the twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eye. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's just as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just after all at your beck and at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
With the twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eye. When I think we're all through, you do magic and then you make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, that magic you do makes me love you.
Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck and at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Say, Bing, I'm awful glad you got through twisting your wrist as quick as you did, because I've got a little problem to discuss with you.
Well, I'd rather twist my wrist, but what's your problem?
And never mind your problem. How about me?
Who's that?
That's my problem.
Yeah?
Now listen, Burns. A bargain's a bargain. Are you or ain't you?
What goes here, Bob?
Well, Bing, this man is a radio fan, and he insists on meeting you right away. I've been trying to tell him there ain't no hurry.
No hurry, no hurry. Look, I got a date to meet Rudy Valley in a couple of minutes, and if you think I'm going to keep Rudy waiting, you're nuts.
Rudy waits for Barrymore. Why not you?
So you're Bing Crosby.
That's what they call me.
Well, if they call you that and ain't your name, see the district attorney. You got a case.
Listen here, character. Not only is your manner familiar, but that push of yours is an accident that couldn't happen twice.
If you're trying to place where you see me, I've been standing right outside Radio City here in Hollywood, getting autographs. Yeah. I've been doing it every day for 3 weeks. I've only got 1 more week left. I'm on a 4-week vacation.
From what?
Standing in front of Radio City, New York, getting autographs.
In other words, you're in California here, combining business with pleasure, huh? How'd you get in here?
Bribery.
Bribery?
Sure. I bribed Burns.
How much did he take you for? You know the regular tour's only 40 cents.
I didn't give him no money. I bribed him with an autograph.
You give him one of yours?
No, I took one of his. I hope I don't get caught with it.
You mean it might lower your standing?
Oh, sure. We have a pretty strict organization.
Naturally.
I've even got to be sartorially correct.
What do you mean sartorially correct?
Well, looking at you, I could understand you wouldn't know what it means to be sartorially correct.
Well, you know, Thursday night is cook's night out. I just climb into something simple. What's this about your sartorial correctness, anyhow?
Well, now, look.
Yeah.
I'm staying in front of Radio City on 5th Avenue in New York, see? I wear formal clothes. Mm-hmm. Morning coat and striped trousers for daytime, tails and white tie at night.
And in Hollywood?
I wear a raincoat.
Good move.
You must get to meet a lot of interesting people standing in front of Radio Cities.
Oh, I sure do, Connie. I'm constantly enlarging my acquaintanceship. Now, take a month to go in front of Radio City in New York. Guess who comes out?
I give up. Who?
Clark Gable.
No.
Yeah. So I says, hello, Clark. And he comes right back, hello, kid.
Isn't that cozy?
So a couple of weeks later, I'm hunting autographs in front of the Merchandise Mart in Chicago. And guess who comes out?
I'll be a blowed-up tomato if I know.
Clark Gable.
Your pal.
Yeah. So I says, hello, Clark. And he comes right back and he says, hello, kid. You see, we get to know each other.
Yeah. This thing is ripening into a beautiful friendship, isn't it?
Yeah. So a couple of weeks later, I come out here on my vacation, and I'm standing right outside here. Guess who comes out?
Clark Gable.
You guessed it. So naturally, I says, hello, Clarksy. But he don't crack. He don't give me a tumble. He's gone Hollywood.
Was ever thus.
Yep. Well, those are the trials a guy's got this up of getting autographs. But it's worth it. There's just one trouble.
A fly in the ointment of collecting autographs?
Yeah. What good are the darn things after I get them?
Well,
every room in the house is papered with autographs. I can't get the car in the garage. It's full of autographs. I open a linen closet to get a towel, and bang! I'm drying my hands on Myrna Loy in red ink.
Must be tough when you take a bath.
What bath? The tub's full of autographs.
Yeah, you know Burns has a rare item. His tub is autographed for the Ringling Brothers.
I never...
Yeah. You must run out sometime. He'll show it to you.
Right now, I want to hear Connie Boswell sing A Little Bit South of North Carolina.
Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to be. In a little brown shack in South Carolina, someone waits for me. In his letter he says the weather is fine, folks are feeling great, that the garden looks grand, the red rose vine clinging to the gate. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where my thoughts all stray, to the one I love best in South Carolina. I'm going back someday. I can hardly wait to see the face of the one I idolize. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, I'll find paradise. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to be. In a little brown shack in South Carolina, someone waits for me. In his letter he says the weather is fine, folks are feeling great, and the garden looks grand, the red rose vine is clinging round the gate. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to stray, to the one I love best in South Carolina. I'm going back someday. I can hardly wait to see the face of the one I idolize. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, I'll find paradise. I'll find paradise.
Thank you, Connie. And now that the baseball season's on us, it's a pleasure to welcome Pat O'Brien to the Old Kraft Music Hall for the 9th time. Not only is Pat a big man in the football department, as attested to by Newt Rockney All-American, but Pat was one of the best third base coaches in the history of college baseball. Isn't that right, Pat?
Well, if you say so, Bingo, I'll go for that.
Okay, any man on the Marquette team would tell you. They used to say, if you get as far as second, O'Brien will get you to third and take care of you. That was O'Brien's slogan. And how he lived up to it is best emphasized by the story about the time a guy comes legging it down from second. He's about to tag the bag and beat it for home when he's flagged down at third by O'Brien, although the gardeners are still kicking the apple out around the backboards. The runner came out of the dust with a strawberry on his hip and tears into O'Brien like this. Hey, what's the idea of stopping me? Here I am standing on third with a guy on his way from first, another guy on his way from second. You know, you keep stopping people here at third, and this base will turn into the bottleneck of the whole game. They still ain't fielded that ball. What's the idea of stopping me? What am I doing here?
Get a nice cold drink here. If you're 20 down, drink 20 down.
What do you think I do, drink pop when I run bases?
Nope, that's why I stopped you. Everybody stops at third base to buy refreshments from O'Brien.
Not me. I don't want no pop.
Peanuts, popcorn, cigars, cigarettes, chewing gum, sandwiches, hot dogs, coffee, the best grub on the diamond. Why, some of the candy butchers in the stands come down here to eat.
Now, listen, how long you going to keep me standing here while you hustle merchandise?
Who asked you to stand, brother? Who asked you to stand? Get a nice, soft straw mat for only 10 cents. You can be sitting pretty.
Well, if that's the pitcher up there hitting, I may as well sail for the match. Slip it under me.
Better take two, brother. Better take two. Remember, you're playing for Los Angeles.
Okay, but you better get me off this base before them two guys from first and second get here, boy.
No hurry, no hurry. When those two guys show up, I might be able to sell you a pinochle deck.
I think now I understand that slogan. If you get as far as second, O'Brien will get you to third and take care of you. Look, how long you had this concession here at third base?
Oh, a couple of seasons now, but doing all right, too. Everybody advised me to take the spot over by first base.
Why?
Well, they figured with guys going for walks and things, they figured the traffic was apt to be heavier over around first than it is here at third.
Yeah, sure, that's right.
Yeah, but I figured I'd go after the class business instead of just volume. So, well, I got me this little place by third. I figured nobody gets to third unless he's been around.
That's what he don't know.
Oh, I got great plans for this place. You ought to see the jukebox I picked out yesterday.
Yeah, you're going to put in a jukebox, too?
Certainly, why not? No drive-ins complete without a juke. And what a model I've got. Latest thing, just come out. 100% indirect red, white, and blue fluorescent lighting. Put a nickel in it, snaps your picture, shows your weight, tells your fortune, brushes off your shoes, sprays your coat with eau de cologne, and plays me bounce, me brother, with a solid hour.
Must be cheap cologne.
What do you want for a nickel? Canal number 2?
Look, what happens with the juke if a guy puts a cuter into it?
Everything I told you. Plus a small steak with French fries and a zombie.
Boy, you're going to make third base the hottest spot in the diamond.
Just shows what a guy can do starting on a shoestring.
Some shortstop needed to make a shoestring catch, I suppose.
Save those cracks for the guys in the dugout.
Sorry.
I'm standing here at third, and all of a sudden a guy slides in with a shoelace broken. I happen to have a spare in my pocket, so I sell it to him. Excuse me, here's another customer sliding in from second.
Say, O'Brien, I sure like to come to your third base. It's the only one in the whole league where they ain't got a third baseman hanging around.
I took care of that. I found out having a third baseman around kept people away from the base. Jinxed the joint.
Yeah, I can see how that'd hurt your business, but how'd you keep the third baseman away?
Gave the guy a little piece of the place. Naturally, he wants to do as well as he can for himself, so he stays away. What can I do for you, brother? You got your pants pretty dusty from that slide.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could get brushed off here.
It'd be a pleasure to brush you off, brother. Providing you buy a brush. Or if you got time to wait, we could send the pants out and have them cleaned for you.
You run a cleaning service here at third base, too?
With a team like ours that gets cleaned at every game, no use letting the business go to outsiders.
I want to tell you, time sure does fly. Well, I can remember when I first come to third base here, Pat. You didn't have nothing but a little old lemonade stand, and I was scared to buy the lemonade because it didn't look fit to drink.
Now, that's a fine thing to say. Didn't I wipe off every lemon I used with a clean linen rag?
Yeah, then you squeeze the rag into some water.
All right. Now, listen, Burns, this business couldn't have grown the way it has if I hadn't given good service.
Well, of course, it did kind of help that everybody has to pass your place on his way home.
And I give them what they want. After my juke gets here tomorrow, I'm putting in a dance floor, maybe a small floor show.
A floor show at third base?
Certainly, why not? You got to give people entertainment. You ever seen the Yankee Stadium?
Sure.
Well, it may surprise you to hear that the Yankee Stadium started as a little concession off third base.
Yeah?
Why, certainly. The place at third got to attracting such crowds with the peanuts and pop and hot dogs and stuff they were selling, they decided to keep the people there eating the stuff all afternoon. And that's how they happened to put in the baseball game.
Well, what do you know?
I may even advertise this place on the radio. I got a theme song, goes something like this. I was sitting by third base one day in the merry, merry month of May. I was peddling cigars and little candy bars while sitting by third base one day.
Now, if you want to build the joint up fine, I suggest you add another line. Among the best it's reckoned, and a fella rounding second will tell you all about this line. Oh, let me hear it.
Tell me all about this line.
You remember the old proverb about an apple a day? Well, considering all we know now about nutritional values, we might say a salad a day keeps the doctor away. Salads are fine protective foods. A salad a day is a good health rule. And here's a rule for extra enjoyment. Serve your salads with Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is the famous salad dressing that makes folks who just tolerate salads turn enthusiastic. It has such a marvelous flavor. Not too sharp, not too oily, not too bland. A flavor that's just exactly right. So many millions feel that way about Miracle Whip that it outsells the next 20 leading brands combined. With the salad dressing. Oh, won't you try Miracle Whip? You may find, as so many others have, that Miracle Whip just hits the spot. It's a different kind of dressing, you know, a unique combination of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise. Miracle Whip salad dressing. Ask for it tomorrow.
Makes no difference, hands me. I'll get along without you now, that's plain to see. I don't care what happens next, for I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, because it makes no difference now. It was just a year ago when I first met you. I learned to love you, thought you'd love me too. But that's all in the past, and I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, because it makes no difference now. Now that we have really parted, I can't believe we're through. I don't blame myself, sure I can't blame you. There was something had to happen, and it happened somehow. I don't worry, because it makes no difference now. After all is said and done, I'll soon forget you. Although I know it's going to be so hard to do. Let things happen as they will, and I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, got no worries. I don't worry, because it makes no difference now. America's #1 parachute trooper, a title he acquired by being the first man to volunteer when he heard the Army was forming a unit of jump fighters, Captain William T. Ryder of the 501st Parachute Battalion of Fort Benning, Georgia, is at present in Hollywood acting as technical advisor on RKO's forthcoming saga of the Chute Men Parachute Battalion. Now, never having jumped out of anything higher than a double bed myself, I really should think it would take colossal courage, Captain, to rely completely on a little piece of cloth.
Oh, I don't know, Bing. The tiniest babies rely completely on a little piece of cloth.
Yeah.
Bing, the parachute troops have landed and got the situation well in hand.
Seriously, Bing, I think the real reason the men in the battalion have confidence in their parachutes is that each man folds his own chute.
Well, I guess I'm out then. I can't even tie a necktie.
So I see.
Yes.
Well, I guess it's pretty clear to both of us, Captain, that Bing ain't just the kind of man you'd want in the parachute battalion.
Perhaps not, Bob. But if you were unmarried, between the ages of 21 and 32, and looked healthy, you might be the kind of man the parachute battalion was looking for.
If I was all you said and they wanted me to join the parachute battalion, they'd have to look for me.
Well, parachute jumping isn't anything to be afraid of. It's just a matter of practice.
Yeah, and that's something else I can't understand. What's the sense of practicing something you got to do perfectly the first time?
Well, there's a lot more practicing to the training than just learning how to jump. Actually, the jumping is merely a method of transportation.
What do you think of the captain's form of transportation, Bing?
They never going to take the place of the pushmobile.
Say, how's about it? Can I throw a question in here, men?
Pat O'Brien throwing in a question from third base.
Say, Captain, when you say jumping is merely a matter of transportation, just how do you mean that?
Well, to the men in the parachute battalion, when you're up in an airplane and you want to get down to earth in a hurry, parachute jumping is the easiest way.
I see. Well, what happens if a man's in training and when his time to jump comes, it doesn't look so easy?
He's given a second chance to jump immediately afterwards. If he doesn't make it the second time, he's transferred to another outfit within a few hours. There's no stigma attached to it. He's a perfectly good soldier, but just not the type for the parachute battalion.
Well, just how much training do you give a man before you get a chance to decide whether or not he is the type?
6 to 8 weeks, Miss Bothwell. During that time, in addition to the jumping instructions, he learns to pack his own parachute, a job that takes even an expert a good half hour.
Must be enough cloth in one of those chutes to make a shirt for John Trotter.
Just put sleeves in it. The chutes are 28 feet across and are made up of 28 panels of pure silk.
It must be embarrassing if you get a run in that silk.
We prevent runs by not keeping our parachutes up with garters.
On the other hand, if you got garters to keep the chutes up, you could ignore the runs. Now that training period, what goes there?
Well, some of it is devoted to learning how to jump from a grounded plane, tumbling, how to land, and how to carry on offensive warfare after you get up off the ground.
I know people who have trouble getting up off a couch. How do you boys manage to pick yourselves up after a drop you make?
We really don't land as heavily as most people think. It's about like stepping off the top of an automobile going 15 miles an hour.
Well, after this training, Captain, how many times do you have to jump before you're really in the battalion?
The requirements are that you have to participate in 2 mass jumps from 750 feet. That may be with as many as 60 men, and 4 solos from 750, 1,000, and 1,500 feet.
Well, that's pretty low, isn't it, Captain? Stuntmen have told me that the civil authorities won't let them bail out below 2,000 feet. It's too dangerous.
That's true, Pat. But it takes too long to float down from that height, so we do most of our peacetime jumping from 750 feet.
How long a ride do you get from that height, Cap?
If the chute opens properly, you come down in 40 to 50 seconds. If not, you'll make it in 8.5 seconds.
I take it yours is always open properly.
Well, the static line takes care of that.
Static? Static seems to be better for you than us, then.
The static line is a secret cable device attached to the plane. Normally, it opens the main chute automatically 1.5 seconds after you bail out. If something goes wrong, we have an emergency chute. Of course, that's not much help if you don't remember the slogan.
What's the slogan?
It don't mean a thing if you don't pull that string.
Well, what do you do when you do pull the string? Just hang on? I mean, you can't steer the thing.
Yes, you can. With the risers that connects the chute to the harness. To slide to the right, you pull the right risers. That collapses that side of the chute. It's as safe as driving a car.
Yeah, it may be safer than driving a car in Los Angeles.
Got any L.A. boys in your group, Captain?
The 48 states are pretty well represented by the 500 men now in the battalion under the command of Major Miley. And we're growing all the time. Eventually, we'll have several battalions, all under the command of Colonel William Lee.
Oh, I'm sure we all wish every one of them innumerable happy landings.
Thanks, Bing. And you might help us out.
How?
The battalion's looking for a fight song. Happen to know of an appropriate one?
Fight song? Let's see. How about Jump and Jive or the 1 o'clock jump?
They've already been disqualified.
Well, I'm sorry, then. That's all I'm up on now. But Connie has a ballad called Things I Love. Would you care for that?
I'd certainly like to hear it.
Say, excuse me, Connie, before you sing for the captain, I'd like to ask him a question, if I can.
What's your question, Bob?
Well, I knew you was going to be here in the hall this evening, Captain, and I got to thinking about this parachute jumping. In fact, I thought so much about it that last night I dreamed about it. I dreamed I jumped out, I bailed out, counted 10, and pulled the string.
What happened?
My pajama pants fell off.
Well, you better sing for the captain, Connie.
The glow of sunset in the summer skies, the golden flicker of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. Once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turn the silver snow to gold. A robin serenade babbling brook beside our rendezvous. Your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love. Thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. A robin serenade when day is through. A babbling brook beside our rendezvous. Your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love.
Following things I love, we're wide open for Carpenter. Tell him about those things we all love, Ken.
To dress up vegetables, make them really exciting instead of just commonplace, there's nothing like smooth, golden hollandaise. But you may say hollandaise sauce is so hard to make, and that, lady, is where Kraft can help you. Kraft's Home Economics Kitchen has developed an easy recipe for can't-fail hollandaise. Just listen. Put 1 cup of Miracle Whip salad dressing in the top of a double boiler over hot water, and let it stand for 10 minutes without boiling. And then add 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, mix well, and serve with pride. Now, what could be simpler? And definitely, it's good. The famous Miracle Whip flavor that does so much for salads is perfect in hollandaise. Plan now to serve new asparagus with hollandaise this weekend. And when you buy your Miracle Whip, you'll get the quart size if you're thrifty, the economical large size that in Canada is known as the 32-ounce jar. You won't be buying too much. Miracle Whip salad dressing has so many uses. Say, Dr. Crosby.
Yeah?
I've got something astounding to tell you.
So, what's that, Carp?
Well, I found out that Professor Burns tells the truth.
Listen, son. If a man in a white uniform and a conductor's cap backs up a wagon and comes after you, don't open your mouth. Don't say anything.
Really?
No.
Really? Well, you remember last Thursday when Professor Burns said there was so much iron in his alfalfa that every time he milks his cow, she bongs?
Yes.
Well, it's true. I was out there. I milked her.
You did?
She sounds exactly like this.
Come here. Those didn't sound like bovine bongs, Carp.
Well, what then, sir?
Like hair in your eye.
Oh, you mean bangs?
Yes, and go. With you as Kraft Music Hall Matters proceed with Pat O'Brien, Josephine Taminia, Captain William Ryder of the Parachute Battalion, Burns, Trotter, and Miss Connie Boswell of New Orleans.
I make a date for golf. You can bet your life it rains.
I try to give a party, and the guy upstairs complains.
You get trouble too, huh? I guess I'll go through life just catching colds and missing trains. Everything happens to me.
I never miss a thing. I've had the measles and the mumps.
And every time I play an ace, my partner always trumps.
Well, I guess I'm just a fool who never looks before he jumps. Everything happens to me.
At first my heart thought love could break this jinx for me, but love would turn the trick to end despair.
I never try to fool this head that thinks for me. I've mortgaged all my castles in the air.
I telegraphed, I phoned, sent an airmail special too. Her answer was goodbye, there was even postage due.
Well, I did the same darn thing.
Did you now?
His answer said that we were through.
Well, looky here.
Everything happens to me.
I purchased me some horses, brought them up from Argentine.
Well, tell me, do they like California?
Love it.
Do they find the climate fine?
Well, they find the climate nice, but they can't find the finish line. Everything happens to me.
I tried to paint a portrait of the man whose heart is mine.
That's sweet. That ought to set you solid, right where you really like to shine.
Yeah, but when I got it finished, it just looked like Frankenstein.
Too flattering.
Everything happens to me.
Ain't it a mess? You know it can't be just hard luck that makes life rough to me.
What makes you think fate's fixed you to get stuck?
Well, such simple sums as 2 and 2 look tough to me.
Well, that's ignorance, my boy.
Ignorance?
Not lack of love. Now, you take those shirts you wear, son.
Like them?
They ain't, mature.
Well, they showed up with my laundry, and where they came from, I'm not sure.
You got the wash that should have gone to Darth L'amour.
Everything happens to me.
For instance, when we sing a song, it's always in your key.
Well, you shouldn't moan about that, Miss Constance, 'cause you'd do just as much for me.
Yeah, but you got me singing F's when my high note is only C.
I'll make you a coloratura.
Not this season.
You don't want to be a coloratura?
I can't get up there.
Well, looky here. Everything happens to me.
Say, Bing, I was just listening. That seemed kind of funny to me, you and Connie singing Everything Happens to You two. I just about begun to think that everything happens to my Grandma Snazzy.
Is that right? Is Grandma stopping with you now? Is she here?
No. I got another letter from her.
Got a letter? Oh, get it out. I love those letters.
No, sir.
Come on.
No, you caught me on that twice, and before, and then Don Amici comes over here and he catches me. I get up here and make a fool out of myself by reading all that personal stuff from Grandma. No, sir.
Come on, Russ.
No,
Don't
sir.
be an old spoiled sport.
No.
Read it.
No, I ain't gonna do it.
All right, if that's the way you feel about it, don't bother. Don't read it.
Of course, if you're going to get mad about it, Bing, after all, I have to work with you here, and Grandma's way down there, and I haven't read it myself yet, but I'll read it now, but just remember, it Bing's the cause of it. Don't blame me for it. Anyhow, Grandma says, Dear Robin, we have been listening to you every Thursday, but are worried about getting you this Thursday since they started that daylight saving time. Now a body don't never know what time is which. Even our old cuckoo clock is all mixed up. Every hour the cuckoo just comes out and shrugs his shoulders. Even that watch you sent me don't help much. I guess it is just a California watch. It is earthquake-proof, fog-proof, and rain-proof. But yesterday I took it out in the sun and it stopped. Them presents you have been sending us don't always turn out so good, but we appreciate them just the same. Your Aunt Pudgy said to thank you for sending her that two-way stretch. The two-way stretch don't help her much, though, because she stretches three ways. Your Uncle Baldwin was taken to the hospital last week. Well, now I declare I don't understand that. That's my lucky uncle. Honestly, that's my Uncle Baldwin Hink. He's the luckiest man in Arkansas. They call him Lucky Baldwin Hink. I can't understand. I guess his His luck must have changed, poor fella, but, well, I'll read what she says here. She says, your Uncle Baldwin was taken to the hospital last week. I declare it beats all how that man's luck holds out. The second day he was in the hospital, he got a fever of 105 and won the day's high money in the fever pool. Well, Grandma says your Grandpa Pelican Snelson is having a little trouble with his legs. It seems like one of his legs says it's going to rain, and the other one keeps jumping up and down denying it. Well, that is all for this time, except to tell you that your Uncle Slug is getting plumb out of hand with his drinking. He seems to be having the same trouble the government is having. Too many bottlenecks. Well, there was a time when all you had to do to find him was to go down to Spike Wallace's musical cocktail bar. You could always find your Uncle Slug and a glass of beer over in the corner with their heads together. But now he has switched drinks, and I don't know what has come over the boy. Robin, what in the world do they put in them zombies? Ever since he started drinking them zombies, all he has been doing is going around saying, I am a social butterfly. I am a social butterfly. We didn't put no stock in it till yesterday 2 men come and took him away in a net. I think that's just awfully cute. That I'm sorry I can't send you that group picture of all 27 of us that you asked for. I wanted to have one taken while Slug was still with us, and I sent to Fort Smith and got a professional photographer. But your Uncle Slug had just had a few zombies, and he staggered and weaved around so much that when the picture was developed, your Uncle Slug was standing in front of every one of us. She said, don't blame your Uncle Slug too much. It's that swing music at Spike Wallace's that's ruining the boys of Van Buren. Well, now, after that letter, I wouldn't have the heart to play one of them swing pieces tonight. So instead of that, I'm going to play a piece tonight on the bazooka. I'm going to play one of those high-class numbers called Dance of the Hours. And just to be sure that it's going to be a high-class number, we've imported an outside conductor tonight. We have sent at great money Dr. Lillis Toscanini Stokowski Crosby. Now then, I see Dr. Crosby's coming into the hall. The lights are being lowered. And the doctor is stepping up on the rostrum, on the podium. He's rapping for attention. They're about to start. Listen carefully.
Very good, Bob. Was the tempo all right for you? While the world is mulling over that miserable muling, Trotter and I are going to come in with something a little more sentimental. Introduction. To
hearts that pass in the night, in the magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Two hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with the dawn. So, for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divining. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts that pass in the night. You were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divining. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts that pass in the night.
The first time Josephine Timinia was with us here in the old Kraft Music Hall back in 1936, she just made a promising debut with the San Francisco Opera Company. When asked about her plans for the future, she said, and I quote, "I have only one plan, to try not to make any mistakes." Well, it seems perfectly obvious that Josephine hasn't, for after her debut with the Metropolitan Opera Company this winter, Virgil Thompson, music critic for the New York Herald Tribune, wrote, "The cleanness of her vocalization, the solidity of her rhythm, the incredible accuracy of her tonal marksmanship all go to make up a vocal technique such as has not been heard here for many years." Now, when you induce a tough New York critic to turn on like that, you got it. However, if you haven't already got the idea that Josephine sings much better than fair, lend an ear to Miss Josephine Timinia, accompanied by Shibli Boys, singing Quando Rapido in Estasi, from Lucia di Lammermoor.
Quando rapido in estasi del più cocente ardore, col fomentar del cuore, mi giuro per nafe, in estasi del più cocente ardore, col fomentar del cuore, mi giuro per nafe, gli affanni miei dimentico, e gioia diviene pianto. Parmi che dove la canto si schiudo, e c'è per me si schiuda, e c'è per me del più cocente ardore.
Josephine, very fine indeed.
Thank you, Bing. It's like old home week coming back to Kraft Music Hall.
You know, it's a funny thing, Pat O'Brien's around tonight. You know, you and he both made your first appearances in the hall here together.
That's right, Bing, and tonight's my 9th.
Well, this is only my 8th. You're doing better than I am.
Well, that's only because you've been away someplace studying music and working, and I try not to work, and I never study. They can always get me.
From now on, I'll try to stick around more.
I wish you would, Josephine. You being one of the few people we know who can sing both opera and popular music.
Yeah, and good, too. You know, Bing, I'll never forget how Josephine swung the wren and lo, hear the gentle lark.
Yeah, and this evening, she and Connie are going to riffle through Listen to the Mockingbird.
Bob, I guess you always get the bird, don't you?
You've been listening to me.
Well, how about it, Joe? You ready?
Come on, Connie, let's cut it up.
Oh, we'll sharpen my scissors. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird is singing all the day. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. Still singing where the weeping willows play.
Nice thing, ladies. Very nice indeed. Certainly a new kind of mockingbird. Septimus Winter whipped up that tune 4 years before Thomas H. Bailey scored off a ballad equally popular today. That would be 1850, the year that English sparrows were imported to this country to combat caterpillars. And Jenny Lind, the Swedish nightingale, making her debut at Castle Garden under the aegis of P.T. Barnum, was given a rosewood bookcase containing Audubon's Birds and Quadrupeds of America by the New York Fire Department. But as I started to say, with some slight assistance, you may recall the tune Mr. Bailey wrote that year. I'm sure you remember.
Tell me the tales that to me were so dear. Long, long ago. Long, long ago. Sing me the songs I delighted to hear. Long, long ago, long ago. Now you are come, all my grief is removed. Let me forget that so long you have roved. Tell me the tales that to me were so dear. Long, long ago, long ago. now you are come, all my grief is removed. Let me forget that so long you have roved. Tell me the tales that to me were so dear, long, long ago, long ago.
Continuing with 1850, that was the year Charles Dickens came out with David Copperfield. Ken Carpenter came out quite a little bit later, but the only thing is when he comes out, man, he really comes on.
Right now, when everyone goes for salads, is the time to swing to Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip makes salads so lively, gives them character and zest. One taste, and you know why it's the brand that all America prefers. Famous for different flavor, Miracle Whip is unique in texture, too. It's mixed in a patented beater exclusive with Kraft. Has a wonderful creamy smoothness that you get in no other brand. Do try Miracle Whip very soon. Try it on green salads, fruit salads, coleslaw, and see what it does for sandwiches, too. And don't forget that hollandaise sauce. Food dealers get fresh supplies of Miracle Whip salad dressing every few days.
John, when the March from Peter and the Wolf by Prokofiev is played any better than that, it'll probably be you playing it at the Pacific Square Friday and Saturday night in San Diego.
You're very flattering, sir.
Well, that's just a ruse to get one of those double mellow trotter intros into Till Reveille.
I hope your ruse worked.
I hope it do.
Till Reveille, I dream the whole night through. Each night till I hear Reveille, I dream, my dear, of you. I have your face before me. The moments we're apart, taps till I hear reveille. I dream of you, sweetheart.
From taps till reveille, I dream the whole night through. Each night till I hear reveille, I dream, my dear, of you, my dear, of you.
I have your face before me. The moments we're apart. From taps till I hear reveille, I dream of you, sweetheart.
Thus, friends, another Thursday in the old Kraft Music Hall gets stashed away. But we're preparing another item for a week from tonight. Same time, Burns, Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter, Carpenter, the Music Maids will all be with you then. We hope you'll be with us. Alec Templeton's going to be here next Thursday, and besides Alec, we've invited Walter Pidgeon of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Try and catch Walter and Alec and us, will you? Until next Thursday, same time as tonight, adios.
Ladies and gentlemen, a brief special announcement in honor of National Restaurant Week. This year, National Restaurant Week is being celebrated from May 5th to May 11th. Kraft is happy to salute the occasion and, in the name of the restaurant men and women of America, to extend a special invitation to you to dine out. We all know what a pleasure a dinner at a good restaurant can be, especially for wives and mothers. Plan now to enjoy that pleasure sometime this coming week. And tune in the Kraft Music Hall next week at the same time to hear Bing Crosby with Bob Burns, Johnny Trotter and his orchestra, Connie Boswell and the Music Maids, and Bing's special guests for the evening, Alec Templeton and Walter Pidgeon. The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
Listen to the rhythm of the Kraft Malted Milk Shaker. Then pour yourself some Kraft's delicious malted milk. If your house is all torn up with spring cleaning or moving, you're a lucky person if you have Kraft sweetened, chocolate-flavored malted milk on your pantry shelf. Because then you can sit down and relax with a cool, frosty Kraft chocolate malted in your hand. A drink that really refreshes you and helps you to do more work, yet feel less tired at the end of the day. That's because a Kraft malted gives you quick food energy through the combination of malt and cane sugars and the fine nutrients of milk. And when you're rushed at mealtime, think of Kraft malteds and sandwiches. Easy, satisfying, mighty good. Kraft malteds are fine for the children anytime, and youngsters love them. Your food store has Kraft sweetened, chocolate-flavored malted milk. It comes in 1 pound and 2 pound cans and in the new 10-cent packages. Get some tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Charlie McCarthy Show.
Bergen, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Ray Noble and his orchestra, our guests that great character actor Walter Brennan, and the singing star of Edgar and Charlie's new RKO picture. Here we go again, Ginny Simms and Charlie McCarthy.
Hello, Ginny, dear.
Hello, Charlie, darling.
Oh, Ginny, you make me feel so silly. Are you all right now, dear? Are you all better?
Of course I'm all right, Charlie.
Of course I know what you went through.
Well, certainly she's all right. Why shouldn't she be?
Well, Bergen, I heard that after Ginny played a love scene with you in the picture,
Yeah.
she went home with a chill.
Is that so? That's not funny.
No, it's tragic.
Here. Well, don't tear me down in front of Ginny.
No, I won't do that. Just promise me. I promise you.
The least you can do is build me up.
Build you up.
Yes.
You want me to misrepresent?
No. That's not exactly the word. You see, Charlie, there are times when we prefer to, cover up our faults.
Oh, I see. You want to borrow my hat.
No.
Well, tell me, Bergen, I don't like to be inquisitive.
No.
But I do.
Yes.
How are you doing with Ginny? Just off the record. Making any progress?
Well, shall I say, I've been entertaining her with, shall I say, some degree of success?
Yeah?
Yes.
Did you, or are you just, shall I say?
Well, you see, Charlie, Ginny is different.
Yeah.
Yes, she's really different.
They're all different, my boy. They're all different. Tell me more, fool.
Now, wait. Well, Ginny's the type of a girl that she doesn't care for glamour and nightlife.
Uh-huh.
She prefers the simple things.
She does?
Yes.
You're sitting pretty, aren't you? Well, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, have you kissed her? Have you?
Well,
You liar. No. Come on. Remember, we're pals. I don't talk.
All right.
Much.
Well,
Didn't you?
well, what business is it of yours?
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Yeah. But after all, why should I?
Why should you?
Yes.
That's too much, boy. That's too much. It's being done, you know.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Yes, last night. Yes.
I held her hand.
You brazen fellow, you.
Yes, and then I looked into her eyes.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen, romance creeps into the story. Smells a rat and creeps out. You know, all right, just be quiet. What?
Ginny's coming this way.
Oh, now remember, don't tear me down. Okay, Bertie, okay. Build me up. Okay, I'll tell you.
There you are, Ginny, there you are.
Hello, Edgar.
Yes.
Go ahead, Romeo, do your stuff.
There you are, Ginny. There you are.
This is going to develop into a beautiful love.
You'll forgive me, Ginny. When I'm with you, I feel like a boy of 21.
Well, you couldn't be much more than that, could you?
Uh-oh. Answer the lady.
Well, I must confess, I'm afraid I've sneaked into the 30s.
Sneak into the... You're slopping over into the 40s. That's good. You'll never see 38 again.
What do you mean?
Except around your waist, dog.
Tell me, Ginny, what type of a man is your ideal?
Well, first I like a man who is always cheerful and happy.
Is he obvious or is he obvious?
I'm glad that I have been blessed with a happy disposition.
She said happy man, not slap happy.
And now, Ginny, what else do you like in a man?
Well, he must be athletic.
Athletic, yes, of course, yes.
Bergen is a 2-goal yo-yo player.
And what other requirements, if I might be so bold?
If he might be so bold. Isn't it sickening?
Well, now,
yes.
He must be liberal and generous and, well, liberal and generous.
Well?
You give up, don't you?
Wait a minute.
Goodbye, everybody.
Come here.
What?
Do you realize this is our last broadcast of the season?
And I didn't get my case of Sanborn Kiss yet either.
Oh, well, come.
Well, I'm glad it's the last because after all, you and I, yes, we're going away.
Oh, yes.
We're going to the naval reserves and things like that. We're going to learn how to be good sailors.
But you'll miss the place, don't you think?
I think so, too, because this is a beautiful place where we broadcast.
It's been so homey down here.
The nicest looking barn we've ever been in. It's the nicest looking place we've ever been in.
The coziest little studio in the place.
Get along that wall over there.
Yes.
Isn't that a beautiful wall?
Marvelous.
You know what that wall reminds me of?
What?
This one over here.
Well, the wall. Suppose you walked over there and you bored a hole in that wall.
Okay, I walk over there and I bore a hole in the wall.
Why? Why should you go over there and bore a hole in that wall?
I'm not boring a hole in the wall.
Why should you go over there and bore a hole in that wall?
Well, you said to me, suppose you go over there and bore a hole in the wall.
That makes no sense.
I was dopey enough to say I'll go over and bore a hole in the wall. You're not going to put that blame on me, brother.
Wait a minute.
I don't go around boring holes in the wall. After all, if I want to get out of here, I don't have to go out through a hole in the wall. They got excites here if I want to get out. Excites. E-A-I.
What makes you so dumb?
Oh, it just comes to me natural.
Sure. Suppose you walk into a baseball park. What teams are playing?
I don't know.
Then what are you doing in that baseball park?
You got me in there, I'll set me up.
What is the first thing you buy in a baseball park?
A hot dog.
A hot dog?
Without mustard.
Oh, no. Mustard goes with the hot dog.
That was mine.
Mustard was made for the hot dog.
Oh, I don't care what the mustard's made for. I don't eat it. I don't like it.
Oh, that's different.
That's well, if I don't like mustard, I don't have to eat it for you or nobody else.
I didn't know you disliked it.
What do you think, yeah, big man, if you say eat mustard, I gotta eat it?
I'm not telling you.
I'm my own boss, you know.
I only say it.
Anything that's going to make me sick, I don't have to eat it.
No, you don't.
Mustard makes me sick. I don't want to walk around the streets sick.
Right.
I'm a married man. I've got a wife and 2 children. If I eat mustard, I get sick. I can't work. What happens to my kids?
Now, wait a minute.
They wind up in the orphan asylum. Fine night, I could send my kids to an orphan asylum. What do my kids ever do to you?
Nothing at all.
All right, you've got to put them away in the orphan asylum.
Enough is enough.
After all, I'm able to support them kids. You got a right to put them away.
This is our last night.
Come on, get my kids out of the orphan.
What started all this? Mustard. Well, I mean, it's there if you want it.
Take it away. I don't want it. I don't like it.
What I'm trying to convey to you is that the hot dog and the mustard go together.
Let them go together. I don't spoil any romance. I don't like it, that's all.
All right, so you don't like it.
I like Worcestershire short.
Are you on?
Worcestershire short.
Worcestershire short.
You can't even say it.
You can't, you don't like mustard. Give me a reason. Who are you that you shouldn't like mustard? What are you, some big shot or something? Too big a guy to like mustard?
Now, what did mustard ever do for me?
Oh, what kind of an argument?
All right, pick your friends. What do you want? Me or mustard?
Just a minute. Do you know where mustard comes from?
I know they don't scrape it off a mustard plaster.
Certainly not. They manufacture mustard. Do you know they spend millions of dollars every year to put factories just to manufacture mustard? Do you know those factories employ thousands and thousands of men just to manufacture mustard? Do you know those men take care of thousands of families and homes all on account of mustard? And you, just because you don't like mustard, what do you want them to do? Close those factories down and put all those people out of work?
Do you mean to stand there and tell me just because I don't eat mustard, I'm closing down a mustard factory? Are you trying to tell me that those thousands of people are making one little jar of mustard just for me? If they are, you should tell them not to make any more, but they are not going to eat it. They can lay them off. Who am I to support thousands? I can't even get my kids out of the orphan asylum.
Don't start that again.
Why eat mustard? What happens to the poor people working in a Worcestershire camp?
Close one factory at a time.
I'm not closing any factory.
There's people walking the streets now on account of you. Father's out of work. Husband's out of work.
I'm not putting any husbands out of work.
You don't even know what a husband is.
A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
Suppose you walk out on a bridge and you jump off.
I'm not jumping off any bridge.
Then what are you doing on the bridge?
I'm not on any Friday bridge. There's two things I don't like, and it's bridges and mustard. And if you want to burn me up, brother, all you got to do is stick me in the middle of a bridge with a handful of mustard. What has all this got to do with me boring a hole in the wall?
Never mind that.
That's what started the whole work.
Just a minute. That damage is already done. You'll get a bill for that before you leave this studio. Don't worry about that. But you still haven't answered one question since you've been up here.
Why don't you ask me something with a little sense to it?
All right. Say you walk into a railroad depot. Any depot at all. Any depot. Pick out your own depot. All right? The Grand Central Depot in New York City. You walk into the depot and you buy a ticket. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
What are you buying a ticket for?
I'm not buying any ticket.
Then where are you going?
Ask me that again. Go.
You're in a depot.
I'm in a depot.
What are you doing there?
I don't know.
Well, what does anyone go to a depot for?
Hey, it's for a couple of things.
Well, all right, we grant that, but what are you doing there?
I'll go away.
That's it. Now, where are you going?
I'm going away.
Where?
Why don't you let it go at that? I'm going away.
The way you're going?
I know where I'm going.
Tell the folks where you're going.
I am going away. I'll go to Philadelphia. I don't want to go, but I'll go.
What's the matter with Baltimore? What have you got against Baltimore?
I ain't got nothing against Baltimore.
Well, why pick out Philadelphia?
Because a good friend of mine, George Young, lives in Philadelphia.
Well, suppose George Young lived in Baltimore.
Well, then I'd go to Baltimore.
And what happened to your friends in Philadelphia?
I'm not talking to them anymore.
Suppose your wife was in Baltimore.
I beg your pardon?
Suppose your wife was in Baltimore.
Then I go to Chicago.
One of the brightest moments in our new RKO picture is Green and Ravel's new song, Until I Live Again. Making this really a preview, Ginny Simms sings it and Ray Noble plays it, just as they do in the picture.
Good night, until I live again. Tomorrow night, when we meet again, I won't be me until I see your charm. I'll hold my breath until you're in my arms. Good night, until I live again. Tomorrow night, when you're with me once more. Each time you leave me, I die a little. So good night until I live again. Each time you leave me, I die a little. So good night until I live again.
Till I Live Again. Isn't that beautiful?
I suppose you think she sang that for you, too, don't you? Lover boy? All right, now, please. He's burning up here.
I don't mind your kidding me a little, Charlie, but not in front of our guests.
Our guest?
Yes. Walter Brennan is our guest, you know.
What, Walter Brennan?
Yes.
What did he do?
What did he do? What did he do?
No, I asked you first.
Well, Walter Brennan is one of our greatest character actors.
He is?
Yes. And I'll never forget that thrilling scene Mr. Brennan did in Meet John Doe.
Yeah?
Yeah, I tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing that again, either.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask him to do it again?
All right, I will. Oh, Walter. Yes, Edgar. What is it? I was just telling Charlie about that scene in Meet John Doe, remember?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Meet John Doe. Oh, yes, I remember. It was a very thrilling moment.
Yes.
I walked up to John Doe and I said...
Yes?
Pleased to meet you.
Ah, yes. Wonderful.
The guy is dynamite, yeah.
And another scene of yours I'll never forget, Walter, was that one in Sergeant York.
Oh, yeah, that was a...
How did that go again?
Well, I walked up to Sergeant York and I said...
Yes?
Pleased to meet you.
Yes.
I suppose in Kentucky you say, pleased to meet you all.
Oh, Edgar, but you should have seen me in Swampwater. Now I played an entirely different characterization.
And it's about time, too.
What did you do in Swampwater?
Well, I said, come on in, the water's fine.
I think Fred McMurray taught him acting in a hurry.
All right, Charlie,
See, Mr. Brennan, it just happens that I'm looking for a good actor.
Oh?
Yeah, and Skinny Dugan and me and some of the kids are putting on a show for the USO this summer.
Yeah, that's so. Well, what kind of a show is it?
Well, it's all about a horse doctor. And, but we haven't got a title for it.
A horse doctor?
Yes.
Well, why don't you call it East Liniment?
Please, Mr. Brennan, don't rub it in.
And you think that I might qualify for one of the parts?
Well, I've heard some pretty good things about you, of course. This is pretty difficult work. It's not like pictures. You've got to learn not to fall over the footlights. Things like that.
Now, don't worry about me.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you only have 3 lines. Do you think you can handle them?
Well, I'll try.
Good. I like your spirit. I'll give you an idea of what it's all about. Music, please, Professor Noble. As the curtain slinks up on this hammy melodramy, night has fallen, so we leave it lie. We see a vine-covered father sitting and rocking in a little gray-haired cottage. His daughter Ginny speaks.
What you doing, Pappy?
Just a sitting and rocking.
Oh. What you doing now, Pappy?
Just a sitting. Well, daughter, you better go get tidied up a bit. It's a big day today. Squire Bergen is coming.
Not Squire Bergen. Not that lecherous, treacherous, loathsome fiend.
But Squire Bergen is rich.
Oh, but I love Charles, the hired man, even though he is poor.
Remember, daughter, the mortgage is due, and the cupboard is empty. Why, it's been weeks since the cat had a square mouse.
But must I marry Squire Bergen?
I sort of think you ought to, daughter.
Oh, woe is me.
Yeah, no matter how bad things look, child, always remember, the sun is always shining. All you have to do is open the door and let in the sunshine.
All right, Pappy, I'll open it.
Tarnation. That's what comes in the weather reports.
Well, look. Look what blew in.
It's Charles, my hired man.
Hello, Jenny, my love.
I thought I'd find you on my door stoop. What are you doing around the house?
I just came to play a little rum with your daughter, Jenny.
What?
I mean, what I meant to say is I brought a little gin for your rummy daughter. don't know what I want to go home. I don't know what I want.
Oh, Charles, my darling. At last you are here. It's been so long since I've seen you. So long.
So long.
That goes for me, too, Bob. Good night.
Good night.
Wait, Charles, my love. Father wants me to marry Squire Bergen.
Not Squire Bergen. Not that fugitive from a B1 tablet. He's a villain, I tell you. That's what he is, a villain.
Yes, but his earmuffs are sable and he wears a cameo stick pin.
Who is there?
It is I, Squire Bergen. Now remember, daughter, when he proposes on the horsehair sofa, don't say nay. Aha! There you are, me proud beauty, Hottie.
You think he's bad now? Wait till he starts acting. My pretty one, I've come to invite you to my farmhouse and see my stereopticon slide. Hand-colored.
No, 1,000 times no.
Once is enough, daughter.
Squire Bergen, I shall never marry you.
You won't, eh? Do I not?
And some still small voice within me whispers, you are a skunk, sir.
Don't be too hasty, daughter. Squire Bergen has a brand new electric butter churn. And 4 good buggy tires.
Oh, but he's a villain.
Oh, call me adventurous, headstrong, even reckless, mayhap, but villain? Not I.
Oh, you're not worthy to touch the hem of her garment, you varmint. Ginny is going to marry me.
Is that so? Yes, she is. If she won't marry me, no one will have her.
Well, get your line straight, villain. You can learn to read during the summer.
Yes, do you see this?
What is it?
It's the time bomb. And at the count of 5, it will blow you all to bits.
I'd rather you blow me to 6 bits.
Yeah.
Please, Squire Bergen, have mercy.
I don't know the meaning of the word. In 20 seconds you die. Farewell. Listen to the bomb. It's starting to tick.
Say, Mr. Brennan, what happened to that bomb?
It's still ticking.
It was supposed to go off in 20 seconds.
When you hear the signal, the time will be exactly...
I think that's my arm over there.
Well, we raised the mortgage and we raised the roof, too.
Yeah, it clipped us, so help me, it blowed us up.
Join listener next Sunday. This is Ken Carpenter speaking to you from California.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Our special guest, Judy Canova, Hollywood's Clown Princess. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Dorothy Kaufman from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, next week we will present the new Texaco Star Theater Summer Show with music by Al Goodman, acting by Jimmy Wallington, and songs by Jane Froman. Next week we really have a...
Never mind next week. What about tonight?
Oh, tonight we bring you a man who will not be on next week's program. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I must say that was some touching introduction for my last program you just gave off there. Next week, music by Al Goodman, acting by Jimmy Wallington.
Yes, it looks like a great show next week.
Next week, huh? Man's looking ahead, an optimist. Well, what about... let's retrogress. Can you handle the word, or shall I break it up for you? What about, I'll probably find out it should be retrogress. Well, what about, which is it?
You will. Retrogress.
Retrogress, huh?
Yeah.
You'll have that next week. Now, there's a good start for you next week. Well, what about tonight?
Oh, who cares about tonight? I'm looking into the future.
Oh, you are?
Why, certainly. Wait till next week, brother. The new summer show is going to be all Wallington.
Well, if it's going to be all Wallington next week, Jimmy, I guess we've had approximately enough Wallington for this week, don't you think? So I'll go ahead with the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Broadway, New York. As June draws to a close, curtain falls on the worst theatrical season New York has experienced since 1923. Of the 66 shows produced on Broadway during the past season, only 12 were successful. Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a batch of theatrical nobodies to get their reactions to the legitimate theater's problems. Now, first tonight, the producer who had the worst luck on Broadway this past year, he's Morton Chisel III. You had a bad season, Morton?
Well, I put on so many turkeys, the president could have 6 Thanksgivings. I still wouldn't break even.
What shows did you produce?
Well, I seen Porgy and Bess as a hit. So I says to myself, this is a year for revivals.
What play did you revive?
Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado.
You did. What happened?
The next day, Japan declares war. I got a big sign outside the theater. It says Mikado.
No one came near the place?
Only 2,000 people. They tore the joint to pieces.
Well, I'm not surprised. I should have taught you a lesson.
Yeah, well, that's the way it went all season. I revived Getting Grady's Garter.
What happened?
The rubber shortage come. I had to turn Grady's Garter into the rubber dry.
Well, that closed the show, naturally.
I rehearsed The Merchant of Venice.
Well, what happened with that?
Shylock was hungry. He ate the pound of flesh at rehearsal. I couldn't open.
Well, as a theatrical producer, have you any advice to give to new producers interested in the theater, Mr. Chisel?
Only this.
Yes?
If a producer's got a shoestring, he shouldn't produce no play with it.
What then?
If the shoestring is long enough, he should hang himself.
Well, a theatrical producer gets it in the neck either way, and thank you, Morton Chisel. A lady who abandoned the band in Broadway years ago is Dodie Rochambeau. Will you bring in one of the portable receptions for the next actor, please, just to make sure? Will you, a lady who abandoned Broadway year... Wait till I give this little girl a piece of gum. Would you like a piece of gum? A lady who abandoned Broadway years ago is Dodie Rochambeau. You started, I believe, the first summer theater, Dodie?
Yes. I opened a barter playhouse in a barn in New Rochelle.
Oh, a barter theater. Well, how did your barter theater do?
The first week, we took in 700 tomatoes.
You did, really?
Not counting those thrown at the actors.
Oh, well, that was extra, wasn't it?
One summer,
That sounded like a joke left over from Mr. Chisel's routine. You had, I think tomatoes would have saved the day, but all right.
One summer, I had the Winnie the Pooh players at Nyack.
Winnie the Pooh players, you did, really?
We played in an abandoned lunch wagon.
Well, what show did you do in the abandoned lunch wagon?
The Man Who Came to Dinner. Another summer, I had the Tinker Bell Troubadours at Cape May, New Jersey.
Oh, the Tinker Bell Troubadours. Were they in a theater?
No, we played at there.
In a brewery.
Last summer, we did all of the telephone booth in Red Bank.
Plays in the telephone booth?
You put a family on the party line and listen to the play.
Oh, I see.
At the end of the play, tunes and listens.
The actors listen for what?
Applause.
Oh, I see.
It was deafening. The audience at home applauding before their mouthpieces, the players with their headphones on, bowing and throwing kisses in the telephone booth.
Oh, it must have been exciting, Dodie. That's Dodie. It isn't Dodo. What are your plans for this summer, Dodie?
The Greyhound bus.
You travel around the country in a Greyhound bus. Where are you going to get the gas?
We have an angel.
Oh, a man with plenty of money?
No, he has an X card.
Well, it looks like a great summer for your Ibsen repertoire.
Yes, I must write Ibsen. It will make him very happy.
You shall live until you hear from Ibsen and And now a theater manager. He's Sir Cedric Gottlieb. You have been in the theater a long time, Sir Cedric.
For 20 years, Sir Cedric Gottlieb is managing producer. Always his own plays, but mostly sequels.
You produce your own plays? Well, how do you mean, sequel?
Well, so soon a play is opening uptown, downtown by Gottlieb is opening a sequel.
Oh, a sequel. Well, I don't quite understand, Sir Cedric.
I'll give you a for instance.
I wish you would. I could use a for instance.
On Broadway is opening Lady in the Dark.
Yes?
By Gottlieb is opening Who's Got a Light for the Lady. Uptown is opening By Jupiter.
By Jupiter.
Downtown is playing Gottlieb Can Get It for Your Wholesale.
Well, look, you produce nothing but sequels.
Incessantly. My sister Eileen is coming out, my brother Ivan. Arsenic and old lace, celery tonic and new cheesecloth.
Well, has your theater downtown been successful, Sir Cedric?
Who knows? In the lobby, I am also peeling and dressing chicken.
You mean that you combine business and buffoonery?
Well, between the two, I am breaking even, but just barely.
Well, you may find a wishbone someday and get your wish down. Well, tell me, Sir Cedric, what do you do in the summer?
Summers, I am closing up downtown, and I'm going up the river.
You give shows on the river, do you?
Up and down the Hudson is floating Gottlieb's combination showboat and popular prize delicatessen.
What do you, some of your fans know you from up the river, you see, they recognize you. Well, what do you sell?
Liverwurst with Gilbert and Solomon.
Double feature, huh? Well, you have a company of singers with you, do you?
Oh, need singers. I'm singing all the songs for different kind of voices.
Oh, you are a one-man choir.
Besides you. In Pinafore, I'm singing, I'm sweet little coffee cup, dear little coffee cup, sweet little coffee cup.
You mean sweet little buttercup, don't you?
And Gottlieb showboat, buddy, you're not getting even in the list.
Fine. Well, what about your plans for this summer, Sir Cedric?
Well, for the first time in 20 years, this year, Gottlieb showboat is not sailing.
Why not?
The Navy is not making up its mind.
The Navy?
I am writing, do I need or don't I need? The Navy is not answering.
Do you need or don't you need what?
Convoys.
Oh. And thank you, Sir Cedric Gottlieb. Well, I guess that just about...
Just a second, pale and lanky. Falstaff's here with hanky-panky.
Bring him in. You, not here with more rhymed drivel, Falstaff.
Have you heard, oh, to be a bobolink, I'd sit and wink and blink and think?
No.
Or, I love to dandle mandle, he isn't hard to handle.
No.
Don't go down in that manhole, Mother. Make Father come up for his lunch.
Now, wait. You have finally gone too far, Falstaff. Tonight we have been discussing the theater.
Precisely not why I am here. This is Falstaff's farewell.
You have written the poem?
I have prepared my swan song.
Good. And what is your epic called?
How shall Falstaff say adieu?
Well, carry on.
How shall Falstaff say adieu? I'm frankly puzzled, entre nous. I know I could just say so long, but somehow so long sounds so wrong. When a hyena parts from his hyena friends, he laughs farewell in glee. When a lion leaves his jungle mate, he roars goodbye to his she. The cobra hisses his parting words. The deer merely kisses its fawn. The skunk departing says nothing at all. Everyone knows when it's gone. The little bee bumbles his bee adieu. The seal flaps goodbye in the sound. But I don't know how to leave you nice folks, so I'll just say, I'll see you around.
Well, thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you. And as Falstaff dries his eyes with his thimble, Kenny Baker comes from out of the nowhere into the here. Accompanied by Al Goodman and his orchestra, Kenny sings for us Tangerine. Kenny?
American story. Tell of a girl who cried a dream, the beauty of parade. Though you doubt all the story, and through the tales are just a bit extreme, wait till you see her face. And lips as bright as flame. Yes, she has them all on the run, but her heart belongs to just one. Her heart belongs to Tom.
Say, Jimmy, I'm glad you stopped by. Portland's mother wanted me to ask you something. Just occurred to me.
Why, yes, friend?
She has invented a gasoline saver and wants to get your opinion.
A gasoline saver?
Yes. When Portland's mother wants to save gasoline, she shuts off the engine, takes the floorboards out of the car, and pedals along with her feet. It's very simple.
Yes, very simple. So is she.
Jimmy, you are talking about my mother-in-law.
Well, regardless, Fred, she'll have to realize that saving gasoline takes serious, intelligent thought. That's why it's so wise these days to make a Texaco dealer your personal car warden. Because that way you get the benefit of his training and experience to get the utmost in mileage from your gasoline. And believe me, your Texaco dealer can give you a lot of practical gasoline-saving tips. For instance, keeping the carburetor in proper adjustment, the spark plugs clean, and the car well lubricated. Driving tips, too. Your Texaco dealer knows the proven ways to stop gasoline waste. Yes, and he can tell you why it pays these days when every mile counts to use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. So to get the most in mileage from every gallon, make a Texaco dealer your car warden.
Maestro Goodman has been rudely interrupted while about to complete his version of Liro Liro. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say Portland.
Oh, Mr. Alice!
Say, what is this? For 38 weeks this season, every time I have said, and now, ladies and gentlemen, you have interrupted me. Now, tonight on our last program, you missed your cue. Whatever is askew.
Well, I was thinking about what Jimmy Wallington said.
You mean about not having any jokes to tell?
Yes. I was thinking if I was Jimmy, I wouldn't have anything to say.
So?
So I didn't say it.
Well, that's fine.
I didn't suit it.
Now, never mind that. Never mind. We don't want any skeletons in our closet. Don't tell me Mr. Wallington has been agitating that you want to tell jokes, too.
I have some jokes if you let me tell them.
Well, this is our last program. They'll have 13 weeks to blow over, I guess. What jokes have you?
One is, you say to me, I hear your uncle is a policeman in Georgia.
All right. I hear your uncle is a policeman in Georgia.
Yes, he's a Dixie cop.
A Dixie cop. That is your joke?
Yes.
You want to give up?
Not yet. They laughed at Edison when he started, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And there are times on this program when I wish that I was Edison. What is your next joke?
My brother only picks horses at Belmont.
Why?
He has a one-track mind.
One-track mind. You want to give up? You want to give up now?
Oh, I'm going to keep trying. They laughed at Fulton, don't forget.
Well, there are times in this program when I wish I was Fulton, too. Fish market and all. Have you another joke?
Yes. Papa turned in Mama's girdle during the rubber drive, and Mama is down in the dumps.
Your mother is down in the... Your mother is down in the dumps, why?
Papa forgot to take her out of the girdle.
Now will you give up?
They laughed at Jack Benny.
That is a lie. Discussion of facts. They may have laughed at Rochester, Schenectady, Buffalo, Troy, and Albany, but they never laughed. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, Anthony. Hi, Porty.
Hello, Kenny.
Say, Anthony, I've got a laugh for you.
What, Kenny?
Guess who's going to try to get $10 from you after the show?
Who?
Me.
Money. That's all you seem to think about. Frankly, I don't get it.
Frankly, neither do I. I'm in there fishing.
All year, Kenny, you've talked about nothing but money. Can't you banish pelf from your realm of thought?
I try to, F.A., but they keep reminding me.
Well, who keeps reminding you?
My landlady, my barber.
You owe your barber money?
For 3 haircuts and the landscaping of 1 nostril.
You had 1 nostril landscape. Who is your barber?
He's Mr. Gilsey. He used to be a tree surgeon.
Mm-hmm. Well, he still cuts your hair as though your head was a stump, if it's any...
I know. The back of my head looks like a hedge.
And you want to pay this barber? Well, that proves you don't know what to do with money. Now, don't forget, Kenny, when you came on this program, you were barefooted and you had long underwear.
Now I've got shoes and no underwear.
Well, stop worrying. By March 15th, you'll be the best-dressed man in town.
Mr. Allen, there's a lady looking over the transom.
Well, pull her down, Portland. She's our guest tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, meet that happy-go-lucky star of picture, stage, and radio, Hollywood Sis Hopkins, Miss Judy Canova. Well, Judy, judging from that applause, I know that everyone is glad to see you. Doesn't that make you happy?
Fred, I ain't been so tickled since the day the feather blew up the leg of my slacks.
Well, the last time I saw you, Judy, we played on the same bill together at Centralia, Illinois.
That's right. I was doing an act with my sister Annie and my brother Zeke.
Judy, Ann, and Zeke. We were sure playing the small time in those days. How did you used to find those little towns, Judy?
Zeke had a compass.
Well, a compass is better than an agent in that territory that we were playing. I played a town in Michigan one time. You know, it was so small you could stand on the post office steps and drool out of town.
Well, you know, Annie and Zeke and me played a theater so far back in the woods that only one of us could play the guitar on the stage.
Well, why, Judy?
The other two was busy beating off woodpeckers. They was eating the guitar.
In what key? In any particular key? Well, gosh, in those days you were just a little, she yokel. Now today, look at you. You're a big picture star.
It's ridiculous, ain't it?
Tell me, how did you ever get out to Hollywood, Judy?
Well, Fred, it began down home. I started wearing shoes, and folks started calling me a glamour girl.
Down home, huh?
Yep, and the next spring I won a beauty contest.
Really?
I was Miss Burma Shave for 20 miles along Highway 66.
Good for you.
Yes, sir. A Hollywood talent scout heard about me, and he sent for me right away to go into a picture.
What picture?
They call it The Grapes of Wrath.
A character part. Well, did you have to make a test or anything?
Well, the first day at the studio, I was just wearing my little old calico dress.
Yes.
One producer looked at me and he says, "In a tight dress, nobody'll notice that face."
And when you put on a tight dress?
He looked at me and he says, "In a loose dress, nobody'll notice that figure."
Well, how did you end up, Judy?
I just kept wearing my little old calico dress.
And today?
Nobody notices nothing.
But tell me, with all of this wool shortage threat, what are the sweater girls out in Hollywood going to do?
Oh, they're all set. The studios is raising their own sheep.
Well, I'm surprised that they haven't made you a sweater girl, Judy.
You know, Fred, I asked my producer about that.
And what did he say?
He says, "Judy, let's face it, that wool looks better on them sheep than it'll look on you." Yes, sir.
I see.
Oh, there's a disheartening thing about a sweater, though, Fred.
Yes, Judy.
Yeah, you only get out of it what you put into it.
Well, I suppose you're living high out there in Hollywood.
Gosh, Fred, I never dreamt I'd be living in a shanty like I'm living in now.
No?
No, sir. No more burlap windows. We got real glass.
Real?
Yes, sir. You can see through parts of it.
See through parts?
And out back of the shanty, there's a big puddle for swimming.
Out in back of the house, a big swimming puddle, huh?
Uh-huh. And we got one of them Hollywood doorbells that chimes.
Yeah, you push the doorbell and chimes peel out?
Yep. Till we got used to it, every time the front doorbell chimed, me and Zeke could run out the back door looking for the good humor man.
Well, didn't I read somewhere that a lot of stars out in Hollywood have started Victory Gardens?
Fred, you should ought to see what's going on. They're raising Veronica Lake potatoes. They only got one eye.
Oh,
And the Guy Kibbe apples, they're Baldwin.
The Guy Kibbe apples, the Baldwin. Well, I heard that I just wanted to make sure that I got it myself, you know. I can go along with a gag, sister. Not right up with it. I'm a little behind, but I overtake it. You know, I
go with you?
Yeah, sure. I would make a tandem. I heard about Victory Gardens. I heard that Orson Welles stood out in the middle of his garden, Judy. Orson looked down at the seeds in the ground and said, "Grow." And 14 acres of corn sprang up.
They say that Orson's radishes are wired for sound.
Well, enough about Hollywood, Judy. Now let's get down to business. I have a proposition for you.
Well, now, if that ain't the funniest thing, Fred, do you know I got a proposition for you, too?
You, Judy?
Yep. I want you to be the leading man in my next picture.
Oh, that's silly, Judy. What have I got for pictures?
Well, it ain't what you've got, it's what you ain't got.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you see, in all the pictures they've been putting me in, the juvenile is always good looking. And if he ain't good looking, alongside of me, he looks good looking.
I see. Well, haven't you tried to beautify yourself?
Well, I went to a plastic surgeon, and he wanted to move my mouth around in my cheek to make a dimple.
You mean move your mouth around into your cheek just to make a dimple out of it, and it wouldn't work?
Now, how would it look? I come on the screen to meet my lover. I got no mouth. My dimple opens up and says, Chester, I love you. If he wants to kiss me, how can I pucker my dimple?
Oh, you can't. Well, I think you've got something there with Chester, Judy.
Yep. If I'm going to look good, I got to have somebody opposite me who's unpretty.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I have been called baggy eyes and long puss, Judy, but unpretty is a harsh word.
You're unpretty, Fred Allen, and you know it.
You really think so, Judy?
You know something, Fred?
What, Judy?
Standing here next to you tonight, this is the first time in my life I ever really felt good looking.
Well, Look, Judy, if you're looking for a leading man, you ought to go back to Hollywood.
Yeah, but there ain't no leading men left in Hollywood. They've all been drafted.
Well, I may be drafted, too.
Oh, come now, Mr. Allen. This ain't the Civil War.
Now, look, Judy, forget Antietam and your proposition. I have a proposition for you.
You don't want to work with me, eh?
Well, I want to work with you, Judy, but how about us going into vaudeville? You and I. We can do a great act together.
Oh, golly, I don't know. I was in vaudeville with Annie and Zeke, but I done forgot how to sleep in a trunk.
Well, working with me, it'll come back to you, Judy. We'll get an act together.
An act? But what can we do?
What can we do? Why, we'll murder them. Judy and Fred, a breeze from the barnyard. Or who left the silo door open? A few fast jokes and a wahoo musical finish.
Well, what will you use for wahoo, Fred?
Well, I'll spank my banjo, Judy.
All right, and I'll bellow a song.
Name your whale.
How about I Ain't Got Nobody?
I Ain't Got Nobody. Sounds great, Judy.
All right, now you charge me on the banjo, because I can't sing just raw. Come on, give me a sword.
Oh, wait a minute. How am I going to charge you? Wait, I can't sit down. How do you like that?
You must be a good musician. You can't even play standing up.
I can play, but I can't stand for my own music. I can't play the banjo unless I'm a little flat to start, you see. All right, Mr. Goodman, see who plays.
Pretty. I think we love songs, honey, all of the time. If you only be mine, take it, Fred.
I had it, Judy. I put it down. I
ain't got no nobody cares about. Look out, Fred. This is going to be a long one. Me, hold it, Fred.
You can get me by mail, Judy.
Now.
Thank you Say, Kenny, do you think it looks nice to slouch around while Judy was singing there with your hands in your pants pockets?
I've got to keep my hands in my pockets. It's the law.
What law?
The law of gravity. If I take my hands out, goodbye pants.
Haven't you heard about suspenders?
Haven't you heard about the scrap rubber drive?
You turned in your suspenders?
What else?
Well, look now. Look, Kenny, our government is asking for scrap rubber, but rubber that's in service needs only to be conserved. Am I right on that, Larry Elliott?
Right as rain, Fred. And since most of the rubber that's in service in this country is in the tires of our cars, the job of conserving rubber is the patriotic duty of every motorist. That means we must cut down on tire waste in every way. Now, two of the biggest causes of tire waste are speed and underinflation. So keep your speed down and your tire pressure up. Drive slowly, never over 40, and drive in regularly to your Texaco dealer to have your tires checked. You'll find, too, that a Texaco dealer's regular care will conserve not only your tires, but your whole car. His training, skill, and Texaco quality products mean superior maintenance and lubrication. Longer, better service for your essential wartime driving. So make it a habit to see your Texaco dealer regularly. Let him help you care for your car, for your country.
Thank you, Larry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker for his farewell song of the season. Kenny sings, "It's Always in My Heart." Kenny.
I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always need helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say, just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my
Pause for station identification. Fred Allen returns to present Judy Canova with the Texaco Workshop Players and the most talented undergraduate of Cornell University. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, by presenting its most talented student. The winner of the Cornell competitions is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and receives a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Cornell University's most talented undergraduate, Miss Dorothy Cawthron. Well, congratulations, Dorothy, and welcome to Texaco's Farewell Prom.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Dorothy, you are the winner of our final college competition. You know, starting with James McDonough of Notre Dame last October, we have had boys and girls from leading colleges in the East, Middle, West, and South on our program each week. Confidentially, Dorothy, how do you feel about our Texaco College Series has worked out?
Oh, I think it's been very successful, Mr. Allen. I know that all of the winners, including myself, appreciate this opportunity to appear on your program.
Well, meeting the college boys and girls has helped me a lot, too, Dorothy. My English has improved, and my trophy room is stuffed with gifts, and the various student bodies have been kind enough to send me. But you didn't come all the way from Cornell to hear me brag. Tell me, Dorothy, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old today.
This is your birthday?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Many happy returns, Dorothy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I wish you'd told me I'd have whipped up a cake or a candle or something. Say, we've got to celebrate some way. It's too late to get a Western Union quartet on short notice and on key. Say, Mr. Goodman, could we have your orchestra sing a birthday greeting for Dorothy Cawthron here? How about it, fellas? All right, let's go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dorothy Cawthron. Happy birthday to you.
How was that, Dorothy?
Oh, it was wonderful, Mr. Allen. Thank you all very much.
Well, Fred Waring thinks he has a glee club. Why, Mr. Goodman's boys sing without music, Dorothy. Without voices, they sing. But we digress, Dorothy. What year are you in at Cornell?
Next fall, I'll be a senior.
A senior, and what are you studying?
I'm majoring in home economics.
Home economics. That teaches you where to put your ration cards in the kitchen so that you can find them. How to bake cakes with substitutes, huh?
Oh, it takes in a lot more than that.
Well, what does the home economics course teach?
Home nursing, mass feeding, the care of children, and many other things that will enable the girls to help with the war work.
Say, the girls at Cornell are going to be a great help. I guess most of the boys are taking military training, too.
Yes. Cornell is one of the most important college training centers in the East for naval officers.
You have a reserve officers training corps at Cornell, too, don't you?
Yes. It's the largest in this corps area. Since 1919, Cornell has trained 23,000 second lieutenants for the Army Reserve.
Well, Cornell is such a popular university, I imagine it has many famous alumni.
Yes. Mr. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., the Secretary of the Treasury, is a Cornell graduate.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought Mr. Morgenthau was born in the mint. I thought he was born in the mint and raised by a budget which he later raised to return the favor. Well, what other famous men come from Cornell, Dorothy?
Who's she?
She who?
Who she is the Chinese ambassador to the United States.
Oh, who's she? For a minute there, we sounded like Abbott and Costello. Well, is Cornell responsible for any of our theatrical celebrities?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Frank Morgan, Adolphe Menjou, and Marshall Tone.
Oh, really? I didn't know that Adolphe Menjou was a Cornell man. I thought that he graduated from Hart, Shafter, and Marx. I thought he graduated magna cum laude in the back here. But tell me, Dorothy, do you have any extracurricular activities at school?
Yes, I'm soloist for the Cornell Women's Glee Club, and I sing in a choir.
Do you intend to make singing your career?
I hope to later on.
Well, if you want to warm up for the future, Dorothy, you can sing your song right now.
Oh, before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have two gifts for you.
Well, Dorothy, this is your birthday. My gift is arriving, I see. I didn't give you a present, and now you have two gifts for me. Gosh, I feel as cheap as sugar used to be, Dorothy. Well, what have we here?
Well, our Cornell crew coach, Stark Sanford, sent you this crew cap and oar.
Oh, this cap, huh? This is the oar, huh, that goes with the cap. I think if he had the cap nearer the size of the oar, we'd have a better fit all the way around. Well, now, I haven't done any rowing for years, Dorothy. If a crew coach yelled stroke at me today, I probably have one. But this is certainly a nice souvenir, and I want to thank Coach Sanford at school there and the boys and girls at Cornell and you too, Dorothy, for your kindness tonight. And now, what about your song?
I'm going to sing My Hero from the Chocolate Soldier.
Well, that's swell. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dorothy Cochran, Cornell University's most talented undergraduate, sings for us My Hero. Students, faculty at Cornell alumni will be as pleased with your performance as we are tonight. All of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comes Jimmy Wallington with the last call.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a last call for your scrap rubber. The National Scrap Rubber Drive ends at midnight, Tuesday, June 30th. And by that time, every piece of discarded rubber in America must be collected. Tons upon tons of old tires, inner tubes, rubber-soled shoes, rubber toys, and cast-off rubber of every description have already been turned into gasoline dealers. But there is still waste rubber in many American homes. All of it must be reclaimed and put back into service in vital military and civilian use. So if you haven't yet turned in every scrap of rubber you can spare, get busy tonight. When you've collected all you can find, take it to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer. You may contribute to rubber, or if you wish, you will be paid a penny a pound for it. All rubber goes to our government. All profit from its sale will be turned over to Army and Navy Relief, the USO, and the Red Cross. So help put the scrap rubber drive over in the real American way. Remember, you have only 2 more days, so collect all your scrap rubber and turn it in to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer by next Tuesday. Help erase the Axis with your scrap rubber.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we usually have the Texaco Workshop Players starring Leo Wimbrow. But tonight the Workshop Players will not appear. I've been busy getting ready to go on my vacation confidentially. Now, I have a few more things here to pack.
Wait a minute. Say, what is this, Fred? No sketch tonight?
Well, I didn't have time to write a sketch this week, Jimmy. I still haven't finished packing. You see, I've got to have all this stuff strewn out here.
I know, but where are you going this summer, Fred?
Well, I'm going down to the seashore, Jimmy. There's a little spot, Brophy's Beach, down along the Atlantic coast.
Brophy's Beach?
Yes, I've never been there myself, but I'll come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Come right in, Mr. Shimmy.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Now, wait a minute. What is this?
This is Mr. Shimmick.
Never mind Shimmick with the fuzz on him there. Who are you?
I am Mr. Otis, one of the many vice presidents of this gigantic broadcasting company.
Well, after all,
This is your last program of the season.
Yes?
On behalf of this gigantic network, Mr. Shimmick and I want to wish you a happy vacation.
Well, thank you very much.
Where are you going, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm going down on the Atlantic coast, along the Atlantic coast there. It's a little place called Brophy's Beach.
Brophy's Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Why, we just got back from there. You'll have a wonderful rest.
Oh, yes. You'll be in bed at 6 o'clock every night.
6 o'clock?
Yes, as soon as the sun goes down, there's a blackout.
Yes, you can't see anything, so you go to bed.
Well, 6 o'clock, that makes rather a short day, doesn't it?
Oh, no, you're up at 3 every morning.
At 3?
Oh, yes. The Coast Guard starts shooting off cannons. Boom, 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 all day.
Well, of course, I won't mind the noise. I'll be in swimming most of the day. The water's good, isn't it?
If you don't mind the sharks, yes.
Sharks?
I went in swimming just once.
What happened?
My toes are a memory.
Look at my right hand.
One finger?
Yes. Fortunately, I'm in radio. With one finger, I can carry on.
Oh, good.
Oh, you'll enjoy your vacation at Brophy's Beach, Mr. Allen.
Well, if I can't swim or sit around there, I'll just loll around the hotel.
The Neptune Plaza?
Well, why not?
With those seagulls flying in and out of the window?
You have to wear your hat in the lobby. Oh, you'll relax at Brophy's Beach, Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes. A happy vacation, Mr. Allen. Let's go, Mr. Otis.
Take my finger, Mr. Sheriff.
Hey, Fred, that Brophy's Beach doesn't sound so good.
No, I'm off of that place, Jimmy.
Hey, why don't you go up where I go? Lubin's Lodge up in the Catskills. That mountain air, a wonderful view, fishing, hunting, hiking.
Ah, Lubin's Lodge. That's for me with that fishing and hunting. Will I need a reservation, Jimmy?
I'll go out and call Lubin up.
Good, Jimmy. I'll pack the rest of this stuff here. Lubin's Lodge, those Catskills. I'll get some...
Mr. Allen?
Oh, yes, Portland.
I came to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Portland. I'll send you a card from Lubin's Lodge.
Lubin's Lodge in the Catskills?
You know the place?
Why, yes. Mama went there 2 summers ago.
Did she like it?
Well, Mama likes the sanitarium better.
What sanitarium?
Well, they took her after 2 nights at Lubin's Lodge.
They took your mother to
Well, Mama went mad for not getting anything to eat.
Well, they don't serve meals at Lubin's Lodge?
You get your own food.
Oh, they have a cafeteria.
No, you have to hunt everything. If you can catch it, you can eat it.
Oh, it's a huntateria. The cuisine is primitive, in other words.
Yes. For breakfast, the chef gives you a club and points out some rabbit tracks.
That's the club breakfast, I've heard. What's for lunch?
Mr. Lubin baits a hook and shows you where the trout stream is.
Lunch is a worm and the right of way, huh? Well, what is dinner? The big meal?
Yes. Mr. Lubin rents you a bear trap and wishes you luck.
Well, I guess your mother didn't get much to eat, did she?
Oh, Mama couldn't sleep either.
Why not?
Well, every night a deer came in her room and slept in the corner.
A deer?
Mm-hmm.
What did she have? One of those buck rooms?
Mama said it was terrible. The deer used to have nightmares.
No kidding.
The deer used to bang his head around.
Say, those antlers banging against the wall must have been pretty noisy.
Oh, Mama said it sounded like people playing shuffleboard with hall trees.
Shuffleboard with hall trees. Well, Lubin's Lodge is out.
Why don't you spend your vacation on the desert?
Oh, the desert. Say, that's not a bad idea, Portland. Now, I could go out to California, around Palm Springs there.
Mama went to a place last summer. It was wonderful.
A hotel?
O'Rourke's Oasis. It's right at the desert.
O'Rourke's Oasis. Well, thanks a lot, Portland.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good vacation. O'Rourke's Oasis. That's for me. Yes, Kenny, you've come to say goodbye?
Yes. Have a good vacation, old man.
Thanks. Thanks, you're looking a little ahead. Well, thanks, Kenny. I'll get a good rest on that desert, boy.
The desert?
Yes, I'm going out to O'Rourke's Oasis.
Outside of Palm Springs?
You know the place?
O'Rourke's Oasis. I was there last summer. I nearly fractured my skull.
Well, how?
I dove into the swimming pool.
And there wasn't any water?
There wasn't any swimming pool. It was a mirage.
Fine.
All the guests had fractured skulls. You enjoy it there.
Well, I hope so.
Well, take plenty of water along with you, Fred. That desert is pretty dry.
Well, you mean you can't get a drink of water in the place?
If you want water, O'Rourke gives you a Dixie cup and a divining rod.
Well, gosh, I don't know how...
You like termites?
O'Rourke has termites, too?
I came out of the dining room one day. A termite ran up my sleeve and ate my toothpick before I even got it in my mouth.
No kidding.
The termites chased a man named Wood out of the desert.
With his baggage? Well, what a joint. Mirages, termites, no water. O'Rourke's Oasis is out.
You ought to go up to a dude ranch. Go to a place like Cohen's Corral.
Cohen's Corral? Where is it, Kenny?
Don't mention it, old man. Have a good vacation.
Is it where? I mean over in Nutley, over by Nutley? Well, that's the spot for me. Cohen's Corral. Thanks, Kenny. I'll get it through a rumor that may turn up later. You bet. Oh, boy, a nice quiet rest at Cohen's Corral. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
Excuse me, Fred.
Judy Canova. You leaving, Judy?
Yeah, Fred. I just wanted to say goodbye, and I hope you have a nice vacation.
Well, thanks a lot, Judy. I'll certainly get plenty of exercise, horseback riding.
Oh, you going out west?
No, I'm going to a dude ranch over in Jersey, I think. Cohen's Corral.
Near Nutley?
That's the place.
You poor kid.
You have been to Cohen's Corral?
No, my brother Zeke just got back from there.
Really?
Yeah, I was up to the hospital to see him this morning.
Zeke was hurt at Cohen's Corral?
Nope, he's down with nervous exhaustion and a touch of pellagra.
Well, what happened?
Zeke says all the guests have to take a horseback ride before breakfast. They make you do it.
Well, that's not bad, is it?
Well, it wouldn't be, but all the horses is wild.
Oh, the wild horses, huh?
Yep. Zeke says the horses run away with the guests before breakfast, and they don't bring them home again till 10 o'clock at night. No
kidding.
Yes, sir. The guests miss all 3 meals.
Well, the sleeping's good at night over there, isn't it?
Zeke says it's freezing cold. There's an Indian sits in the corner of every room.
An Indian for what?
Well, if it gets too cold at night, you get up and take the blanket off the Indian.
Well, what happens if it gets still colder?
That depends on the Indian.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, if the Indian's bigger than you are, he takes the blanket back.
Oh, he does. Well, that's what wore Zeke down, eh?
Yep. His horse run away every morning, so Zeke never got nothing to eat.
I see.
And Zeke's Indian was bigger than Zeke, so Zeke froze to death every night.
Well, couldn't Zeke climb out of the window and get away during the night?
You can't escape from Cohen's Corral.
Why not?
There's a rattlesnake coiled up in every room. It looks like a rope fire escape.
A rattlesnake?
Yep. If you try to sneak out at night, the snake grabs you by the leg and rattles for Cohen.
Well, that does it for me, Judy. Cohen's Corral is out. I've got to go someplace on my vacation.
Oh, you think of a place. Have a good vacation, Fred. Good night.
Good night, Judy. Well, there's only one thing to do, I guess. There's only one thing to do.
Fred, tell me, have you settled your vacation plans?
Yes, Jimmy, I'm all set. I've been talked out of the seashore, the country, the desert, and Cohen's Corral. There's only one place left to go.
Well, if I want to reach you during the summer, Fred, where can I get in touch with you?
I tell you what you do, Jimmy. You go to the corner of 59th Street and 7th Avenue.
But that's Central Park.
I'll be sprawled out on the 4th bench on the left, Jimmy.
This is the last Fred Allen broadcast of the season, ladies and gentlemen. The Texaco dealers will be on the air all summer with Al Goodman and his orchestra, Jane Foreman, the Texaco Star Singers, and yours truly, Jimmy Wallington. The Texaco Star Theater Summer Show begins next Sunday night. a half hour later than our present program. See your newspaper for the time. And now, a word from Fred Allen.
Thank you, Jimmy. I would like to thank the Texaco dealers who have made this series possible, ladies and gentlemen, and also Kenny Baker, Portland, Al Goodman, Jimmy Wallington, Larry Elliott, Howard Riley, Jim Hawkins, my co-authors, Nat Hyken, Roland Kibbe, and Al Lewis, who have all helped so greatly in the presentation of our weekly programs throughout the season. But most of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your continued support and loyalty to our Texaco dealers. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to tune in the new Texaco Star Theater Summer Show next Sunday evening. And now I'll say good night and goodbye until next fall. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is a reminder to motorists that the new federal tax stamps must be bought and affixed to all cars by July 1st. The new stamp costs $5 and may be obtained at any post office. It is good for 1 year. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Bolivar Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
Oh, Silver! Hi!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Transcontinental Railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country, but powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Hi!
Out beyond the grading crews and the end of the track, out where the Central Railroad would someday bring commerce and fast transportation to the Western Territory, a detachment of cavalry halted at the sound of a bugle. The men formed a hollow square and stood on guard, wind snapping the regimental pennant and carbines held ready for use. The captain wheeled and galloped to the center, where two riders sat their horses.
My compliments, Colonel Parkman. This is the spot.
Thank you, Captain. We have a clear view of the valley from this rim. Let's keep your men on the alert.
Yes, sir. We're miles out from the railroad. There might be Indians or outlaws on the prowl.
Someday the railroad will be here, Captain.
Yes, sir.
You may take your position. Travis and I can discuss the engineering situation. Dismissed.
Come on, boy.
Well, Travis, you're an engineer. What do you think of it?
Colonel Parkman, I still have the same opinion. I don't believe we can put tracks across that valley.
Why not?
Because of the slopes on the east and west. They're too steep for trains, sir.
Well, the cliffs can be blasted out to make easier grades, Travis.
Well, it's a difficult job, sir. I still say it'd be safer to go the long way around. To circle clear up north around the upper end of the valley and bridge the river above the waterfall.
It's 150 miles that way, Travis. Straight across the valley is only 20 miles.
Well, that's true, but...
That's 130 extra miles. Travis, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were in cahoots with the Iron Spur.
Colonel Parkman.
Well, what else? The Iron Spur are outlaws, true enough. But they're trying to slow up the building of the railroad. And your suggestion certainly seems to be doing the same. An extra 130 miles. That means an extra 2 weeks. This track must be late on schedule, Travis. If it isn't, the government withdraws its support.
Oh, I know, sir, but...
What, more objections?
Well, Colonel, I know we made this trip out here under difficulties, but...
Difficulties? That's a mild term. It's been a long march. A dangerous one in the wild country. But if my engineers persist in bringing back reports like yours, then I have to come out and see for myself. Going around that valley's impossible, Travis. Impossible.
And cutting through the valley would be fatal.
Hmm?
That waterfall, sir.
What about the waterfall?
It's very dangerous, sir.
Dangerous? It's only a trickle. The stream below can be bridged with one span.
It's a trickle a day, Colonel, but any day it might be a raging torrent, covering the whole floor of the valley.
What's that?
That stream comes down from the hills, sir. It's tricky. There are cloudbursts in those hills and snow. This valley gets flash floods and spring freshets. Well, look right below us, Colonel. You can see where the high water mark of the last one was.
Yes, quite high.
That's why we've got to go the long way around, sir.
Travis, I'm afraid you were right. But we can't.
Colonel Parkman, 2 riders approaching at the gallop.
Yes, I see them. Bring them to me under guard.
One of them is masked.
So I noticed.
The other's an Indian. Captain, they must be outlaws. This may be a trap.
There are only 2 of them, sir.
There may be dozens more behind the hill. Don't waste time. Shoot them down in their tracks.
That's enough, Travis. I'm in command here. Let them come, Captain. When they arrive, bring them to me at once.
Detail, halt!
Well, sir, what do you and the Indian want? Why are you masked?
Here's a letter, Colonel. It will explain us. From your secretary.
Miss Barkley?
Yes, Colonel.
Colonel, I tell you, these men are outlaws. Why should an honest man wear a mask and travel...
That's enough, Travis. I'm satisfied.
But, Colonel, whatever that letter says...
This letter's addressed to me, Travis. Whatever it says is my business. And I'm satisfied that these 2 men are our friends. Dismissed, Captain.
Yes, sir. Detail, return to posts. Cut.
Colonel, Son and I have just come from the upper end of the valley above the falls. You're putting the railroad straight through, aren't you?
That's impossible. There's floodwater most of the time.
Yes, masked man, and afraid Travis is right.
But, Colonel, the Central takes all the time necessary to go the long way around. You'll get behind schedule. You'll never make it up.
Mister, are you an engineer?
How do I know this country, Colonel Parkman? You can go across this valley.
How? Fly like the birds? I tell you...
Just a minute, Travis. What makes you so certain, mister?
Colonel, above the valley, the stream runs through a narrow canyon. The ground itself slopes off westward. Now, all you need do is build a dam across the canyon, and when the water rises, it'll flow off to the west.
Ah, as long as dam stands, valley not get flooded.
Is this true, Travis?
Well, I'm sorry, Colonel. I haven't been up that way myself.
You haven't? You call yourself an engineer? Never mind. Well, masked man, the railroad's grateful to you and the Indian. Captain!
Yes, sir?
We're looking over the north end of the valley. I want to look at the terrain. The troop will accompany us.
Yes, sir. Come on, boy.
Mister, if that stream can be dammed, then the railroad goes straight through. If that's the case, we'll return with all speed to the end of track. We'll send out special crews to build the dam and cut the grade. So everything will be ready when the track crews get here. You will accompany me, Travis.
Yes, Colonel.
Thank you, masked man. Bye.
Goodbye, sir.
Get up there.
Adios.
Yibler, column of 4s, marching order.
Soldiers ride plenty good, huh?
Otto, I'm wondering.
What matter?
This man, Travis, something about him. I wonder whether he's really loyal to the railroad.
Right where you are, mister. I'll hold together on you.
Coster, don't shoot. It's Travis.
Have to be careful. In the dark, you never know. Well?
I did my best, Coster. The railroad is going straight across the valley.
What's that?
Now, easy.
Easy? Why, you little liver coyote. The Iron Spur's been giving you plenty of cash. And your job as engineer with the Central Railroad, you're in a fine spot to help us smash it. You fall down on the job.
It wasn't my fault. I did the best I could.
Yeah?
Absolutely, Coster. Why, I had the colonel convinced that it'd be suicide to go straight across the valley.
You told him about the floods, huh?
Of course. Even though the colonel was dead set against the delay that would be caused by going the long way around, he agreed with me finally. And then...
Then what?
A masked hombre, Custer. A masked man and his Indian partner.
Masked man? Masked? Riding a white horse?
That's the one.
A Lone Ranger?
Well, I tried to tell the colonel they were a couple of outlaws. The soldiers ought to shoot them down,
Never mind that. Get to the point.
Well, the masked man told Colonel Parkman that a dam could be built above the valley. Colonel Parkman went to have a look.
And
it's settled. The dam is going to be built.
You knew about that possibility all the time.
Sure I did, but I wasn't mentioning it.
Why didn't you talk against it then when the colonel was up there? You were an engineer. You could have argued.
Don't be loco, Custer. Colonel has already given me a dressing down. Besides, the colonel's an engineer himself. As soon as he saw the canyon and the stream, he knew a dam could do the work. If I'd argued, I'd have lost my job.
Yeah. I reckon you was wise to button your lip. At least you're still in a good spot to help the Iron Spur.
Have you got a plan?
We're not giving up, if that's what you mean. When are they going to start working the dam?
Another engineer and I are starting out with a party of workmen from End of Track. We leave tomorrow at dawn.
What's the name of the other engineer?
Borden. Ted Borden.
Can he be bribed?
Not a chance.
How many workmen?
About 40 all told.
Any army men for escort?
Cavalry, 24.
That's 60-odd all told. Keno.
The men will carry guns, Costa.
Don't worry. The Iron Spur can get 100 men, all gunfighters. You get on your horse, Travis. Get back to the End of Track.
You have a plan, Custer?
Don't worry. Start out in the morning with the railroad outfit. Get out there and do the job. Start right in. The Iron Spur will be out that way, too. You'll be hearing from us. Adios.
Howdy, Travis. Well, I reckon we're all set to start out.
Everything ready, Borden?
Yep. Men are all assembled. The wagons have got every piece of equipment packed away.
Blasting powder?
2 full wagons. Those 2 at the tail end with the red flags.
And the detail of soldiers. It's a long trip out there, Borden. Bad country we travel through.
The detail is all present, Mr. Travis.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Yes, sir. We'll have 10 men as advance guard, 5 men rear guard, and the rest will ride point along the wagon train.
Good. Should take us about a week to reach the valley. Right, Borden?
Reckon so.
And we can start any time.
Yes, sir. I'll be with the advance detail. Get up, boy.
There's sure a crowd to see us off.
Yeah. Tell the wagoners to keep a tight rein on the horses. I wouldn't want anything to happen to that blasting powder.
Yeah, sure thing. All right, men. Ready to ride. Pile in them wagons. Keep a tight rein on your horses.
You riding with me, Borden?
I'll be glad to, Travis. Steady, boy.
Get along, boy.
Adios, everybody. Adios, Colonel Parkman. We'll have that valley all ready when the grading crew comes along. All right, you wagoners, start them off.
All right, Captain, we're traveling.
Well, we'll be there in another day, Travis. We can start work the day after.
Yeah.
A mighty peaceable ride. No trouble at all. Not a thing. Travis.
What's the matter, Borden?
Nothing, not now. Thought I caught a glimpse of 2 riders near those cottonwoods. Looked like they was trailing us.
Trailing us? What'd they look like? You think they might be the Iron Spur?
I don't know who they are. One of them wore a mask.
This is close enough, Tonto. We'll leave the horses here. Steady, big fella.
You stand here, Scout.
Wait for us, Silver.
Kimasabi. They still work at night, huh?
Night and day, Tonto. The dam must be built in a hurry.
Ah.
Okay, sir, we separate Kimasabi. Now you circle east. Try to locate Travis and keep an eye on him.
Ah. You go talk to Borden?
Yes, that's his tent directly ahead.
And you talk good. Adios, Kimasabi.
Adios. Now, a few fast steps and I'll be inside.
Who is it?
Oh, raise an alarm, Borden. I just want to talk with you. I'm a friend of... Borden. Borden, what's happened to you?
Wounded. I'm hurt. Hour ago. Explosion. Covered sound of the shot. It was Travis.
Travis?
Yeah, he came in.
Borden. Borden, are you all
Raise your
right?
hands, mister.
That's the man, Captain.
Don't reach for your guns, masked man. So you shot Borden, did you?
Captain, there's some mistake.
Yes, there is, and you made it, mister. I told Colonel Parkman you were an outlaw. He wouldn't believe me, but now this proves it. I saw you come into this tent half an hour ago.
I just got here. Captain, Borden's been wounded, badly hurt. But he told me it was Travis who shot him.
Well, that's a fine story.
It's the truth. Captain, ask Borden yourself.
I will. Don't move. Borden, who shot you? Was it that... What are you trying to pull around here, mister? Borden can't talk. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Borden. Borden. Travis, if he dies...
If Borden dies, masked man, you will hang for it.
I'm sorry, mister. Colonel Parkman said you were all right. But I got to believe the evidence of my eyes. I'm placing you under arrest, masked man. Hand over your guns.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger was arrested by the Army captain, who believed he had shot and badly wounded Ted Borden. 2 hours later, the masked man was in a tent guarded by 4 soldiers. And at that same time, several miles north of the encampment...
So everything worked out Jim Dandy, huh, Travis?
Couldn't have been better, Custer. After I shot Borden, I stayed close by. Just by mere chance, I saw the masked man slip into Borden's tent. I got the captain.
Masked man will hang.
He's under guard right now.
Borden can't live, can he?
He's pretty bad off.
Better not live, Travis. If he does, it means you're finished.
Perhaps.
Perhaps nothing. Borden was facing you when you shot him, wasn't he?
Yes, he knows I gunned him down, Custer. But I'll make dead certain he doesn't live, savvy?
Got it all figured, then.
That's right.
Who's caring for him?
A couple of the workers. There's no real doctor. And one of these nights, I'll be able to complete the job.
Well, Travis, sounds like you've got your time all picked, haven't you?
That's right. Ties in with our scheme to wreck the dam.
Huh?
Yeah, I've had time to think it over, Custer. See what you think of this.
I'm listening.
You got 24 men camped out here, and the railroad crew knows nothing about it, right?
You know, we made sure our tracks are covered.
You aim to blow up the dam night after next, isn't that so?
Yeah, water's rising up in the hills. It ought to hit the dam about then. If we blow up the dam just before the water floods, it'll pour into the valley full force.
With the encampment right in the path of the flood.
That's our idea.
Well, I'm adding to it, Custer. Yes, sir. There'll be men at the dam, right?
Yeah, they may give us a fight.
I can fix it so they won't be there to fight the iron spur off at all.
That's, sounds interesting.
Custer, suppose some of the tents caught on fire just before you got to the dam. Those men at the dam would leave, head for the camp to put out the fire.
Say, that's so. Before they got back, we could plant the blasting powder,
And set it off.
Now, that's real slick, Travis.
When the flood pours down, it'll get rid of the masked men and probably take a few of the railroad men, too.
Yeah, that's standard. Wait a second. What about Borden? Suppose they get him to high ground.
No sense carrying a dead man to safety, Custer.
Dead? I don't savvy. He's only wounded.
You'll be dead.
How can you be sure?
Because I'll make sure. Myself.
You'll shoot him?
Yeah.
It'll be twice as risky as before.
Oh, no, it won't. Because when I start the fire, everybody will be running around like skinned wolves. Even the men caring for Borden will be running. I can slip into the tent and finish him pronto, Custer. It'll be as easy as slipping a cinch. Here, boy. Yep. The night after tomorrow.
Adios, Travis. We'll be watching for the flames. That'll be our sign to blow up the dam, huh?
Yeah. Adios, Custer. Get up, boy. Come on, get up.
Halt! We'll go there.
Captain Wallace, as your worst entry.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Captain. I want to thank you for letting me stay masked.
It was the least I could do, mister. I remember that Colonel Parkman vouched for you. I've sent a courier back to end of track with news that Travis demanded your arrest. I'll do nothing further until I hear from Parkman.
Well, how is Ted Borden? Is he still unconscious?
Yes, it's touch and go. He may pull out of it, but...
I understand.
You still insist Travis shot him?
Borden told me himself.
You understand my position in this?
Yes, of course. Your detail is attached to this railroad crew. Actually, you're supposed to take orders from Travis.
That's the difficulty, mister.
Well, I'm certain I got fair dealing from you.
The Army never deals any other way.
And what about the dam? Is it finished?
I understand it'll be completed in another 24 hours. The men are working day and night.
Good. The railroad must go through. Our country needs it.
Mister, I'll swear I can't figure you out. You carry 2 guns, you're masked. I should take you for an outlaw, and yet... Well, sir, somehow I trust you more than I trust Travis.
Halt! Who goes there?
Put that gun aside, it's me.
Oh, yes, sir.
Masked man, it's Travis.
Yes, I see.
Hello, Captain. You questioning the prisoner?
Hello, Mr. Travis.
You haven't been talking about me, have you?
I've been doing my duty, sir. You've been away from the encampment?
That's my business, Captain. You stick to the Army. Understand?
Yes, sir. If you'll excuse me, I have some work to attend to.
Well, masked man, I reckon you'd better start counting the hours. You won't live long.
If Borden lives, you'll be lucky, Travis. That's the only way you can escape the hangman's rope.
Why,
You shot Borden. We both know it. Soon it'll be proved.
You can't talk... Keno, masked man. Maybe so. Maybe you're right. I can say that with no one else listening. But savvy this. Whoever shot Borden, it's you that'll pay for it. Think that over. And think fast, because you won't have much time to think.
Now, what did he mean by that? Bird call. It's Tonto. Yes, it's Tonto. I see him creeping through the grass.
Kimasabi.
Yes, Tonto. Go ahead. I'm standing so the guards won't see you.
Your hands tied.
That's all right. You know what happened to me?
Oh, me here. Me set you free.
No, not now, Tonto. What have you got to tell me? Did you watch Travis?
Him leave tent. Tonto follow. Him meet Coster, Iron Spur outlaw. You listen. Tonto tell you what they plan to do. Listen.
So that's their scheme. The night after tomorrow. Good work, Tonto. Planning to start a fire, blow up the dam, and kill Borden all at once. It's a big night's work. It's up to us to stop them.
Tonto see Silver. Him and Corell back at camp.
Good. Now you go, Kimosabe. Stay out of sight. The day after tomorrow, just after sundown, you come back here. Be careful of the guards.
Whoa there, whoa, boy, whoa. Well, Captain, I've just come from the dam. It's all finished. Fine job.
So I understand, Mr. Travis. We can break up camp any time you say.
Well, I don't think it's smart to move Borden yet, do you?
Perhaps not. He should regain consciousness tomorrow, though.
What's that?
I've seen men in his condition before, Mr. Travis. That's my guess.
Oh, I see. The masked man is still a prisoner?
Yes, still under guard.
Oh, by the way, Captain.
Yes, sir?
You sent a messenger to the end of track, didn't you? Has he gotten back yet?
No, sir.
You're not very polite, Captain. Somehow I get the feeling that you don't like me.
That's beside the point, Mr. Travis. I'm under your orders. All I can do is obey them.
Then why didn't you shoot that masked hombre at once?
Without a trial?
That was the order I gave you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Travis, but that's one order I must ignore. This country has a constitution, a Bill of Rights. Every man has a right to a fair trial. And the masked man will get a fair trial. That's why we're waiting for Borden to get better.
This is insubordination, Captain. I'll report it when we get back to the end of track.
That's your privilege, sir. Right now.
What places?
It's over this way.
Get him away! Aim lower!
Corporal, what is it?
Look down the captain!
Hold your fire, it's no use.
I'll see that you lose your rank for this, Captain. The masked man has escaped.
Scout and Silver go plenty fast. Nobody on trail now.
Kimasabe, it's getting late. We're free, but they're still boarding in the encampment and the dam across the canyon.
There's Travis, too. Him still in camp.
We have a lot of work to do. Swing this way, Kimosabe.
We turn round.
Yes, Tonto. We're heading back for the camp again.
That's plenty bad. They see you first, they shoot.
I've got to talk to the captain. You go to the tent where Borden is lying. No matter what happens, stay there till I come.
He's savvy, only...
Only what?
Coster and Badman up near Tam. They wait for signal from Travis. Fire signal. What happen if Travis start fire? Or we catch him, huh?
Faster, Tonto. That must never happen. Come on, Silver.
You not move, Scout. Be right behind tent. You not make sound.
Water.
Oh, him hurt plenty bad. Wear mask, friend. Him take heap long time to talk to Captain. What's that?
Roust out! Roust out, everybody! Fire in the south corner! Never mind, Borden. He'll be all right. Come on, we gotta form a bucket brigade!
Fire! Travis, start fire. You stay here, Scout. Tonto go in tent. Everything go wrong. Fire start already. But maybe Tonto get wounded man to safe ground by fire.
That's enough, Injun. Stand up and lift your hands high.
Travis.
Don't turn around. I'm going to finish Borden right now. Everybody's fighting the flames. And I'm going to put a bullet in you, too. Right this very minute.
We got here in time, Captain.
Kimosabe.
Yes, Tonto. We followed Travis over here.
Travis didn't set that fire. After I talked to the masked man, I had a bonfire started.
You hombres think you're all fired smart, don't you? I was going to set a fire, but I saw that one blaze up. I figured an accidental fire was as good as any other.
That's fired out already, Travis.
Kimosabe, the iron spur.
What's that?
Kimosabe, you forget. Fire was signaled to iron spur to go to dam. Pretty soon they blow up dam.
Not if we get there first, Tonto. It's going to be a close race. The soldiers are ready, aren't they, Captain?
Here they come now, masked man. And every railroad worker can sit in the saddle with them. Corporal.
Yes, sir.
Place Travis under arrest.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Tonto. Here's Silver.
Let's go.
Ready, big fella. All ready, Captain. Come on, Silver. Get up, Scout.
Men, follow the masked rider. Load your guns.
Up the valley. Head for the canyon. Come on, Silver.
Get there. Come on here.
Sight the dam yet, Finley?
Yeah, Coster. There it is, clear in the moonlight. Not a soul around.
Sure not. They all run to put out the fire in the valley. Keno chance, rain up. Finley, Jurgis, get the blasting powder. Get a move on.
Careful. Don't drop it.
We'll hang it over the side of the dam and use a long fuse. It'll give us just time enough to get away and... What in thunder? You gents hear anything?
Yeah, it sounded like maybe.
It's the army.
It's a masked man.
Grab your guns. Shoot it out. Get to your horses.
Ride them down. Don't give them a chance.
He get Coster. This way, Silver. No, you don't.
Ow, my hand. Coster, it's no use.
Put down your guns. We've got you surrounded.
Will we get me alive?
That enough? You want more?
Don't shoot, you got us.
Cease fire.
My hand.
Masked man fired at me and then...
You're not hurt. You knocked the guns out of your hand. Coster, you and all your men are captured.
Travis hombre tricked us.
Travis is under arrest, too, back in the camp. Borden's still alive. He'll testify against him. As for you, we need no further evidence than we already have. You're all going to jail.
That masked man, if it hadn't been for him and... Hey, he's gone.
Yes, Coster. And if it hadn't been for him, the building of the railroad would have been delayed. The railroad owes him a vote of thanks. And so does our country.
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Wallace Beery in The Champ with Josephine Hutchinson, Noah Beery, and Bobby Larson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The scene is a rushing trout stream deep in the heart of Wyoming. The time, late afternoon, and a burly-looking man in old clothes is patiently casting a fly in likely-looking pools. The trout are ignoring him completely. I think it's partly due to this lack of cooperation from the trout that we were able to lure Wallace Beery back to the hustle and bustle of Hollywood. The bait we used was a play called The Champ, adapted from a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, in which Wally gave one of his most memorable performances. Just before this brief vacation, our star finished another picture at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer with the intriguing title, Jackass Male. Tonight in The Champ, we've surrounded him with a fine cast that includes Josephine Hutchinson, Noah Beery, and Bobby Larson. The Champ is an inspiring story of a father and his boy, a prize fighter and his son who face the world and fight the good fight together. As a team, they're invincible because the bond of devotion between them can stand all the tough luck the world throws their way. This drama is a tribute to the courage and stout hearts of all champions, from 8 to 80. And so I know it will thrill both you and those American boys in the armed forces who hear this program far from home. Putting those armed forces on wheels and wings is going to keep American industry working day and night for a long time to come. There'll be a smaller supply of goods for sale on the home front, and that means we've got to make things last. In the case of stockings, rayon, wool, and other washable fabrics, that's a job made to order for Lux Flakes. And the Lux way of doing the job has been tested in 2 kinds of scientific laboratories. There's the kind where serious-looking gentlemen in spotless white rooms are surrounded by charts, retorts, and miles of glass tubing. And then there's the other kind, where a smiling young woman turns on the faucet and does a little home defense work on the family wardrobe. Of course, it's Lux Flakes that has brought the smile to her face. Right now, we'll put some smiles on your faces with the first act of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery in the title role, Josephine Hutchinson as Linda, Noah Beery as Tony, and Bobby Larson as Dink. Just below the California border lies the sprawling little town of Tijuana, famous during the Prohibition era as a mecca for American tourists. Its muddy, unpaved streets were an endless procession of bars and gambling halls, where the tourist and native rubbed shoulders in an atmosphere of desperate gaiety, of noise and smoke, and the spicy odors of Mexican food. The streets are ablaze now, for it's Saturday night, and the town is at its merriest. Threading his way through the crowd comes a ragged, dirty-faced boy, Dink Purcell. Though he's only 7, he walks with confidence, for Dink is at home in this boiling border town.
Hello, Dink.
Hello, Jose. You seen the champ?
Your papa? No, I have not seen him tonight.
Well, if you do, tell him I'm looking for him, will you?
Sure, I will tell him.
Hi there, Dink. Hello, Mary. You seen the champ? Try Goldie's bar. I did. He ain't there. I wouldn't know then.
I don't know.
Hey, Dink, where you going, Dink? Come here, Jonah. You ain't seen the champ, have you? Not me. No, sir. I gotta find him. There's a couple of guys waiting up at the creek to see him. They got a fight lined up for him. A fight? Your old man ain't a fight in a long time. That don't make no difference. He's still the greatest fighter in the world. Sure, Dink. I didn't say nothing. If the champ wins this fight, he said he'll buy me a horse. A real horse? Well, what you think? A wooden one? A real horse? Man, oh man. Come on, Jonah. You can help me look for the champ.
Okay, maybe it's down to Louis' place.
Yes, sir, Louis, I'll tell you. If I get a crack at this big Mexican, I'm back right where I was, Louis.
Yeah, top of the heap. World's champion again,
I'll be the world's champ again. You just watch and see.
Sure, I'll watch. Now, that's $1.40 you owe me, champ. Want to pay now?
Sure, oh, sure.
Hey, Champ, Champ.
Well, if it ain't the little spitball. Hiya, Dink.
Gee, Champ, I've been looking all over for you. Those promoters, they're up at the Greeks waiting for you.
They are. Doggone it, I forgot all about it.
You gotta straighten up, Champ. Come on.
Sure.
Hey, Jonah, get some ice. And tell Curly to open a can of tomatoes.
Okay, Dink.
Say, what's the matter with you? I'm all right.
They've been there for over an hour. Gosh, Champ, why'd you have to go and forget? You might have spoiled everything.
Hey, Louis, listen to that kid of mine bawling me out. He's rough on me, that kid is. Oh, I'm going to be good from now on, Dink. No kidding.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
I know, but this time I mean it, honest.
Here's the ice, Dink.
Okay, rub the back of his neck with it.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
Tomatoes, kid.
Come on, Champ, drink this.
Listen, I don't like that stuff.
You gotta straighten up. Come on, drink it. 1, 2, 3. That's right. Hello, boy, Champ.
That's terrible.
Feel all right now?
Sure, I'm fine.
Fix your hat. We gotta look right when we meet those guys.
Where are they? Come on, bring them on.
They're at the Greeks, I told you. Sponge is there, too. He's giving you a big build-up.
What do you mean Sponge is giving me a build-up? I don't need no build-up.
I know, Champ. Sponge is just helping. Now, come on. And don't let on to the net that anything's wrong, huh?
Don't you worry, Dink. They won't guess. Provided nothing gives me away.
This picture shows the champ wearing a diamond belt. Looks great, don't he?
Yeah, he looks fine, Sponge, but that was 6 years ago. What we want to know is, how does he look right now?
Yeah, same way, absolutely. He'll be here in a minute. You can see for yourself.
That's what we're waiting for, Sponge.
Well, now, suppose we talk, though, huh? Now, my idea was this. Andy can still draw a big gate in San Diego or anywhere. Now, I think we should be entitled to at least 20% of the gate.
Hi, boys. Hi.
Champ.
Sponge, he was working out in the gym. Well, sit down, Champ. You must be tired.
Thanks, Dink. Well, gentlemen, what's your proposition?
Well, I was just talking that over with the boys, Champ. I was
Wait
saying
a minute,
that
wait a minute. Let us do a little talking for a change. How's your condition, Andy?
Who, me? Oh, I'm fine. You only have to look at me to know that.
Yeah.
2 or 3 punching bags loose only last week. Didn't you, Champ?
Sure.
Stand up, Andy.
Well, what for?
We want to take a look at you.
Okay, sure. What do you think, huh? Here, feel that arm. It's hard as rock. Why, I'm as good now as... Pardon me, must have been something I hit.
Yeah. Seen enough, Harry?
I guess so.
Well, now that we're all set, what about the gate? We ought to get 20% at least.
We're giving it to you, Sponge. All of it.
Huh?
The fight's off. Sorry, Andy, no can do.
I don't get
No,
you.
you probably heard this before. Maybe the night you lost the championship. Booze fighting and prize fighting don't mix, Andy.
Oh, what are you talking about? There's nothing the matter with me. Nothing, see?
Sit down, Andy, before you trip over your stomach. Come on, Harry.
Yeah, sorry, champ.
Yeah, well, that settles that. A fine time you picked, Champ. Tonight of all nights, you have to go out and cut up.
Shut up. Go on, get out of here. Go on, get out.
Okay.
Go on. Hey, Dink. Dink, come here. You don't believe what that guy said about me, do you? About not being right when I lost the championship? Dink?
No.
You know I wouldn't lie to you, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Ah, boy. Well, I guess I'll hit the hay.
Don't bend over. I'll unlace your shoes.
Oh, no. I can do that.
Give me your foot.
Dink, listen. I'd have been all right tonight, only, well, you know, there's some people invited me, and you know how it is, don't you, huh?
Sure. Lay down on the bed. I'll pull your pants off.
Oh, say, you don't have to treat me like I couldn't take care of myself.
Go ahead. You ought to get some sleep.
All right. Uh-oh. What's that?
$1? Here. I guess it's the last we got, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Here, Dink. Spit on it, Dink, just for luck. Go ahead.
Okay.
Atta boy. You know things are going to change, Dink. Wait, you'll see. I'm going to behave myself from now on. Word of honor. Why, I'm even going to quit gambling. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Did you hear what I said, Dink?
Yeah, I heard you.
Ain't you coming to bed?
In a little while.
Dink, I'm awful sorry. Honest, I am. Good night, Dink.
Good night, Champ.
Hey, Dink, here, come on, wake up. Wake up. It's morning. Come on, wake up.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, come on, get out of bed. I got something to show you.
What?
Listen, Dink. Remember that dollar that you spit on last night for luck? Well, I took it out this morning, and it sure brought it. 8 passes, one after another.
Yeah, and I thought you wasn't going to gamble no more.
Oh, gee, I forgot, Dink. But I won plenty of money. It ain't wrong when you win, is it? Here, look, see this watch? That's for you, Dink.
Thanks, Champ.
Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. Swell. Well, I guess I'll get dressed.
Wait a minute. Here, come over to the window. Now look down there in the street. See what Sponge has got down there?
He's got a horse.
Yeah, you think you could cut into that?
You mean that the horse
Yes, the horse. He's yours.
Mine? Mine? Oh, boy, let me see him.
Hey, come back here. Put your pants on. You can't go running around without your pants.
Easy, fella. Easy, boy.
Oh, gee, he's wonderful. Where'd you get him, Champ?
I won him from Joe.
And he's mine? All mine?
Sure, just like what I said.
He's a racehorse, ain't he?
Well, he ran in a race once.
He could be a winner, though. Couldn't he, Sponge?
Sure. After I work on him for a little while, he'll make the grade.
Gee.
His name is Butterfly.
Butterfly. That's a heck of a name for a horse. We gotta change it.
Okay. What'll we call him?
Wait. I know. We'll call him Little Champ. You're the big champ because you're the best fighter in the world. And he's a little champ because he's going to be the greatest racehorse in the world.
Say, that's not a bad idea.
And we can start getting him ready and put him in a race right away.
Sure. Sponge will have him set in no time.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Champ.
Here I is over here.
What'd you find out, Jonah?
The odds is way against us, Dee.
Huh?
Little Champ. They got him now at 20 to 1.
Yeah? Who's the favorite?
Horse by the name of Blue Boy is the favorite. There he is over there. See? They're taking pictures of him.
Come on. I want to take a look.
One side, please. Oh, Mr. Carlton. Mr. Carlton.
Yes?
I'm from the San Diego Herald. Would you and Mrs. Carlton mind posing for a picture with Blue Boy?
Not at all. Well, Linda, we're going to have our pictures taken.
Oh, how nice.
Blue Boy is Mrs. Carlton's horse, isn't he?
He is?
A birthday gift from my husband.
Well, he's the favorite today.
Who? My husband?
A little to the right, please. Thank you.
Not at all.
Horses to the post, please. Jockeys up.
Say, lady, I wouldn't bet on that horse if I was you.
You wouldn't?
If you got any money, you'd better put it on my horse. There he is, just going out.
Oh, he does look very good.
He's gonna be the winner.
Then we must be sure and bet on him. What's his name?
Little Champ.
And what's your name?
Dink. What's yours?
Linda. I think Dink is a very nice name.
Linda ain't a bad name either.
Tony, dear, put $50 on Little Champ.
Sure. I'll see you up in the box.
You won't be sorry, lady.
No, ma'am. You sure won't.
Oh, I haven't been introduced to this gentleman.
Oh, he's Jonah, my pal. Jonah, shake hands with Mrs. Linda.
How do you do?
Yes.
He's colored.
So he is. A very nice color.
Come on, Lady Luck. Snap it up, folks. Snap it up. Oh, hello, Mr. Carlton.
Hello. 50 to place on Little Champ, please.
Hey, give me 20 on Little Champ, will you? 20 on Little Champ. Hey, excuse me, mister,
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Carlton. I thought you never came out west.
We're spending the winter in California.
We, meaning,
Yes, Linda and I.
Yeah, well, that's good enough.
No more bets, folks. They're at the post.
Why, you look as though you'd seen a ghost, Tony.
I have, Linda. I saw Andy.
Andy? Where?
Look down there, by the rail.
Yes, I see him.
You see the boy with him?
Why, it's the same one who... Tony.
Yes.
Hey, Dink, take it easy.
Go on, little champ.
Keep your hands to yourself, will you, Dink?
Look at him. He's coming up. He's gaining.
Say, if you don't quit beating on me, I'll murder you.
Go on, little champ. Go on. Champ, he fell.
All right.
He's broken his leg. Oh, champ.
Oh, take it easy. He's all right, kid. Look, he's getting up. See, he's okay. Just winded, that's all.
Gosh, I gotta see him.
Think the nag's okay, Sponge?
I guess so. He looks all right from here.
Tough break, huh? Tough on that kid.
Not so good on us neither. We're clean again.
Oh, well, we've been broke before. Come on, let's get out of here.
Andy.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'd like to see you alone.
Yeah? Okay, come on. Well, fill it.
Andy, is Dink Linda's child? Is he?
Yeah, what about it?
She'd like to see him, Andy.
Yes, so what?
Well, I think you ought to let her.
Why? She washed us up both a long time ago, didn't she? Didn't she?
Yeah, it was a mistake, your marriage to Linda. I'd known her since she was a child and loved her.
Yes, you was her class. I was just a runner-up who couldn't make the grade, so she gave me the gate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy.
Yeah, that does a lot of good.
Let Linda see the boy, please.
No, not a chance. The courts gave me the custody of the kid, and I'm keeping it. Besides, you got a kid of your own, ain't you?
Yes, we have a little girl, but Dink is Linda's child, too.
No, she's got you and a new kid. I got Dink. We all stay just as we are.
She'd give anything in the world to talk to him, Andy.
Anything? How much?
I wasn't thinking in terms of money.
Okay, then.
Wait. Okay, Andy. Here's $100. Bring him over to the hotel tomorrow, and there'll be another 100. All right?
Well, I'll tell you. I got to sleep on it. If I decide that I don't want to see him, I'll send his back to you. So long.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery, in just a moment. Now, it's a warm summer evening, and Betty's looking out her bedroom window, listening to the radio.
The good old summertime. Well, I don't see what's so good about it. Everybody else has dates. But I'm stuck here in this stuffy old house.
If only someone would say to Betty,
Betty, dear, dates and romance come to girls who are charming. And without daintiness, no other charm counts. Why don't you protect daintiness? Lux under things every day.
and suppose Betty took this advice. Why, then we'd hear...
Lovely music. Oh, Tom, what fun we're having this summer.
Oh, it's a wonderful summer, Betty, because of you.
That's the way with Lux girls. They win admiration, romance so quickly because they have the irresistible charm of exquisite daintiness. New Quick Lux Flakes make it so easy to be sure of daintiness. Take away every trace of perspiration so quickly and safely. They keep under things like new longer, too, because Lux has no harmful alkali. And because with the instant Lux suds, there's no injurious cake soap rubbing. Yes, gentle Lux Flakes are kind to colors and fabrics. You're fastidious and you're thrifty when you Lux lingerie every day. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery in the title role, with Josephine Hutchinson as Linda, Noah Beery as Tony, and Bobby Larson as Dink. It's only a few miles from the Champ's dingy quarters in Tijuana to the sedate beauty of the American Hotel in Caliente. But it's a new world to Dink. In the living room of his mother's apartment, where the Champ has sent him without a word of explanation, Dink is bewildered and ill at ease. At last the door opens and Linda comes in.
Hello, Dink.
Oh, hello, Linda.
I'm so glad to see you again, Dink.
You are? I was wondering.
Why?
Well, I'm kind of losing that dough for you at the races.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Ain't that the reason why you wanted to see me?
No. It was a lot more important than that.
Say, this ain't a bad duck you got here, Linda.
I'm glad you like it.
Champ and me ain't fixed up as swell as this, but I guess our joint's more lively. It's right over the Greek saloon. I like to listen to the piano playing and wait for the champ to come home nights.
Does your father leave you alone much?
No, he takes me most every place, especially when he shoots dice. And good luck to him.
You like your father very much, don't you?
Champ is the greatest guy in the world. You ought to meet him sometime, Linda.
I have met him, Dink. Hasn't your father told you who I am?
No.
Well, has he ever talked to you about your mother?
Oh, yeah. She kicked the bucket before I was born.
Is that what he told you?
Well, I heard it someplace.
Dink, try to understand. I'm your mother, Dink.
Oh, no.
Yes, Dink, I am.
My mother? But why aren't you living with the champ and me?
Well, your father and I disagreed. I'm married to Mr. Carlton now.
Then you ain't married to the champ anymore?
No.
Oh, well, then you ain't my mother. How could you be?
Oh, Dink.
What are you crying about?
Dink, I am your mother. Nothing that happened between your father and me can change that.
Well, that's all right. You don't have to cry about it. I like you.
Do you, Dink? Do you really?
Sure. Only, I gotta go now.
Dink, I wish you'd give me a kiss.
Oh, no, Linda. I don't kiss dames.
Please, Dink.
What's the good in it?
I'd like you to.
Oh, well. Okay. So long.
So long, Dink.
Come down to Tijuana sometime. I'll show you around.
Oh, Linda. Oh, what happened, darling?
He doesn't even want to know me.
Oh, don't say that, darling. He just doesn't understand yet. How could he?
Oh, Tony, if he grows up in that background, I'll blame myself all my life. We've got to get him out of it, Tony. We've got to.
Be good to me, Dices. Come on, Dice. Come on, Papa. 1 mile to go. There she is. Little baby, shoot the whole word.
Take it easy, champ. You're way ahead of the game.
Oh, don't bother me. Where's Dink? Hey, Dink, wake up. Come on, kid. You know what to do. Make the dice lucky for me, Dink.
Oh, gee, champ. I've run out of spit.
Come on, don't give me that.
Okay. It's awful late, champ. Ain't we gonna hit the hay soon?
Oh, sure, soon. Oh, look. Ain't it from Decatur? Oh, that ain't hard to make.
I'm dying on my feet, champ. Come on home, will you?
Oh, we can't quit now, Dink. We're going good. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, holy Mikey, won again. Hey, champ.
Yeah, what?
Guy outside wants to see you.
Oh, get out of here. I'm busy.
He said it was important. His name's Carlton.
Oh, yeah? Okay, here's Bunch. Take the dice.
Shoot your own dough. Okay, champ.
I wanted to speak to you.
Well, spill it.
Andy, Linda and I have a proposition to make you.
Yeah?
We want you to give us Dink for 6 months.
Yeah? Why?
Well, because we want to help him. We want to do something for the boy.
Like what, for instance?
Well, send him to school, give him a different environment.
He's got plenty of environment right here. I'm busy.
Wait. I know that you love him, Andy, and Dink loves you. But this sort of life for a kid. Give the boy a chance. If you love him, Andy, you let Linda have him.
I had a hunch you'd pull something like this. Why, I got to do a lot of counting to keep from smacking you down. Look, you see this dough? I got pretty close to $4,000 here. I'm going to send that kid to school, and I'm going to get him dressed up. Him and me's going to travel. What do you say to that?
If we wanted to get nasty, Andy, we could take the boy away from you. You're not a very good father, you know.
Why, you... Go on, beat it, Carlton. Get out, beat it.
I'm sorry, but I thought I'd give it to you straight. Good night, Andy.
Here's your champ. Come on, champ. It's still your role.
Give me those dice. Come on, spit on them, Dink.
He's asleep, champ. Out like a light.
All right, never mind. Let him alone. I'm shooting 100. Come on, Dice. Show him some rolling.
Oh, boy, look at it.
Okay, champ, we're closing up. You want to sign that paper?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Sign right here.
It's Dink's horse, Whitey. I must have gone nuts gambling him away like that. That kid'll die when he finds out.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. If you can get the money within the next couple of days, I'll let you have him back.
Okay, thanks. Dink, Dink, come on, wake up. We're hitting for home.
Gee, what time is it, Champ?
Oh, it's morning. You want me to carry you?
No, I got legs. Had bad luck, Champ?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Well, tomorrow's another day. Don't worry about losing. Little Champ will make it all back in the next race.
Dink, listen. I got to tell you something.
What's the matter?
Well, we ain't got Little Champ anymore. I lost him.
Lost him?
Yeah?
You lost Little Champ? Oh, no!
I'll get him back, Dink, just as soon as I get the money.
But you gave him to me.
Oh, don't take on that way about it, Dink. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. Come on now. Keep that chin up. Everything's going to be all right. Give me a smile.
Sure. I'm smiling.
That's the way. I'll get him back, Dink. I don't know how, but I'll get him. And it's $300, Lindy. I wouldn't come to you, but you know how that kid loved that horse, and I promised I'd get him. You understand, don't you, Linda?
Yes, Andy. I haven't got it now, but... Well, can I send it to you?
Gee, thanks, Linda. I can't tell you how I appreciate it. If there's ever anything I can ever do for you, but there wouldn't be, would there?
There might be, Andy. You could reconsider about letting us have Dink.
Take him away from me?
Can't you see how much we could do for him? A good home, a decent atmosphere, friends. We'll send him to a good military school.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yes, and you said no. But what right have you to say no? Why don't you let Dink decide? Perhaps he'd like to stay with us. Ask him.
Okay, Linda, I'll ask him.
You will? You promised.
I promise.
One order of tortillas. Right, Champ?
Yeah, send them down, Jose, and bring me some more water, will you?
Right away.
You want some more meat, Dink?
No, corn.
Yeah, here, come on, help yourself. Oh, say, almost forgot. I gotta ask you something.
What?
Well, you wouldn't like to go to a military school, would you?
No. What's it like?
Well, it's like a prison. You wear a uniform. You gotta march all the time, and they wake you up in the morning with a bugle. You wouldn't care for that, would you?
No.
No, and you wouldn't care to live in a great big house, would you? You know, a dump big as a barn. I mean, the sort of a place where you've got to be dressed up all the time and wash all over 3 or 4 times a day, huh?
Wash 3 times a day? Nothing doing.
No, you got the right idea, Dink. And look, I don't suppose you'd be crazy about going to one of them there colleges and sitting in an old room where you got to read books all day. That's out, too, huh?
Books? Not for me. That's out.
Sure. I kind of thought you'd feel that way, but I had to ask you, though.
Hey, Champ.
Oh, Whitey, you got him?
Yeah, I got him.
Got who?
Now, who do you suppose? Little Champ. I'm buying him back for you.
Little Champ? Where's he at?
Down at my place.
Oh, gee, I gotta see him. So long, Champ. Oh, thanks, Champ. Oh, so long, Champ.
Kind of happy, ain't he, huh?
Yep. You got my dough, Andy?
Yeah, I got it, sure. $300, wasn't it?
You know how much it was.
Oh, yeah. Here you are. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, wait a minute. Guess the number on this bill, odd or even.
Are you starting that again?
Okay. Lend me $10 and I'll buy you a drink then.
Gee. Wait, Jonah. Run says that he looks like man of war when he can't run as fast yet.
All he needs is practice.
That's all. It's just like the Champ. He didn't know as much about fighting when he first started as later on when he's world champion. It's the same with a horse.
Sure. Say, something's going on across the street, Dean.
Yeah? Let's go see.
Look, there's the sheriff man.
Wow, somebody's getting pinched.
Somebody's laying in jail today. Yes, sir.
Hurry up. I want to see who.
Let go of me, will you? Keep your paws off of me. Can a guy speak his mind without being dragged to jail?
Oh, gee, it's Champ.
Oh, hello, Dink.
Oh, Champ. Oh, gee whiz.
Yeah, I guess I did it again, Dink.
Vamos, come along, you.
No, let him alone. alone. You can't take him. He's my father.
Yeah, that is too bad. Move along. You can see him now, but you come out soon.
Sure. Hello, champ.
Hello, Sponge.
Oh, gee, you look awful. Ain't you slept any?
No, I've been thinking.
Oh, boy, what a joint. Say, what happened anyway? I hear you're acting up down at Joe's, and by the time I get there, they got you in a can. What was the beef, champ?
Oh, what's the difference?
Okay.
Where's Dink? Is he coming?
Yeah, sure. He's on his way now. He stopped off for something.
Listen, Sponge, I've been thinking it all over. I'm giving Dink to his mother.
Huh?
I'm giving it him to her. I ain't no good. He'll be better off with her. It'll be tough making him go, but he's got to.
Oh, gee. What'll you do without him? What'll he do without you?
Oh, after a while, he'll forget me. Kids always do.
Hey, Champ, I'm here. Here I am, Champ. Gee, what a dump, huh? Look, I brought you something to eat, Champ. I told Chili Mary to make it special for you. Look, just what you like.
I ain't hungry. Take him home, Sponge, and pack his stuff, then take him over to the hotel to his mother.
What? What for?
Because I say so. You're going to stay with her from now on.
Oh, no, Champ. I want to stay with you.
Do you? Well, that's tough, because you're not going to.
What am I going to do with her?
Well, you're going to go to school, learn things, grow up to be somebody. Let her feed you for a while. I'm tired of feeding you. What with you eating all the time, I'm tired of having you hanging around every place that I go.
I won't eat so much, Champ, and I won't hang around you. I'll stay up with the Greeks and wait till you come home nights.
No, you're going over to her. I'm saying you are, so you're going.
I wish you wouldn't send me, Champ. I'll go to school here. I'll be somebody when I grow up. Somebody like you.
No, you're going to your mother's. Do you hear me now? I don't want any sniveling out of you and no back talk.
No, Champ, I ain't going. I ain't.
You're going.
I ain't. I'm staying with you.
Do you hear me? Get out. That'll learn you to argue. Go on, beat it.
Okay, Champ.
I hit him.
Champ, what's the matter with you?
I hit him.
Slamming your hand against the wall like that. You want to break it?
I hit him. I hit that kid of mine.
Champ, stop it.
I hit him. I hit him.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery. But now, Sally says you remember things better if they're rhymed. So here's a reminder for you.
To make her precious stockings wear.
Strong soap, the wise girl shuns.
She always uses mild Lux Care.
Because it cuts down runs. Yes, gentle Lux Flakes guard the elasticity of stocking threads so they can stretch and spring back into place again instead of breaking into runs.
Strong soaps and rubbing with cake soap weaken elasticity, so your stockings can't take it when they're strained.
They get dry and brittle, break easily into costly runs, like this.
My, that's a sad thing to see nowadays. A run in your stocking.
It is indeed, Sally. And when you see it, it's too late to do anything about it.
Except mend it and wish it hadn't happened.
The time to do something about stocking runs is before they happen.
And the thing to do is to Lux your stockings after every wearing.
Lux cuts down runs. New Quick Lux suds take away soil and perspiration quickly and safely and save the vital elasticity that a stocking must have if it's to fit and wear well. Cut down runs in all your stockings. Silk, nylon, the new rayons and lisles, too, with Lux Flakes.
To make her precious stockings wear.
Strong soap, the wise girl shuns.
She always uses mild Lux Care.
Because it cuts down runs. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery, with Josephine Hutchinson, Noah Beery, and Bobby Larson. On a train speeding north toward Los Angeles, a forlorn little figure sits huddled by the window, his chin buried in the collar of his new suit. Dink is trying very hard not to cry. Sitting beside him is Linda, patient and understanding.
I'm glad you decided to come with us, Dink. We'll have some fine times together. Just you wait and see. Are you sure you won't have some dinner, Dink? It's fun having dinner on the train.
No, thanks. I ain't hungry.
All right, darling. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've some good news for you. Tony pulled some strings in Tijuana before we left, and your father's home again.
You mean you got him out of jail?
That's right.
Oh, thanks a lot. Was he all right?
Yes, he was fine.
Did he ask about me?
Of course. And Tony told him you were getting along fine.
Oh.
That's what you'd want to tell him, wouldn't you?
Oh, sure. Sure, I wouldn't want you to think that I... Well, you know.
Of course. You have a little cold, haven't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah. My eyes, they've been running something awful.
You gotta snap out of it. I thought everything would be okay when they sprung you out of jail, and you're worse than ever. Another couple of nights without some shut-eye, and you'll be a wreck.
Oh, quit worrying. I'm okay.
Okay for what? Listen, champ, if it's the kid you're worrying about, well, why don't I write to Linda and tell her to bring him down?
Nix, now you keep out of this. That kid's in a good spot, and he's going to stay there. Don't worry, Sponge. I'm just nervous. As soon as I get some sleep, I'll be fine. All it needs just a couple of hours, that's all.
Well,
what was that?
I don't know. I could have swore.
Hello, champ.
Why, Dink.
I thought I'd come and see how you was.
Why, Dink, oh, Dink.
Oh, gee, champ.
Go on, get outside, Sponge.
Yeah, sure.
Gee, Dink, but I'm awful glad to see you.
Me too. I got a little cold.
Yeah, so have I. Say, you look swell. That suit ain't got much life to it, but it ain't bad. And, you got a manicure.
Yeah, it'll wear off, though. What happened to your hand?
Oh, nothing. Just scratched it. Wait a minute. How did you get back here?
I ran away, champ. I didn't like it up there. I mean, it was okay, but well, you was right about the washing business. 3 times a day, all over.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Dink.
It's all right, but I'm going to stay here now, champ. I gotta.
Okay. Dink, you know what? I ain't had a drink since I got out of jail. And I've been off the dice, too.
Gee, that's great.
And starting tomorrow, I'm going into training.
Yeah?
I'm going to see them promoters in the morning. I'll make them get me a fight. I'll show them here. Look at the footwork, Dink, huh?
Gee, you're light in your feet.
You betcha. Here, feel that muscle.
Boy, it's like iron.
Steel? See any reason why I shouldn't make a comeback?
No.
I'll do it. I'll send you to school. I'll get you a lot of nice clothes, and as for manicures, say, I'll have a girl following us around just to do nothing but to take care of your fingernails.
Couldn't we get a man to do that?
Sure. Watch out, Dink. I'm going to do some sparring.
Oh, boy, give it to him, champ.
The old 1-2. 1-2. 1-2.
Atta boy, champ.
Yeah? Oh, that's what'll happen to the next guy I'm up against.
Hey, champ, you busted the washbowl.
Well, that's all right. Forget it. After my next fight, we're going to wash in a sink. None of that there 3 times a day stuff either.
Oh, boy, am I glad I come back.
Come on, give it something, Andy. Snap into it, will you? If it was a 3-legged elephant, you couldn't be no slower than that.
Oh, lay off of me, will you?
He'll be okay, Sponge.
Hey, be great at a Girl Scout taffy pull. But this is a fight he's going into.
Oh, pipe down.
Why don't you take a sock at him, champ?
Oh, he ain't worth the trouble.
You mean you ain't got the strength? All right, that's enough. Go on up to the room and take a sponge bath.
Oh, I'll be okay. Wait till I get going. I'll kill that guy.
Get going now. Up to the room. We got more to do this afternoon.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah.
Well, Sponge, how's he look?
Oh, hello, Whitey. You was watching, wasn't you?
Yep.
Then you ought to know. Don't bet any dough on him.
I figured that.
Yeah, he's all shot, Whitey. Just ain't in him anymore.
Wind's all gone, huh?
Yeah, not enough left to play a harmonica with. The Mexican will make goulash out of him.
That ain't so.
Hey, where'd you come from? I thought you beat it, Dink.
I'll tell the champ what you said.
Nix, you don't want to do that.
Well, don't say things like that about him. He's gonna come back. He's gonna lick the stuffings out of that palooka.
Yeah, sure he is, Dink. Sure he is. Going my way, Whitey?
Yeah, I want to ask you a couple of more things. I've been talking to some of the boys down around the place, and they say that...
Dink, hey, Dink, wait up.
Ain't got time now, Jonah. I gotta see the champ.
Listen, Dink, this important.
What?
Just heard something. It's all against us, Dink. Those gambling fellas are laying 6-1. The champ don't last 3 rounds.
6-1? Oh, they're crazy.
That's what they betting.
Listen, the champ's gonna kill that guy. He's in great shape.
Maybe so, but they don't lose them gambling fellas, and they all say he's gonna get licked bad.
Oh, shut up. Go on, beat it.
Okay, Dink, just thought I'd tell you.
6-1. He ain't got a chance. The champ ain't got a chance. Hello, champ.
Hello, Dink. Come on in. Boy, some workout, huh?
Yeah. Tired, champ?
No. Well, a little bit. I've had a lot of catching up to do, but I'm doing it.
Champ, I want to talk to you about that.
About what?
About this here fight racket. I don't like it.
How come? I thought you was all for it.
Well, I've been thinking it over. You know, champ, I like you lots better when you ain't training.
Yeah?
Yeah, for instance, when you got a couple drinks in you, you're a lot of fun.
I thought you didn't like me drinking.
I was wrong. Now that you quit gambling, I don't get a chance to spit in your dice anymore.
Huh?
I got practically nothing to spit on these days.
Yeah, but look how I used to lose all my dough. We're much better off since I quit.
I don't know. We used to have a lot of fun. Now you're training most of the time. We don't get to see so much of each other as we used to. It's all on account of this fight.
Say, what are you talking about?
You was world's champion once. Everybody knows that. What do we care about you being champ again? And fighting this Mexican ain't gonna get you much.
If I win, and I'm going to win, it'll get me 10 grand.
Who cares about that?
I do. With that dough, I'm going to send you to school. We're going to travel.
I don't have to go to school. You didn't go, did you?
No, and that's why you're going. Say, you're not trying to get me to throw the fight, are you?
No, champ.
Okay, then. I'm going to fight, see? And I'm going to lick the stuffing out of that guy. You understand?
Sure, champ.
That's the last preliminary. We're on next, champ.
All right. If this doctor ever gets through with me, what do you say, Doc? I'm okay, ain't I?
Just a minute, Andy. I want to listen to that heart again, if you don't mind.
Oh, cut it out. There ain't nothing wrong with me. Oh, I never felt better in all my life.
What do you say, Doc? Okay?
I guess so.
There you are. I told you so.
You're in pretty fair shape, Andy, but don't go at it too hard. You've got to be a little careful. The old heart isn't any too strong.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, it's pumping pretty hard.
Oh, hooey. It always does that just before a fight. When I won the championship, it was doing nip-ups.
May I come in?
Hello there, Carlton.
Hello, Andy.
Where'd you come?
We came down to see the fight. The wind is outside. I'd like to speak to you, Andy.
Yeah? Okay. Outside, everybody. So long, Doc. So long, Andy. Remember, take it as easy as you can. Don't put too much strain on the old pump. Oh, stop worrying. I'll be around when you die from your own pills. Good luck, Andy.
All right.
Come in, Linda.
Hello, Andy.
Hello. Well, what's it all about? You want to take Dink away again, huh?
No. We know we can't do the impossible. We're not going to try anymore.
Well, Linda, that's good sense. You're going to see a fight tonight. I'm taking care of that kid from now on.
Andy, I'm betting $5,000 on Chiroga.
What? That's great. A real pal, huh?
You don't understand. We're betting that money for you, Andy.
Oh, I don't get this. What do you mean for me?
Look, Andy, when we came down here, we heard that, well, the odds are pretty much against you. They say you can't stand another fight.
Oh, they're crazy.
Maybe they are. Anyway, we don't want you to run any risks. If you find the fight isn't going right, don't worry. You'll have the money for Dink anyway.
Yeah? Now, you listen, Linda. I've got a chance tonight. The chance of my life to make good with that kid, and I'm going to do it. Dink's going to be watching, seeing when it's over, he's going to be proud of me. And everything's going to be okay.
I hope so, Andy. Good luck.
Same here, Andy.
Okay, champ, here we go.
It is Cola at 192. Farewell, Corona. And it is Cola at 191.5. The former heavyweight champion of the world, Andy Purcell.
Okay, now, champ, remember, make him come to you. And when he does, let him have that left.
Oh, sure.
Listen to me. You can't last at top speed. Stay away, do you hear? And wait for an opening. And when you get it, keep right after him.
Okay, Sponge. Leave it to me.
Hey, champ, I'm here, champ.
Hiya, Dinkus. You're going to see some fighting tonight, kid.
Sure. How do you feel, champ?
Oh, I feel great.
Your gloves okay?
Sure, here. Spit on them for luck.
Sure.
I can't lose now, Dinkus. Go on, sit down there and get a load of this.
Away from him. Let him come to you. Stay away. Stay away.
How's he doing, Sponge? Is he okay in there?
I told him to stay away.
Gee, Sponge, let him fight. He wants to finish him.
He'll finish himself if he ain't careful. We still got 15 rounds to go. Stay away. Stay away.
Round 2.
Tony.
I don't know. He's looking worse every round.
Oh, Tony, look at his face. He's being cut to pieces. I can't stand it. I'm going outside.
Wait, darling. I'll go with you.
Come on, Manuel. He'll get it in this round.
Get him, Manuel.
That champ's through. He's staggering all over the ring. Get him, Manuel. Kill him. There it is. He's down.
The champ is down. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Champ. Come on, Champ. The belt saved you, boy. Snap out of it. Come on, snap out of it, Champ.
Okay.
Are you all right?
Yes, sure, I'm all right. He's hitting me here in the heart.
Can you go back there, Champ? Are you sure? I'll toss the towel in now if you give me the word.
No, I gotta finish. Let me fight, Sponge. Let me fight.
Okay, Champ.
There he goes. Come on, Manuel. Finish him, Manuel.
Get him in the ground, Manuel. He's out now.
Sponge, stop it. Throw in the towel, Sponge. He's killing the champ. He's killing him. Why do you stop it?
Wait a minute. He's fighting now. Look at him. Look at him. Come on, Champ. Come on.
Oh, champ, don't let him hit you. Don't let him hit you again, champ. Don't let him.
Your left. Bring up your left. That's it. Now, Champ. He's got him, Dink. He's got him on a run.
Oh, come on, champ. Come on.
There he goes. One more now, Champ. One more. He did it. Champ, the neutral corner. Over there.
Is it okay, Sponge? Do we win?
Do we win? If that Mexican guy gets up off the floor, I'll eat the water.
6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, the winner, Andy Purcell.
Hiya, Dink. I guess we shoot him, huh?
Nice fight, Andy.
Hello, Doc. Well, I better go easy, huh, Doc?
I'm proud of you, Andy.
Jim, just one more picture, will you, Chip? One more picture.
Sure. How do you want me? You want to see the points that...
Oh. Hey, Chip, what's the matter?
Nothing. I've got a pain in my...
Jim!
Get back, everybody, get back. Take him to the dressing room, quick.
Please let me see him, will you? Let me go in and see him, please.
Take it easy, Dink.
Doc, can I go in, Doc?
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, gee, thanks.
How is he, Doc? Any chance?
Not one in a million. There's nothing I can do. Nothing.
Gee, Champ, what happened? Are you okay?
Sure. Come here, Dink. I want to speak to you.
What about, Champ?
Look. Your mother's here. Did you know that?
No.
Yes. She came down to get you. This time I think that you ought to stay with her, Dink.
Why, Champ? Why can't I stay with you?
Because... Oh, Dink, they ain't no use kidding, is they? You see, I ain't staying around long. Understand?
Oh, gee, Champ.
Oh, come on. That ain't no way to act. Listen. She's your mother. See? And you ought to call her that. No more of this Linda stuff. For me, Dink?
Okay, Champ.
Attaboy. Remember, keep your chin up. Keep... Everything's going to be all right. Come on. Give me a smile.
Champ!
Oh, my darling. My poor darling.
Oh, gee, Mother. Mother, the Champ's gone.
Before our stars return for the curtain call, here's Libby Collins, our fashion reporter. Say, Libby, what's this I hear about patches being popular?
They couldn't be smarter, Mr. Ruick. Every little bit of fabric is precious these days, and we're saving every inch. Wearing patches on our elbows, patchwork jackets, and turbans made out of odds and ends of fabric stitched together. Yes, we're saving fabric, and having a lot of fun doing it.
Well, when it comes to saving fabrics, Libby...
We can count on new, quick Lux Flakes to help us. Well, that's right, because saving fabric means not only using every scrap of material, but keeping the things we own bright and new-looking and wearable longer.
And that's a job that Lux Flakes does superbly well for all your washables, because it's so gentle, safe for anything safe in plain water. You see, there's no harmful alkali in Lux to injure fabrics or fade colors. And, of course, with Lux, there's none of the cake soap rubbing that's so hard on fabrics either. You know, it costs less than a penny to Lux a dress. So you're saving money, too. Get the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow. Use it for all your washables, dresses, blouses, and sweaters, and see for yourself how much it helps you save. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
For many years, audiences have come to expect fine performances from Wallace Beery, and for somewhat fewer years from Josephine Hutchinson, and they've never been disappointed.
Oh, thank you, C.B. It seems only yesterday that you and I were making a picture together, don't it?
Funny, I don't remember the picture, Wally.
Well, it was just a few years back, Josephine. Let me see.
Well, let's see. Nobody talked in the picture, C.B. Must have been more than, 10 years ago.
Yes. Yes, that's right. We used a camera with a hand crank. That moves it back some more.
Now, just a minute. Now, think carefully, Wally. Did Mr. DeMille wear a cap turned round backwards?
Well, yes, I guess he... Oh, wait. I'm not that old, no.
We may as well face the facts, Wally. It was 25 years ago that we made that picture. You were quite a romantic leading man at the time.
Yeah, how times have changed, huh?
Well, anyway, Wally, we all appreciate your giving up that fine fishing at your ranch to come down here and go back to work.
Oh, I always have a great time here, Josephine. You know, while I was coming down through the mountains, I noticed that everything up there's pretty dry. There's a big danger of forest fires this year.
I believe the United States Forest Service says that this is the most menacing fire season in American history, Wally, particularly in the West. So it's up to all of us who visit our national forests, or any forest, or even in our own backyards, to be very, very careful about smoking and the use of matches in wooded and brush areas.
That seems to be pretty sound advice, Mr. DeMille. What's your play next week?
A play that teamed two great stars on the screen. The RKO dramatic success, Love Affair. We'll have those same two stars next Monday night. So that means you'll hear Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer. Love Affair is one of the finest stories the screen has ever given us. And I don't need to tell you, it will be finely acted with Charles Boyer and Irene Dunn.
Well, you couldn't have anything I'd like better than that, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The champ had a champion performance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, an announcement that I'm happy to make because it concerns an old friend of yours and mine, one of the theater's most beloved comedians, Miss Edna May Oliver. On stage and screen, she's brought us laughter and gaiety for many years. And now she'll star in a new series of comedy programs on the air. Miss Oliver's new program begins next Sunday night. Your local paper will give you the time and station. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Special wartime announcement. Do you know that only 2 pounds of waste kitchen fats contain enough glycerin to fire 5 anti-tank shells? Your country needs all your waste kitchen fats. Don't throw away a single drop. Strain your bacon fat, used fats, meat drippings into a clean, wide-mouthed can. Keep them on hand because your local salvage committee will soon announce plans for its collection. Save waste kitchen fats now to make explosives. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal as Sponge, Phil Hurlick as Jonah, and Leo Cleary, Stanley Farrar, Jack Mather, Griff Barnett, Fred Mackay, Howard McNear, Jose Perez, Gwen Delano, Edward Marr, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Tune in next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Irene Dunn in Love Affair. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and Johnson's Carnew present the brilliant conductor-composer of melody ranging from symphony to swing, Meredith Willson, and MGM's noted young commentator star and teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt. And your show, the words of the storyteller and the tunes of the music maker, blended together in a special Wilson Nesbitt formula for easy entertainment and a new kind of program in the weeks to come. And here to explain things is John Nesbitt.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. For several years, Meredith Wilson and I have been discussing just such a program as the one you're about to hear. No formality, no fanfares, and no hoopla, just as if we were having a musical party in your own home. Heaven help you. And doing the numbers that we would be afraid to do in public. And here we are, orchestra, arrangers, singers, right in your living room and set to start. Meredith Wilson bustles in and, beaming with fatherly pride, is about to introduce one of the finest orchestras in the nation. Meredith.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to introduce our orchestra, ladies and gentlemen. But first, I want you to meet Bob Carroll.
Somebody stole my gal.
And our little feminine singer.
Somebody stole my pal.
That was Connie Haynes. Now the violins with a little Paganini, please. And a dash of the bumblebee. And the brass and possibly a touch of Beethoven. You can say that again. The bass department with a spot of the Second Rhapsody. And our pianist in a splash of Liszt.
Oh, no, Meredith.
I beg your pardon?
Something wrong with it. It's too highbrow.
Highbrow? Highbrow? Not at all, John. We'll simply play 20 of these famous classics, one after the other.
Oh, heavens, Meredith. We'll be here till August.
Something of the kind. We'll play all of them in less than 2 minutes. And just to keep from being, as you say, highbrow, we'll play at the same time Somebody Stole My Gal.
Amazing, my dear Wilson.
Quick, Watson, the baton.
That's incredible. 20 classic composers all turning over in their graves at once. What a picture. I clocked you, by the way, at 1 minute, 45 seconds. And here is a new department dedicated to lost music. A number of years ago, Ted Shapiro, the songwriter, hit upon one of the most beautiful melodies he had ever composed. He was employed by Sophie Tucker at the time, and as her pianist, he had to use his new melody as a background, while Sophie wowed the audience with her monologues, and nobody ever paid any attention to the new tune. But it's now 1939. Shapiro has won success, and a picture studio has ordered a new love song from him. He pulls his beautiful melody out of the files and starts to shape it into a popular song. He works all night at his home in Hollywood. At 4 a.m, it begins to work out. By the next afternoon, it's going great. He jumps into a cab, rushes to the studio, and there he plays it for the producer and musical director, and these gentlemen go into a kind of dance of joy and triumph. Best number in years, sure to be a hit. A week later, a 50-piece orchestra records it on film for a super special movie. $20,000 were spent in its production. The picture is finished, cut, and previewed, and then they discover it is too long by a reel and a half. Something must go, and onto the floor of the cutting room went this song, the one that should have been a hit but never had a chance. It was called A Handful of Stars. And that is the first nomination for our Lost Music Department, A Handful of Stars. After this playing tonight, it might yet become one of the hits of 1942. You know, one of the oddest things we do on radio programs is the way we start to grow mysterious when we come to the sponsor's advertisement. You know, there is a crash of music, a multitude of sound effects, excited screams from the dramatic cast, the orchestra plays like mad, and while everybody's wondering what it's all about, the announcer is swung into the microphone in a boom, the commercial in his hand disguised as a hot communique from headquarters. And at long last, he's able to begin. But if you've listened to Fibber McGee and Molly, you know that the products Harlow Wilcox describes are of actual significant value in this period of national conservation, and they need no excuses whatever. Harlow.
You know, there's one thing I've noticed since I started to cut down on my driving. Whenever I do have to use the car now, I enjoy it more than I used to. I think that's partly because I take better care of the car than I did. Not only the battery and tires, but the finish, too. You know, it's so easy to keep your car new looking with Johnson's Car New, the modern polish that does two things at once, both cleans and polishes in one application. You don't have to work all afternoon to give your car a showroom shine. Not with Car New. This remarkable polish is a liquid. You apply, let it dry, wipe it off. Then, when your car sparkles like new again, you can give the finish added protection and save on car washing by applying a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular Johnson's Wax. Try this easy way of taking better care of your car's paint job with Johnson's Carnu, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
One of the best ways to run across a great human story today is to watch the news very closely. When Mexico declared war recently, for example, out in Hollywood, we all began searching for a story about our new war partner of the South. And we did find many a wonderful true story that we'd never known about before. And although this one will soon appear as one of my own passing parade pictures, I should like to give you a pre-showing of it here. The story of a giant who lived south of the Rio Grande. It is 10 o'clock at night. We are standing in an enormous room in a marble palace in Mexico City. We are soldiers and politicians. We have guns in our hands. We're watching a tiny little man who sits at a desk staring at a piece of paper. The little man is President of Mexico. The piece of paper is his promise to run away, admit that he's made mistakes. We wrote that paper for him, we, the soldiers and politicians. And all he has to do is sign it, and we'll let him go to some other country. Take his wife and family with him, have money, peace, and comfort to the end of his life. All he has to do is sign his name. Of course, if he doesn't sign, there are men with loaded rifles waiting outside, and they know what to do. But the little man doesn't even pick up the pen. He just smiles, stands up, and goes out of this great marble room, out of the marble palace, out into the black night over Mexico, and so we shoot him down like a wild animal. But why should we remember all of this? It happened almost 30 years ago. Yet it had a great deal to do with the fact that we of the United States are not fighting alone today. You see, the little man was Francisco Madero, President of Mexico. And it's a curious story. Madero was a gentleman, owner of estates larger than many American cities, one of the rich men of the world. But one day, it is said, he was attending a fashionable stag party when one of his host's servants, a peon, made a mistake, and so he was struck in the face, and the peon struck back, and so they shot him on the spot. Rich little Madero, who had hundreds of peons himself, had perhaps never troubled to think about them as human beings before, but this thing disturbed him. That night he couldn't sleep, and when he rose in the morning, he had caught a fatal sickness, a disease of the heart that sometimes leads men to glory, sometimes to the firing squad, and sometimes to a cross. In the following month, a mysterious change came over Mexico. Poor men were heard singing in the fields. Poor men walking proudly to their work. And when the presidential elections fell due that year, every old-fashioned landowner in Mexico was horrified to learn that Francisco Madero was leading the poor, had given up most of his wealth, and was the people's candidate for president. It was as if an earthquake crashed over Mexico. The dictator threw Madero in prison. He escaped. He came to the United States, where he knew we would help him, and we did. A people's army rose up in Mexico, threw out the dictator, and within 6 weeks, little Madero was president of his country. And with the tears streaming down his face, he promised a chance for everyone. He would make Mexico a true democracy before all the world. Poor Francisco Madero. He might have known what would happen. But he believed, you see, in everyone. He wanted the landowners to share their opportunities with the poor, but he didn't want to force them the way a dictator would. He wanted to do his job decently and legally and gradually. So his enemies had time to act. They corrupted the army, they captured Mexico City, and on that night almost 30 years ago, they closed in. Oh, yes. They gave him the chance to run away. Madero chose this. Fill a man full of bullets and you're through with him forever. Forever? No, you're not. You see, before Madero's heart stopped beating, he whispered some words that no roar of gunfire can ever quite drown out. I must do this. I must do this. If I run away, my people will lose faith in the cause of the freedom of all men. They will lose faith in the great tomorrow of my country. They must not forget. That is all that matters. For 30 years, that whisper has gone through Mexico. And it is actually one of the chief reasons that Mexico joins us in our raging battle for freedom today. Francisco Madero, a little man, 5 feet 2 inches tall, but one of the great giants of the passing parade. Meredith Wilson has heard our America singing all of his life. Sad tunes and cheerful tunes, sentimental tunes, magnificent hymns, and tinkling little ditties and immortal ballads. So Meredith has become a collector of these songs. And tonight he opens his library to us all in a whole group of them. Here they are, utterly different kinds of tunes, with Bob and Connie Haynes and the orchestra, but they all have one thing in common, these tunes. An American memory is locked up in every song.
Won't you please encourage me with just a word or two? You needn't say you love me, for I'm pretty sure you don't. But tell me that you like me, and there's nothing that I won't be glad to do. Honestly and true, I go along. For you, I do a wrong. For you, because I'm awfully strong for you. there's only one thing to do. Just wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away. Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. No use to grumble, just smile as they fall. Weren't you king for a day? Just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away.
When old Bill Bailey plays the ukulele down in Honolulu, they do the hula hula every evening. There they are, swaying while he's playing his Hawaiian guitar. The ragtime motion, even as the ocean, bobbing up and down. Sometimes the whale gets the feeling flip, wags his tail and does the hula dip. Now old Bill Bailey plays the ukulele down in Honolulu town. Alabama.
But there on the piano, no one could sleep way out there on the sea when Billy cut loose out of sea. Each fish and worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship turns into dip and does the corkscrews turn. You see the smoke so black, see the meadow smokestack. It's floating right to heaven,
and it won't come back.
Now here and there, you'll see a stool and chair. I'm slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. And then the hammock starts to swinging,
and the bell begins to ringing while he's sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing the old piano roll.
That dear old roll.
10 musical nominations for the folk songs of tomorrow. Now, I have an announcement to make, but first, Harlow Wilcox.
You spend a lot of time in your kitchen, don't you? And you like it to be not only convenient, but cheerful. I think a good many women would use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on their linoleum floors if it did nothing but make them sparkle with cheerful beauty. You know, of course, that's only one of the things glow coat does for you. Think of the hours of labor it saves, because glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. Think how it has done away with laborious and destructive floor scrubbing. And remember that glow coat actually makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer than if it were unprotected. In these days of conservation, that's a mighty important matter, don't you think? Try Johnson's glow coat on your linoleum floors, won't you? It's self-polishing.
Ladies and gentlemen, from every radio program, from every picture screen, wherever you go these days, you are hearing the voice of your nation calling out to you for aid. Turn 10% of your income into bonds, every week, every month. Whether it is hard for us or easy, 10% of our salary in war bonds means that we want our children to inherit a world worth living in. Time is up, so until with Meredith Wilson we join you again a week from tonight, this is John Nesbitt bidding a very good evening to you all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnston Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago, WMAQ.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger. The building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Telegraph Hill! Hail, Silver! Away!
Foiled repeatedly in their attempts to halt the westward progress of the railroad, the members of the Iron Spur decided on a desperate measure. They knew Colonel Parkman, the construction engineer, had left headquarters in Omaha and was riding west on a supply train. And they knew the train would be forced to slow down when it climbed a long hill outside Laramie. This was the key to their murderous plot. Meanwhile, the colonel and Jeff Barnes, the brakeman, sat beside a tiny stove in the caboose.
Jeff, we could use a little more wood on this stove. It's getting chilly.
You're right, Colonel. I'll fire up. Yeah, that's where the boys up front in the cab have got it over the brakeman. Never get cold riding with that boiler.
Well, it'll work to your advantage during the summer, Jeff.
I guess you're right. How come you're making this trip, Colonel? Something special?
Trouble again out at the end of track.
Oh, Redskins?
No. The Indians are our friends. Someone else.
Who?
There's only one answer to that question. The Iron Spur.
Oh, ain't that the bunch of coyotes that's trying to keep the railroad from going through?
Yes, and we But, Jeff, we're slowing down.
Oh, sure. No need to worry. It's pulling up Telegraph Hill. Pretty stiff grade.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten exactly where we were.
What about this Iron Spur gang?
There's nothing to tell. We know what they do, but we don't know who they are.
Can't you get a line on them?
What's that noise?
I don't know.
Who's riding this freight besides us?
Just Shorty and Pete in the engine cab. That's 14 cars ahead.
Well, I'm sure I heard somebody swinging a hammer.
Sure sounds like it. I'll take a look.
If there's no one on this end but us, how could they be?
Colonel, the door. It's locked. It's locked from the outside.
Can't be.
Pull up.
Wait, listen.
There's somebody between here and the next car.
Jeff, we've stopped.
No, not that.
But
I know what's happened. Somebody's hammered out the coupling pin.
Then we're
in a caboose that's running wild, coasting back down Telegraph Hill.
The brake.
I've got to get through that door to use it. Oh, maybe this axe handle will do it.
Oh, it's no use, Jeff. You couldn't stop this car now in the 100 brakes.
Let's turn at the bottom of the hill.
We'll never stay on the rails.
You mean we're
There's no other way?
Two men had witnessed the deliberate wrecking of the caboose. They waited astride ponies not over 100 yards from where the crushed and upturned car was flaming like a funeral pyre.
Yeah, Lefty sure did a job of cutting that car loose.
Yeah, but I didn't expect it to burn that way.
It's got a little wood stove on the inside.
You better mosey over there. You know what the boss said.
Yeah. Get up there, boy.
Get up, boy.
Get up there.
Oh, boy. Oh, steady.
Ain't nobody could live in nothing like that.
Boss said there'd be two of them. Look, is there somebody over there thrown clear?
Yeah. Come on, we'll see which one it is.
I don't hanker after these kind of jobs very much.
Well, you're getting paid, aren't you?
Yeah, but...
Then shut up.
Here he is. Like he got thrown this far.
Yeah, maybe he ain't so lucky. Hey, wait. This hombre's still alive. At least he's breathing.
Which one is it, the brakeman?
No, it's the one the boss said to bring back if he didn't get killed in the wreck. Come on. Help me pack him over to my horse.
How are you going to carry him?
Across the saddle. All right, now. Throw him over.
He looks pretty bad to me. How about the other one? Guess he's still inside that car.
Yeah, let him burn. It's none of our business. Come on. Let's vamoose.
Which way we heading?
Back to the ranch.
Get up there. Come on. Get up, boy. Get up there.
Early next morning, the long supply train pulled into the construction camp at the end of track. And Pete, the foreman, was waiting to greet it.
Hi, Pete. Hi, Shorty. Have a good trip? Like a top. This boiler's got plenty of sap. Colonel Parkman with you? Back in the caboose with Jeff. I want to see him. I'll go back. Shorty! The caboose, it isn't there.
You must be crazy.
Hey, it's not there. Look. Oh, look for yourself.
It's got to be. It was riding all right when we left Cheyenne. I talked to Jeff Barnes.
Are you sure Colonel Parkman was with him?
Only place he could ride was back there with Jeff.
Then how could...
Who's this coming?
I can't see. There's a lot of dust.
He's riding a white horse.
A white? Then it might be the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger. That means more trouble.
Oh, no, he's our friend.
He's wearing a mask. Only outlaws dressed like that.
Oh, Silver, steady, boy, steady, boy.
What do you want, stranger?
Pete, you know who I am, don't you?
I know you're a friend.
Did Colonel Parkman come in on this train?
No, and the caboose he was riding in has disappeared, too.
Who was riding with him?
Jeff Barnes, brakeman.
How could anything as large as a railroad caboose disappear?
Couldn't, unless it was uncoupled.
But you, as an engineer, know if that had happened?
Not on a train this long.
How about the grades, Shorty? Could you lose a car in one of those?
I might. There's a lot of them between here and Cheyenne.
Which is the longest one?
Telegraph Hill, south of Laramie.
Yeah, that doesn't solve anything.
It might. I received a telegram from Joan Barkley. She asked me to see that Colonel Parkman arrived here safely. Ready, Silver?
Wait! Where are you going?
To meet Tonto, and we're riding east until we find that car. Come on, Silver!
Are you sure he ain't an outlaw?
If that masked man's an outlaw, I wish there was more of them.
Oh, Silver!
The Lone Ranger knew that Joan Barkley would never have telegraphed him if she hadn't been worried about Colonel Parkman's safety. He also knew that the members of the Iron Spur would consider no crime too great if it interfered with the railroad's progress. How they could have stolen anything as large as a railroad caboose was a mystery, but it was a mystery the masked man intended to solve. He urged his great horse forward and rode hard for several hours. Finally, he reached a prearranged meeting place where his faithful Indian friend Tonto was waiting.
Whoa, Silver, whoa, fellow, whoa. Tonto, we're heading east. There's no time to lose.
Hold on, railroad.
The railway car was lost somewhere between here and Cheyenne. Colonel Parkman was aboard it.
Oh, that's plenty bad.
We'll follow the rails until we find it. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
All that day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode eastward, following the steel rails of the Great Central Railroad. At sundown, a great storm blew out of the north, bringing thunder and heavy rain. But their pace didn't slacken as they raced on through the starless night.
The railroad car was stolen by outlaws. This weather doesn't help us.
Rain bad. Washed ground, leave no sign.
We're still a long way from Cheyenne. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Finally, just at daybreak, the rain stopped and the two horsemen reached the foot of Telegraph Hill. Glancing rays of the morning sunlight brought a tragic picture into sharp relief. Lying on its side in a gully at the bottom of Telegraph Hill was the remains of what had once been a sturdily built railroad car. It was smashed almost beyond recognition, and its fire-charred timbers littered the surrounding ground. The force of the crash had twisted its ironwork into fantastic shapes that bore mute and eloquent testimony of the Iron Spur's latest crime.
Oh, Silver, whoa, fella. This is it, Tonto. It's been wrecked and burned. Steady, big fella. Come on, we'll look it over.
How this happened?
Evidently coasted backward down the hill. Jumped the track here at the turn.
How it come down when the iron horse pulled it up?
Look there, Kimosabe. The engineer's guess was probably right. Coupling pin was knocked out. I don't know, Tonto. That's what we've got to find out.
Maybe accident.
No, I don't think so.
Iron spur?
Well, if it is, this is the first time they've tried deliberate murder. Colonel Parkman and a brakeman named Jeff Barnes are somewhere in that wreck.
Tonto, look. How fire burned when it rained all night.
This happened night before last.
Here. This one man.
Yes. It's Barnes, a brakeman.
Not his fault him die.
No, Tonto, it wasn't his fault. Men like Jeff Barnes who are giving their lives to help build the West are just as brave as any soldier who dies in battle. Where's Colonel Parkman? He was riding with Jeff.
Tonto, look. Him not here.
He might have been thrown clear when the car smashed. There are no signs of it.
Big rain washed ground.
He was in the caboose. Joan Barkley telegraphed me to meet him. Where can he... Quick, Tonto, behind this rock.
That close shot?
Where did it come from?
Trees and hills. Somebody there.
I see now. Maybe I can stop them.
Shoot at puff of smoke.
Tonto used rifle. Now, baby, we get him.
Yeah, we're shooting blind. The sun's in our eyes.
Trees move. Man there.
Hey there!
Man, come out.
Hold your fire!
Keep him covered, Tonto. Might be a trick.
Hold on! I'm not aiming to have a gun battle with your kind of shooting.
Who are you?
Oh, just one of the boys around these parts.
Why were you shooting at us?
Well, you're an outlaw, aren't you?
What if I am?
Well, I kind of figured it.
All right, Matt, reach, both of you. Drop them guns.
It was a trick. Another man behind us.
I said drop them guns.
We have no choice, Tonto.
That's better. Now, what are you two hombres doing here?
I might ask you the same question.
But I'm doing the asking. Well? Not very sociable critters, are you? All right, man, I'll cover them. You get a piece of rawhide and tie their hands.
I've got it. Drop your arms. I said drop them.
Watch the one with a mask. He might try something.
Now, with this flipper's tied like this, he won't.
How about the engine?
There. Laced tighter than a boot.
Well, bring over the horses, Matt.
All right.
Now, you hombres.
Come on, boy.
Get on those nags of yours. We're going to do some riding.
Steady, big fella. Yep. Where are we going?
That's my business. You two, engine, climb on that paint. Now, listen. We're heading out of here, see? Matt up in front and me in the rear. If either of you try to break, I'll talk with lead. You understand?
We understand.
All right, Matt, head for the ranch.
Get up there.
Get up, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The outlaws, with the threat of drawn guns, forced the Lone Ranger and Tonto to ride with them for many miles. Finally, they came to a little ranch house.
Hold it, Matt.
Whoa, boy. Go there.
All right, hit the dirt, you hombres.
Know where we are, Tonto. Steady, big fella.
Tonto not know, but we plenty far south.
Put the horses in the corral, man.
All right, come on. That's how this go.
Snagged a couple outlaws, boss. Poking around where the caboose was wrecked.
Outlaws, huh? And I'm wearing a mask. What's your name?
Might be Luke Smith.
And it might not. What were you doing around the railroad car?
I don't talk much.
Sort of expected the boys to pick up somebody down there, but not an outlaw. Who's the redskin?
Me no savvy talk.
Dumb, huh?
Yeah, the white man's mighty fast with a 6-gun, boss.
Good shot.
Yeah, nailed me at almost 300 yards, and I was using a rifle.
So, I can use a good ranch hand that can shoot. Want a job?
Doing what?
Working for me, Cal Collins. You'll never have a better boss.
Maybe I can locate Colonel Parkman this way, Tonto.
Stop jabbering with that engine.
Yes, I might take a job. You can use my Indian friend, too.
I ain't sure about him.
Oh, boss, remember what I told you. This critter's greased lightning with a gun.
We'll see. Untie his hands.
Oh, but
do what
boss.
I tell you. I want to see for myself how handy he is with a gun.
Well, anything you say, but I... Come here, you. Now turn around. There.
Now have me shooting irons. Hey, look here, stranger. I'm going to give you your gun, see? It's just for a little target practice between you and me. Joe here will keep you covered. One false move and,
I understand.
I ain't such a bad shot myself. If you're even half as good, I might have a job for you.
How will we prove it?
I'll use my own 2 guns. You use yours. Matt!
Yeah?
Throw one of them tin cans up in the air. I'll keep it there. Watch this, stranger. How do you like that?
Very good.
Now you try it. Matt, toss up another tin can.
No, I'd rather not waste too many bullets on one target.
Yeah? I still ain't seen you do any shooting.
Neither is that chicken hawk up there.
Chicken hawk? Why, he's so far up it'd take a rifle to nail him.
Not necessarily.
Well, I'll be...
See, boss, didn't I tell you?
Shut up! Just keep your gun on him. Well, that was a good shot, stranger. Might have been luck, though.
Like the cigarette Matt's holding in his hand over there.
My cigarette! He shot it right...
I saw it! It's your turn to shoot, Mr. Collins.
Yeah. Take his gun away, Joe.
Sure, boss.
Do I get the job?
Come on inside. I want to talk to you. Sit down. It was pretty fancy shooting.
I'm glad you liked it.
I can use a fella like you. That is, if you want to make some money.
What's the job?
I guess you already figured the railroad car was no accident.
You wrecked it?
Not exactly. You see, one of my boys jumped that freight when it started up the hill. Then he knocked a coupling pin, and the rest was simple.
There was a man killed in that wreck.
Yeah, I guess so. That's part of the business. But the man I wanted out of it is still alive.
Who's that?
A fellow named Parkman, boss of the building crew on the railroad.
Where is he?
That's my business, stranger.
What do you want of me?
Well, I figured you were a single-handed operator, see? And you must work a little outside the law, or you wouldn't be wearing that mask.
Well?
This Parkman should be worth a lot of money to somebody. Maybe the railroad.
You're holding him for ransom.
And I need a smart man to tell the railroad people about it. That's where you come in.
You could do it yourself.
I'm a little too well known in some parts.
Why do you trust me?
I don't. That Injun out there is a pretty good pal of yours, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
We'll put him where Parkman is. You go to the railroad and tell him I want $50,000 for their boss. If you bring back the money, he goes free. So does your Injun.
The way you put it, I can hardly refuse.
That's what I figured.
Where's Parkman?
Now, hold on. Don't get so anxious. We're right up there now.
Joe!
Yeah, boss?
Tell Matt to settle the horses. This new man is going to ride up the hills with Matt and me. You clean up here and follow us later.
But, boss...
You heard me.
May I talk to my Indian friend a moment? Tell him about our business arrangement?
Hurry up. We're moving fast.
Tonto.
Tonto here.
I pretended to join them. They'll take us to Colonel Parkman.
All right. You and the engine up ahead. Matt and I'll trail you.
Steady, big fella. Which way do we go?
You'll get directions when the time comes. Let's go.
Come on, boy.
Get up there, boy. Come on.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, followed by the outlaws, rode eastward for several hours. Then, at a signal from the outlaw leader, they turned north along an uneven and sandy trail, wound through ravines and across the bed of a dry river. The Lone Ranger noticed that the prairie's rich topsoil had now given way to hard clay and sun-scorched sand. Finally, they approached a series of steep bluffs that rose sharply from the level land and whose faces were worn smooth by countless years of rain and wind. They were slashed at uneven points by what appeared to be erosion, but closer examination would have proved the cuts to be man-made, and that each one concealed a narrow trail just wide enough for a man and horse. It was directly opposite one of these openings that Cal, the outlaw leader, shouted a sharp command.
Ho there! Ho, right up!
Ho, fellow! Ho!
Follow that path on your right. Up the side of the bluff. Keep following the path straight ahead. All right, hold up. Far enough. This is it. I'd hit the dirt.
Maybe this ain't such a good idea, boss.
Shut up.
Steady, big fella. Don't see any signs of a camp.
Right behind them trees. Follow me. It's pretty slick, ain't it? You just pull these bushes back, and you're in a,
cave.
Yeah.
Where's Parkman?
Over there in the corner, tied up.
I can't see him.
Sir, there's no lamps in this place. He's there, all right, tied and gagged.
How about the engine, boss?
Keep his hands tied. We'll all be here for a while.
Now, what do you want me to do?
Right up to that railroad camp. There's a foreman there named Pete. Tell him to telegraph the company that it'll cost $50,000 if they want to see this hombre alive again.
Suppose he won't send a telegram.
It's up to you to see that he does.
You have my guns. I might need them.
Yeah, you might. You'll find your guns at the bottom of this trail. I just dropped them down there.
Thought I was a regular member of the gang.
You are. But I don't trust you with a gun in your hand.
You'll wait here until I return?
Right here.
No harm will come to my Indian friend?
Won't touch a hair of his head. If you bring back the money.
And I'll go.
Good luck.
Thanks. Maybe you're the one who'll need the luck.
The Lone Ranger retrieved his guns and had just reached his horse Silver when he heard the faint echo of approaching hoofbeats. So he hid in the shadows and waited quietly.
Whoa there, boy. Cal!
Stop yelling. You want the whole world to know about this hideout?
Cal, look at this.
What is it?
Remember when that masked man shot the cigarette out of Matt's hand this morning?
Yeah.
After you left the ranch, I found the bullet he used, dug it out of the ground.
Who cares?
Well, look at it. That ain't no ordinary bullet. It's silver.
Silver? You're right, it is.
You know what that means, don't you? That masked man you hired. He rides a white horse and uses silver bullets. He's a
Lone Ranger.
That's right. He's the one you sent to collect ransom money.
I knew something was wrong when he handled a gun the way he did.
Shut up. We've got to do something quick.
Yeah, he'll tip off the lawn.
Come on, both of you.
Cal, you can't...
We'll head him off. We'll beat him to it. Get your horses.
Right.
The engine and the other critter?
Never mind them. They're tied up. Let's get going.
Get out there. Come on. Get out there.
The Lone Ranger waited until the outlaws had ridden away. Then he hurried back into the cave.
Tonto. Tonto here.
Colonel Parkman here.
Him here. By Tonto. Gag him out.
Turn around, Tonto. I'll untie your hands. There. Now, Colonel Parkman.
Him hurt plenty bad.
Yes, I know. If I can get this gag out of his mouth, he can... There. Thank you. Thank you. Untie his hands and feet, Tonto. How do you feel, Colonel?
A little shaky. Afraid one of my legs is broken.
We'll get you to a doctor.
Those men, I think they're the ones who caused the wreck.
I know all about it. Do you feel well enough to ride a horse to the railroad camp?
Anything to get away from this place.
Tonto, you help Colonel Parkman out of here and ride double on your horse. Be very careful. His leg may be injured.
Tonto, do it.
But where are you going?
I'll meet you at the camp. 3 men expect to see me there when they arrive. And I'm not going to disappoint them. Here, Silver. Steady, boy. We've got a long race ahead, but we'll make it. Come on, Silver!
Out over the rolling plain, through deep ravines, across rivers and up wooded rock-strewn hills, the Lone Ranger raced on the great horse Silver.
Come on, Silver! Come on, boy!
Although he made use of a secret shortcut known only to him, many hours passed before they reached the railroad camp.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh!
It's the masked man. The Lone Ranger.
Pete! The 3 men been here, asked for me.
No one asked for it.
And they'll come in a very few minutes. I'll wait by the side of the bunkhouse.
Now, what do you suppose he... Listen, maybe this is who he's talking about. 3 men, all right.
Is this a railroad construction camp?
Sure is.
Seen anything of a masked outlaw?
Riding a white horse? Don't know any outlaws.
Let's beat him to it. Listen, mister, I'm right-handed with this gun I've got here. Let's see where the boys behind me.
What do you want?
You're going to send a telegram to the headquarters of this outfit you work for.
No, Collins. Pete isn't going to send a telegram. If you're going to drop that gun...
What? Why, it's
him, boss.
Drop the gun.
Why, you... Oh! You shot it right out of my hand.
You too, Joe. Matt, throw down the guns. Now, Pete, get some rope and tie these men. Keep them covered. I'll tell the sheriff to pick them up.
Yeah, but who are they?
Murderers and amateur kidnappers. They were holding Colonel Parkman for ransom.
Is Colonel
He's
Parkman?
all right, and he's riding here with Tonto. Now, can you handle these men until the sheriff gets here?
Sure we can.
Be careful. Here, Silver. Steady. When Tonto comes, tell him to meet me later.
But how'd you know these crooks were the ones that kidnapped Colonel Parkman?
They made the mistake of hiring me, Pete. That's all. Come on, Silver.
Can't understand it. It's got me worried. Nothing to worry about as long as the Lone Ranger's around.
Oh, Silver! Boy!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
These 20 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we of WHAS observe an anniversary, a milestone in our history. For it was 20 years ago, in July 1922, back in the days when radio meant headphones and crystals, cat whiskers and tuning coils, that these words first were heard.
This is WHAS, the radio telephone broadcasting station of the Courier-Journal and the Louisville Times in Louisville, Kentucky.
And that was the voice that uttered them. That memorable night in 1922, when WHAS gave forth its first infant cry. Tonight, 2 decades later, we are here not to look to the future, as is ever the aim in radio, but rather to look to the past, to review all too briefly the accomplishments of these past 20 years.
But how did this begin? How did this creation of a radio station come about?
For that, let us go back to the month of May in 1922. In his office, Judge Robert Worth Bingham, publisher of the Courier-Journal and the Louisville Times, is dictating a letter addressed to his friend and fellow worker in the past, Credo Harris.
I intend to erect a broadcasting plant that will carry religious consolation, entertainment, and a wide knowledge of world affairs to Kentuckians and our Indiana neighbors, especially to those unfortunates who are shut in, the sick, the blind, the paralyzed. It must be a radio station which, above all else, is built on character and conducted with unvarying good taste. I am hoping that you will direct it for me, because we see eye to eye.
Such was the charge delivered to Credo Harris by Judge Bingham. How well that charge has been fulfilled is apparent to all who know the WHAS of today, who have followed its achievements during these 20 years. And time forbids that we tell them all here, nor can we mention all the many whose efforts have gone into building the WHAS of today. For, as we in radio know only too well, time is a precious commodity. And so only the highlight events can claim our attention now as we scan these 20 years.
July 18th, 1922.
WHAS, one of the pioneer radio stations of America, went on the air with a staff of 3 people.
Note that. 3 people. Today, the staff comprises nearly 100.
A schedule of 2.5 hours a day on the air.
2.5 hours. Today, it's 19 hours a day. 24 when public service so demands.
And a power of 500 watts.
Just 1/100th of today's 50,000 watts.
Truly, those were pioneer days. A burlap padded studio, transmitter and studio controls, and an office for the use of the 3 people who made up the entire staff of WHAS. Credo Harris, manager, Emmett Kraft, engineer, and a secretary, Dorothy Kirchable. All 3 still with us today.
Those were the days when Gallagher and Sheen were the sensation of New York, when the toddle was the latest dance step, and a few brave people were pioneering in the complexities of a Chinese game called mahjong.
But WHAS was pioneering, too, in things that today are accepted as everyday occurrences. On September 2nd, WHAS pioneered the first remote broadcast, bringing organ music over telephone wires from the Alamo Theater.
And on October 4th came the first WHAS broadcast of a baseball game, based on wire reports of the World Series between the Giants and the Yanks.
If you're interested, the Giants won 3-2 and took the series 4 games to none. 1 was tied.
1923 rolled by, And then came 1924.
And as radio grew, so too did WHAS. Highlights of 1924 included the broadcast of a telephone conversation between Credo Harris in Louisville and Mary Pickford in New York, an unheard-of innovation in those days.
Yet a forecast of the 2, 3, and 5 or 6-way pickups that are so frequently used in our newscasts of today.
On July 19th, 1924, when WHAS was 2 years and 1 day old, engineers succeeded in picking up broadcast signals from the WHAS transmitter far underground in the depths of Mammoth Cave.
A tablet at that subterranean spot marks the site of this, another WHAS first.
And it was on November 24th, just about the time Knute Rockne and the famed Four Horsemen were making football history at Notre Dame, that a letter was received reporting reception of WHAS, still only a 500 water, in London, England.
$1925 was an important year in many ways. That was the year that all-electric sets began to replace the old receivers with their cabinets full of batteries, or crystal sets and headphones. The famous Scopes trial was held in Dayton, Tennessee, and the eyes of the world turned to Sand Cave, Kentucky, where Floyd Collins was trapped in a newly explored cavern.
WHAS broadcast hourly bulletins on the progress of rescue work, as reported by Skeets Miller, later to become an executive of NBC. That same year, a two-way conversation with a plane in flight was broadcast for the first time by WHAS.
But perhaps the most interesting broadcast of that year took place on May 16th, when Credo Harris and Emmett Graft climbed to the lofty cupola at Churchill Downs to bring to the listening public for the first time a word picture of the thrills and color of Kentucky's greatest racing classic, as Flying Ebony with Earl Sandy up won the 51st running of the Kentucky Derby. 1926, the year Rudolph Valentino died, and Washington, seeing the need for regulation of the many radio stations springing up all over the country, saw fit to establish the Federal Radio Commission. 1926 brought a continued parade of personalities and events carried to the ears of a waiting people through the medium of WHAS.
The visit to Kentucky of Queen Marie of Romania, the Dempsey-Tunney fight in Philadelphia, and our first broadcast from Lexington, the performance of an oratorio there.
And 1926 saw the completion of negotiations between Credo Harris and George McClelland of NBC, whereby WHAS became the first of the southern stations to be affiliated with the nation's first radio network.
These negotiations were unique in that they were carried on entirely by telephone. And from that date until the time 5 years later when WHAS joined the Columbia Broadcasting System, NBC and WHAS operated as affiliates, without contract of any kind. Only a gentleman's agreement between George McClelland and Credo Harris.
January 4th, 1927, was the date of the first NBC program carried over WHAS. It was
one of radio's earliest features, the well-remembered Ever Ready Hour.
Time rolled on. May 20th, 1927, WHAS brought news of Lindbergh's epoch-making flight to Paris. And a month later, the Lone Eagle himself appeared before WHAS microphones.
In passing, we might note that was the year Al Jolson was making movie history with The Jazz Singer. Henry Ford unveiled his long-awaited Model A, and Major Andrew White organized 16 stations into the Columbia Network.
Then came 1928.
For the first time, the WHAS broadcast of the Kentucky Derby, with Credo Harris at the microphone, was heard over the NBC network, coast to coast.
But of far more reaching importance is the event we're coming to now. Listen.
For 6 years, WHAS had operated from the roof of the Courier-Journal building, its transmitter, a baby judged by present standards, putting out its 500-watt signal from an antenna stretched between the two towers still standing on the roof of this building today. Reminders of those days when radio moved with giant strides.
But on November 11th, 1928, 10 years after the armistice of the First World War, WHAS put into service a new transmitter located near Jeffersontown and moved into new and enlarged studios. The power was increased tenfold to 5,000 watts, and facilities for preparation and presentation of programs increased by many-fold.
Yes, those were happy days. Those prosperous years. Boom years. 1928 and early 1929.
On April 7th, WHAS pioneered again, cooperating in the establishment of radio studios in the University of Kentucky in Lexington.
Since that date, daily programs have come from the university to bring enlightenment from a great educational institution to all within listening radius.
And on June 1st of 1929, Lee Colson, later to become commercial manager, then executive manager, joined the WHAS family to aid assistant manager Martin Campbell in the expanding commercial activities of this radio station, now grown to a point where it could stand on its own feet and begin to pay its own way as it served its far-flung family of listeners.
October 1st.
Brought to Louisville the National Convention of the American Legion.
And a 6.5-hour broadcast in which the facilities of WHAS were open to the musical units, bands, and drum and bugle corps that came to the convention to compete for fame and glory as the largest or the loudest, the snappiest or the oldest in the ranks of the Legionnaires. That is only of passing interest, but one we do remember, for with an outfit from Omaha came a personable young man by name Joe Eaton. The Bugle Corps left, but Joe Eaton stayed to become one of the voices that made of WHAS the friend of countless listeners. The same Joe Eaton that later took over the reins as program director and now heads the commercial department of WHAS.
1929 went its way, as years must come and go. Its passing not regretted by those who felt the October crash.
Then 1930. As we pause only to note that this was the year that Barry Bingham, to whom has passed the work and the ideals to fulfill of his father, Judge Bingham, spent in working and learning, as all of us have done, the duties and problems of any radio station, and more particularly, our own WHAS.
1931. WHAS operated with its first 6 months license granted by the Federal Radio Commission. Amos and Andy were a national habit. Kate Smith was singing The Moon Over the Mountain. Henry Ford produced the 20 millionth struggle buggy, as the gay young men of the time called their autos.
And then came 1932, the year of the Lindbergh kidnapping, and the year we neared the depths of economic depression. Double feature movies began, and a man named Roosevelt ran for president.
A momentous year for us all. On May 15th, WHAS completed over 5 years affiliation with NBC and began an alliance with the up-and-coming Columbia Broadcasting System to bring its listeners the best of radio entertainment.
On October 4th, power was increased to 25 kilowatts.
Only half of today's power, but 50 times the might of the infant of July 18th, 1922.
And November 1st saw the inaugural of daily weekday broadcasts from Asbury College,
of which you will hear more later. A great year, 1932, but we must hurry on to 1933.
The year Judge Bingham was appointed ambassador to the Court of St. James. Listening centers were established in remote mountain communities in Kentucky.
Roosevelt, the bank holiday, fireside chats, and 3.2 beer were chief topics of conversation.
And then on Sunday morning, December 3rd,
without fanfare or publicity,
WHAS increased its power to 50,000 watts,
that the public interest, convenience, and necessity might be better served.
The years rolled on. 1934, the year that saw the birth of a fourth national network, the Mutual Broadcasting System. operating on a plan in which WHAS had pioneered 2 years before.
Then 1935, the year swing came into its own. Will Rogers met his tragic end, and WHAS originated the first broadcast ever to come to the world from deep down under the earth, 2 miles from daylight in the caverns of Mammoth Cave.
Came 1936, bringing to Louisville and WHAS Mark Etheridge, new then to radio, but later to head the National Association of Broadcasters. And then, 1937.
1937, a year to be remembered by us all. It began as a cold and bleak year. Rain and snow and fog. Chill and damp was that fateful January. More snow, then rain, pelting down to melt the blanket of dirty white. Pour it into already swollen creeks and rivers. Still no let-up, as the rain came down and down.
Flood stage at Parkersburg. Flood stage at Cincinnati. River rising at Carrollton. Flood stage expected by tomorrow. Residents of low-lying areas are advised to move to higher ground immediately. Flood stage at Louisville expected Sunday or Monday, unless rains abate.
Flood. Murky fingers of soiled yellow water. Grim, relentless fingers, reaching out to entwine and tangle and grasp and destroy the puny beings who dare oppose its might. Flood. The worst flood in the history of the Ohio Valley. And in the studios of WHAS...
Send a boat. 4 persons and sick child at 2210 West Market Street. All persons are asked to stay away from flood areas to avoid interfering with rescue workers. Attention, boat station number 2. Supply of typhoid vaccine is on its way to you. Meet messenger and take same to temporary hospital at Garland School. Family with no food or heat at 2992 Broadway. Send a boat.
Ceaselessly, tired but never giving in, the voices of WHAS went on. In dark and frigid studios lit by candles and lanterns, warmed ever so slightly by oil stoves that filled the air with their throat-catching fumes, the work went on. 37 telephones, manned by staff and volunteers, taking messages, relaying instructions, constantly directing a stream of messages, encouragement, advice, instruction, direction, yes, and prayer to those fighting the worst disaster of our time, the 1937 flood. When power failed, carrying on through the transmitter of good neighbor WSM, cutting corners, using makeshift means, but getting out the messages, handling the news, keeping up morale, bringing aid from the entire nation. That was the job of WHAS. And when we say WHAS, we mean every man and woman who worked with us then. Staff, yes, and volunteers. From newsroom and press room of our parent papers, from Barry Bingham to building quarters. Helpers, too, from the outside. But what did all this mean to the outside world?
A bronze medal awarded by the Columbia Broadcasting System for distinguished contribution to radio. A scroll of honor from Broadcasting Magazine. A tribute from the broadcasting stations of Georgia. A bronze plaque from Variety. Awards to Lee Colson and Joe Eaton from the National Headliners Club.
But what did it mean to the men and women who, day and night, for hours on end, labored that the service might not fail, that sickness might be averted, and lives might be saved? Only this did it mean.
A job we had to do.
A job well done.
Our tribute.
The unspoken thanks of those whose help we were. We might go on and on, but in the memory of all of us, the things that remain are very clear. Growth in size, in quality of service, in acceptance by those whom we seek to serve.
Late in 1937, new studios were dedicated, the last word in equipment and design.
In 1938,
the new transmitter and vertical radiator at Eastwood were put into service, supplicating the old but faithful equipment at Jeffersontown. or in town or came to install the new transmitter, of which he was co-designer, and remained chief engineer of the rapidly growing WHAS.
That same year began the expansion of programming and production under supervision of program director Robert Kennett, which brought WHAS programs to a new high level of entertainment and service value. Newscasts were increased and given established spots. Sports and special events received added emphasis, and musical programs reached a new high in quality.
These advances continued year by year. New faces came into the WHAS family to work side by side with those who had been with us from the beginning. Horizons were widened, activities grew by leaps and bounds. An agricultural department was established. WHAS became even better known to the nation, feeding programs of every type from coast to coast. And then, in 1940...
the rumblings of war.
As always, when its services are needed, the facilities of WHAS were available whenever requested by those agencies active in our national defense. Operation 24 hours a day when news warranted it. Announcements, programs by and on behalf of the armed forces, the Red Cross, the Treasury and its war bond drive, the OPM, the OPA, to mention only a few.
Then came December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor, and the United States at war.
Immediately, operations at WHAS were put on a war footing. Precautions to guard against unauthorized use of radio facilities, protection of studios and transmitter, and a constant alert lest anything be said or done that might give aid or comfort to the enemy.
No letdown in program structure, though.
Rather an increase in every effort to awaken national consciousness, to bolster morale, and keep the public informed.
With first call given to messages and broadcasts from our government to the people.
Carrying out the charge of 20 years before, that this radio station should bring to all people those things which are their need and their desire, that their interest, convenience, and necessity might be served by means of this inanimate creation, WHAS, made a vital force and character by those who built it, directed it, and carried on its activities during these 20 years. So much for the bare history of WHAS. Much has been left unsaid, but let it suffice that it is not the events themselves, but the results achieved that really count. What are the things called for by Judge Bingham in founding this station 20 years ago? A plant to bring to the people religious consolation, entertainment, and knowledge. Now, what has been achieved?
In religion, daily broadcasts from Asbury College in Wilmore, Kentucky, establishing a family altar, interdenominational in character, and spreading through word and song the message and comfort of faith and devotion. A church service from our studios every Sunday, and a devotional period daily throughout the week conducted by ministers of every faith. These in cooperation with the Louisville Council of Churches. A weekend service of meditation conducted by Dr. Charles W. Welsh, former moderator of the Presbyterian Church of America. Regular broadcasts have been conducted by members of the Catholic faith and the Jewish. Truly, it may be said that WHAS has ever cooperated to bring to those who cannot find it elsewhere the comfort and help of religious faith.
What about education and information?
WHAS has always recognized its obligation to the educational institutions. As facilities expanded, so did the scope and form of its educational service enlarge. First local school broadcasts, later to be supplanted by programs of wider application. Since 1929, daily programs of information, culture, and entertainment, too, have been broadcast from the University of Kentucky. Weekly programs of outstanding quality have come from the University of Louisville under the guidance of Dr. Raymond Kent, and from the University of Indiana, and many programs from other institutions throughout the state.
For the farmer, no series can have meant more than the daily talks presented by the College of Agriculture of the University of Kentucky under Dean Cooper and conducted by L.C. Brewer. And 2 years ago, WHAS set up its own agricultural department to add to its service in rural areas, cooperating with state, county, and other agricultural organizations in Kentucky and Indiana to bring information and guidance to the farms of this area.
In civic matters, WHAS microphones are open to all qualified persons or organizations who have matters of importance to discuss. They are ever at the service of our nation's armed forces. Weekly programs are broadcast from Fort Knox, from Camp Shelby, and from the air base at Bowman Field.
And what of the service to mountain areas? Cooperating with the University of Kentucky, WHAS assisted in the establishment of listening centers in remote cabins and isolated mountain communities, locations reached only by muleback over tortuous mountain trails. People cut off from regular channels of news and communication and the other benefits that, by us, are taken for granted. Radio receivers were installed and maintained in these remote centers, where folk from miles around can come to listen regularly to programs of news, information, and cultural interest, and join in discussion groups conducted by trained leaders at these listening centers. Only the magic of radio and this pioneer activity by WHAS and Kentucky State University could have made such a thing possible.
We could go on further, but time is pressing. Tonight we have looked at the past, reviewing a good job well done, following the precepts laid down by Judge Bingham and so faithfully carried out under the guidance of Credo Harris. Now, what of the future? Need we say more than this? That the record of the past 20 years will be continued as we pledge ourselves to the furtherance of that cardinal code of all broadcasters, that the public interest, convenience, and necessity may best be served. That is ever the aim of we who are WHAS, radio station of the Courier-Journal and the Louisville Times.